涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる。語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守りでは空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えてゆこうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜を く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの指示何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ回る回る時に抗って未来を願ってもいいですか儚さから目をそらしたグリセル道の兆しの向こうかける希望あなたの光あなたの命いたずらに知らさないようにそっとくれた記憶胸に熱く灯し約束の地へもう繰り返らずに恋願う歌は空高く世界に銀河に広がってくそれがいつか風となり消えて新たな日が始まる越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき同じ空誰かが見上げて信じたから
LCS opening day presented by MasterCard. First up, please join me in welcoming your spring 2023 LCS champs, Cloud9. On the other side of the rift, everybody counted them out at the start of the year, but they said F you to the doubters at every turn and made it to MSI. It's the Golden Guardians. The LCS 2023 Summer Split starts right now. Oh, forcing the flash out of M&S, but River flashes over the wall to keep him chased down. Licorice ready to fire the Orn Horn from downtown. Golden Guardians now get engaged on. Sven's taken low and Stixay's already killed him. Fudge tries to find his way into the back while River takes out M&S on the side. Licorice drops, and we got ourselves a 3v3. Berserker's going in, and that's what I was talking about. He always shows up. Berserker finds his moment, and he finds a triple kill. Team Liquid now swooping in with a slicing maelstrom. They'll kill 2, and Insanity's about to make it 3. Harry jumps forward with another Spirit Rush as Turtle tries to call the feathers, but it's not happening. Can Boogie steal it away? He's charmed up. Baron's still at about 2K. Nice engage coming out from Summit, and Insanity is down. The Baron is secured by TL, and Summit's ready to fight on back. Boogie drops 2. TL just got all them kills, plus a Baron. That's what I wanted to see.
Fight here, guys, on Jax. Look, Herald. I'm on Jax first, I'm on backside, look backside. Careful laning. Wait. I speed ready. Yeah. Take the Herald.
Flash. Go top, guys. Go top.
Eddie, go top. I'll cover mid with you,
And Dignitas are trapped in their own fountain. Solo's not going to let them away, as Rich has to drop the counter-strike just to survive. Jensen continues falling back. 10-1, they get it done. Immortals.
Someone's waving at you. No.
Contracts is waiting in the wings, has Keeper's Verdict, the flash forward from Dokla. Call the Forge God, but our man flashes over, and nice interrupt from JoJo. The body slam denies the ultimate. Palafox is teleported back, but the jungler's already dead, and JoJo is absolutely smurfing this fight in the river. Double kill for the mid laner. Hi, JoJo. Already showing what he can do when he's at the top of his game. Oh, what a beautiful wombo! Explosive cast into the CC bounce house that is the Evil Genius's composition.
They are not as bad as you think.
Oh, we still got more action on the bottom side of the map. Prince dies to the left, and the breath of life from Lucio gives him the second win, and it's just a cat.
Well, there's 3 people coming, and a Kasate in your face.
No flash. The ultimate from Maokai locks him up. They root him down. No way he survives this, right? No way he survives this! Someday is able to live through all the damage, all the CC, and FlyQuest are sent packing home.
Good defense, better offense.
Hello, welcome to Opening Week presented by MasterCard. We're having some fun here at the lounge. Welcome back, everyone. As you saw, that was day 1 of the LCS. Now it's coming in for day 2. How you guys feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I actually thought there was a lot of fun stuff that happened in day 1. The games were super lopsided for games 3, 4, 5, but like lopsided in kind of an exciting way. We weren't expecting to see like really good games from EG and really good games from
TL, 100 Thieves?
100 Thieves was another. There's literally 3. And Immortals.
Oh,
Immortals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Both revenge teams.
And I was going to be concerned if TL just started the split good. No, we get to be a part of the journey with them, which I appreciate. Like early games stomping, and then there was the rocky ride with TSM through 8 minutes. Rift Herald, we talked about it. The first Rift Herald fight was tough, but they started to clean it up. So I'm interested with them because they are still as good as they are in the early game and still need to work on.
Yeah, we'll get into some of the games and teams and all that stuff in a second. We actually want to start, though, with the patch 13.11.
Let's do it.
This is going to be ending for live soon, but we're still going to be playing on it. These were the patch notes that came out. What stood out to all of you guys that you want to talk about?
I want to talk about Ivern. We haven't seen him.
You think we're good?
But I think, so here's the thing. I think pro players don't want to play Ivern.
Yeah.
I also think it's a very unsexy champion to have like on broadcast.
Yep.
Like no one gets super hyped about Ivern, but he is really strong with these buffs and with the compositions we've seen coming out that are either double marksman or just kind of protect the AD. It's still very bot lane focused, AD focused meta. I think Ivern can work in a lot of things that we've already been seeing, so I'm waiting for someone to pick it.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone is going to pick it, it's going to be Santorin because he's played it before. He played it a ton in scrims back in 2020 when it was kind of meta. Daisy just mauls people now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he actually is pretty good at the champion. So if you're not going to blind pick Ivern, but if they end up holding jungle, I could actually see it literally in game 1.
Wouldn't be bad to see either for Dignitas to try and like throw a curveball.
Like
maybe.
a Rek'Sai.
There it is.
They tried
No,
the
wait a
Rek'Sai.
minute.
I also got buffs.
Yeah.
It didn't work out.
No, for me, the item changes, I think, around the marksman role, the Kraken Slayer getting super buffed. The games were super stompy, so you didn't see any of these like late game Kraken Slayer melting tank opportunities because there were some like double tank frontline things. People were building Kraken Slayer, but all the games were like 10k gold leads and didn't feel like it mattered.
Yeah.
But it is like interesting itemization choices, I think, coming in that position right now.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of different itemization, especially with Kraken Slayer getting a buff. So that's nice to see. Support itemization for me hits it, like Echoes of Helia being the new support item that's come through. The Soul Siphon passive I think, is something that people can get surprised about because you don't necessarily track the stacking of support, like those type of support champions. And right now we're seeing a lot of Yumi. we're seeing a lot of Melio. And just in general, Enchantress supports, including Lulu in the LPL, which is a support that's being played a lot there.
Shirelias, though, baby. Who cares about Echoes after the nerf, man? Give me.
I'm just saying,
Shirelias.
it was looking good. But yeah, Shirelias has always been an option, but it's just nice to see.
I want to also see more Static Shiv cheese.
There it is.
Let's go.
You said it.
I've seen Static Shiv Zoe. You know, our producer was showing me Static Shiv LeBlanc earlier today.
Yep.
Static Shiv Twisted Fate.
There it is.
You build the second item, you clear waves.
You've been playing too much ARAM, man. You're like,
Appa from TL Academy did Static Shiv Twisted Fate twice, and he's like 22-2 kills deaths on it.
I saw
and
Static Shiv
2-0.
GP as well.
Yep.
People were talking about that. a
Really?
little bit. Yeah.
So
it's-
yeah, just do
it's
it.
a cheese thing.
Just build Static Shiv. I
Yeah.
want to see it. It's just wave clear, man.
I am all for cheese builds. Speaking of cheese, it's not really cheese anymore. It would have been back in the day. But Emily, what do you bring for us to talk about today?
Yeah, so yesterday we saw that Nico was permabanned on red side. This is a clip that I'll talk over. It's essentially Yagao, if you haven't seen this. This was still on 1310. On 1311, Nico has such a high presence. She's almost always banned on red side. Yesterday, she got through in one LPL game, and a team that should not have won against JDG actually ended up winning that game. So it's not just cheese. She's incredibly strong. They were joking at this point that Yagao just takes his hand off the keyboard.
Jesus.
But yeah, you see it. It's coming. Here's the payoff. But yeah, Nico is broken. So if you were wondering why she has this insane like ban rate, especially on red side, because you do not want to give that up to your opponents. And I'm not sure why you'd ban it on blue side, like just pick it, is really insane, and it's because she can do stuff like this.
I have loved Nico's rework. If people like stopped watching during like MSI ends and then you just pick up now for LCS, you're like, what the hell is this champion doing? Like you can hide as like basically anything on the map. You have a knock up now in your ult. Like she feels so disgusting.
The best thing too is like hearing it sometimes in comms. Like I know for a few released LPL comms when she was still making it through a lot more games, like people are just like, count your minions, and then they still get trolled by the Nikos disguising themselves as minions. So you can do a lot with her, and there's definitely a reason why she's had such a high ban presence.
Yeah, and players, even though it's like an obvious thing, you just have to train yourself to constantly press tab to see if she's out of vision or not. If you press tab and it's like, oh, there's no question mark on her, but I don't see her on the minimap, she is there. I just don't know if she's a minion
As
or not.
what?
So that's one thing. But yeah, also she got like a pretty absurd AP ratio change on her ulti from 100% to 120%. So like there's
One-shots you.
Yeah. So the team fighting is easy. The laning phase is also easy to also just wave clear. So there's the simplicity of it, and then there's the complexity of just dealing with her as she's like, as you can tell from Yagao, turning into something
Just
different.
build Night Harvester on everything. The little green orb for the proc of Night Harvester stays. Unless they patch that out, but it used to be there. There's your pro tip. Just build Night Harvester on everything to find the Nico. It's easy mode. The other thing to talk about is Melio, a new champion that came out. Chad is brain broken? What are you doing?
Well, I'm just trying to think, like,
What would you build?
I have this really, someone was telling me about the on-hit Nico that I want to just like feed with, where you just be a candy minion and you try and take people in team fights. Like, it's not going to be good.
You hope a fight breaks out near a cannon minion that you can disguise as.
Yeah, or just a double cannon minion. Like, if it's going to work, it's only going to work in the lower brackets of League of Legends.
Charitable term there, the lower brackets. And the other thing to talk about is Melio came out. We saw a lot of Melio getting through the ban phase, a lot of Zeri bans, Yumi bans, but then a lot more Melio, and Double-Lift looked incredible paired up with it.
Yeah, I mean, here you kind of see why you would take the summon Aerie into the Yumi, because it's just going to kind of continuously proc. I think a lot of the damage that caused Prince to flash there was actually just from Aerie procs. Or you can go Guardian. Melio is insanely strong. His kit has heals, Heals, shields, CC.
And range.
And range.
Yeah. And,
Yeah.
also,
And a cleanse.
And a cleanse.
Yep.
For your whole
Forgot
team.
about that
Yep.
AoE cleanse, so that's beautiful. That's nice to see. But yeah, a lot of the times you'd expect him to be weak in lane, which is the case, but we're seeing him being picked into Yumi a lot, so the Aerie is being chosen, and so he's turning into a bully, as you can see from the Lucian clip. So I was wondering for a while why we were seeing some Lucian bans, but I was like, oh yeah, Lucian Melio. Even though we haven't seen it as much because they've been banned or taken away a lot with Lucian Nami games, that is a terrifying duo.
All right, moving ahead to look at some of the teams. Like we promised, we're going to do a segment that we kind of did yesterday called Heat Checks, running with LCS Fresh. It's actually not hot in LA these days. It's like cloudy because global warming or something. I don't really know what's going on, but we're still going to run
I
with
think
a
it's
bit.
like El Nino or something.
Is it? I don't know anything.
I hear it's going to be.
Actually, El Nino.
I don't know. It's going to be really hot.
El Nino for everything.
I
It's a
know.
joke.
Yeah, it's going to be really hot in like 2 months.
All right, well, we're not there yet, but we're still going to do Heat Check. So we're
Yeah.
going to go through a couple of the matchups and say how good we're feeling about them. Jet, you're up first.
Okay.
Get in there. Oh, the metrics are different.
TSM and FlyQuest. So
Ooh.
I will say, I'm going to come at this differently than a lot of you will.
Okay.
How do you know?
So TSM is going to
Well, I'm going to. Things are going to make so much sense once I'm done that maybe you'll just all copy me. So I will say, FlyQuest really sucked yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost perfect game.
Yes, but a lot of people had them like their temperature probably started like here. So this would have been like pre-game 1, okay? This would have been in pre-game 1 FlyQuest.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'll actually go pretty far.
Right?
I'll go all the way up.
I
'cause
would
go
say
to Worlds,
go
yeah.
Worlds.
Oh,
yeah.
I guess Go Worlds is like top 3 or 4. So that would have been like yesterday.
Yes.
Right? So I think a lot of people would say like, damn, they almost got perfect gamed. They need to go hospital. That's the wrong color. They need to go hospital. But I would also say like, this looks to me like the old mercury thermometer,
Yeah.
which takes time to adjust.
So right now they're at
So
The actual
even if-
liquid needs to heat and
Yeah,
and cool.
even if it was a really hot thermometer, it was literally 1 game. So it's probably like right here.
Okay.
That's
You
going to
still
be my
think they're going
current
to
heat
Worlds?
check. I mean, honestly, yes.
So yeah, I mean, it's
Literally 1 game.
This is 1 day of overreactions. You're saying
Yeah.
that's don't lose
agree
faith
with
yet.
yeah, this is how the thermometer has moved. So we're going to move to TSM now.
There it is.
Yeah. I would say this is probably how they started.
It's still about
So this
there.
is like their day 1 heat check.
Yeah. So they're checking out of the hospital.
I think I'm going to keep them right there.
All right. Well,
They
you
need a
thought
little
about
more
it.
time in the
Yeah.
room.
They're still
that
in
was
the
about-
hospital.
That was about the temperature check yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes
No
sense.
disagreements.
No,
No,
no, I think you're
I
right.
don't disagree.
I mean,
I'm
with
really good at this
FlyQuest,
game.
FlyQuest
Right.
still go Worlds.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it looks like for the current heat check.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Emily.
All right, I
you're up
am
next.
gonna copy you in terms of like what it was going in, right?
Okay.
So also shout out to our producers who color matched.
The colors are
Yeah, I did not.
really good.
We didn't do any of that.
And
work.
they're labeled and
So
stuff.
I feel like at the beginning of yesterday, right?
Thank you, Big G.
It was probably. Wait, why is this not? There we go.
Hey,
Come
tassels.
on.
Oh!
my
Tassels.
shirt.
That shirt.
Oh,
You know what? I like this better. I'm
I
not
always
gonna lie.
get trolled with my outfits.
Oh, it's
my
actually in a
God.
really good spot now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
take
and
it.
actually this
It's
is
red.
better.
It's red.
It's red. It's red.
You got to change it.
Oh.
Wow.
There we go.
I know how to use Telestrator. Anyway, it was at Go Hospital yesterday,
Okay, yeah.
right?
Okay. Which is still not as low as it can go.
Yeah,
So-
you
The
could be
thermometer
you could be
could freeze and break.
sub
Yeah.
hospital.
Yeah, something like that.
All right.
Go cemetery.
Oh God.
Go more.
But I think right now, like maybe optimistically, people might be here. I need to see them play more games.
Yeah.
But I would say I I am more optimistic on them than I was previously. Like, put them right there.
Okay.
Yeah. We're so agreeable.
NRG,
I won't be good.
I feel like people, middle of the pack is kind of high, honestly, compared, or maybe that's just an optical illusion. I feel like people probably would have put them middle of the pack or like here at the start of yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday was not good, though.
Were they
Yeah,
the
is
perfect?
there?
So who got perfect game? It was NRG, right? Or
Yeah, it was NRG.
Yeah, there was a bunch of potential perfect games that were off by like 1 kill, 1 turret, 1 Rift Herald.
Yeah.
NRG actually got
That was the
perfect,
perfect
game
game.
by EG.
Yeah.
Fourth one in the
So-
franchise era.
Yeah.
So yeah, now I would put them like, I mean, I still think they're gonna end up middle of the pack. Maybe like move it 1 down, but like I feel like this is still a pretty. Obviously, they got perfect game by EG.
Yeah.
It's 1 game. I would keep them there. Here, I'll put IMT back up to. What
the
was it?
comparison.
We're kind of in between like Go Hospital and there.
This is
So
a pretty
there.
close game.
So, yeah.
This is gonna be. I had a hard time being like who is actually gonna win this game based on day 1 performance.
All right, not bad.
Who's up next?
All right, that's on me.
What do you got for us? Which teams?
Golden Guardians and Evil Geniuses. So I'll clear this one up just to see what we end up getting here. Bam! Oh, that was clean. Okay. So Evil Geniuses, we did Golden Guardians, and I guess the question is, did I change my take? Did Jat change my mind? Wow.
Just be Dig.
You
Remember
do
the
not-
Dig.
yeah,
Grab
do
a
you not
color.
have a
That's a little
color?
insulting, I will say. So
Is it the same color?
I think so.
It's gonna be a little too yellow.
Raz, just match your colors next time.
What, to match my colors?
do your
What am I supposed to do? Okay, I am not changing my take. They're going to Worlds. I think.
Whoa!
Wait.
What?
Oh no, I actually had them 4th.
Who'd you have over them? 100
Well,
Thieves?
then they can.
No,
play
I had
you
them going to
and
Worlds.
they
I had them
can
3rd. I had them 3rd. It was a tough one. I remember that I had that conversation, but I had them going to Worlds. I am not going to overreact. They faced Cloud9. It was a tough one. They had an early game lead. They stay where they're at here going to Worlds. And yes, due to the mercury on a typical thermometer, that's going to take a while for
So
me
you'd
to
say like
adjust.
losing in 26 minutes is like, yeah, that's still the hottest temperature on the thermometer.
Yes.
Is that your analysis?
I'm not changing based on
What
one
have they done
game.
yesterday that would
It's
lower
also
that
one
temperature?
game. It's C9 who they routinely lost to, like
It's also
in almost every match.
Yes.
Depends on how you make the thermometer, because it could be hotter, but the thermometer is all the way filled up. But like if you start heating it more, it'll just turn to a gas. Like maybe Cloud9 is actually gaseous and not liquid anymore, because there's been enough heat.
I just disagree
Wow.
that it's the
They're
hottest
close.
possible
They
temperature
phase
after
change.
a loss.
I think so. You're overreacting. You overreacted on the last one. You're overreacting on this one. And you're a known Golden Guardians hater. I'm putting that out there.
You're saying they're the best.
They're not the best. They're going to Worlds. Anyways,
What
let's
does
go on to the
Cloud9
next one.
look like?
We're going to the next one.
Move
Evil
on.
Geniuses. I actually would have had Evil Geniuses initially here. Around Go Hospital to the middle of the pack. They perfect gamed. That's different now. And they have great players. Bot lane was incredibly strong. We saw the solo kill that happened there because of Unforgiven. And then the top side of the map was great. So JoJo performed. If JoJo performs this way,
Whoa.
yeah.
They're almost going to Worlds.
They're almost
they might
They're
go to
almost
Worlds.
there. It's going to be a heartbreak.
They're gonna have to play Europe in the 4th seed.
I like the
Is
sound of
match
that.
you're at?
JoJo's good in those matches.
Yeah.
I like the
He
sound
has
of
a
that.
great history versus Mad Lions.
Successful.
does.
All right. Successful. So that is my take on that one.
All right, I'm coming up last. I got 100 Thieves versus TL.
All right,
I feel like
catch.
I need to lean. I'm not in the way, right?
Nice.
I don't know.
They do camera magic.
Okay, cool.
All right, 100 Thieves. People think I hate them.
Do you?
Do you?
No, I'm a believer now.
Whoa.
They're going to Worlds.
What?
Am I overreacting? Who
So
can
hold
say?
on.
One game
You're
of data.
overcompensating.
I follow the data.
Wait,
There's
didn't-
one game of
didn't
data.
you
They
put
were
them
amazing.
sixth?
That's like 130 degrees.
Yeah, like I said, phase changing. They're turning gaseous. It's starting to like maybe the thermometer is going to explode. They looked great. FlyQuest was everyone's like 2nd seed, 3rd seed. They destroyed them, and they
What
did
if-
it with Nuke Duck mid. He played great against FlyQuest. He was supposed to be our world's bound team. They had their whole lineup there.
What if Quid comes in and messes everything up?
Oh no.
That'll be a new
Then
data
we're in
point,
an
and maybe it'll
Alo
cool down.
situation.
Inexperienced.
Jet, I stuck the thermometer in game 1, and it came out scalding hot. What do you want me to say? It's a 1-game sample size.
All right, okay, you commit.
Okay.
I agree.
Thank you. Team Liquid.
Uh-oh.
eh,
Oh, that's still pretty high.
Oh.
Oh
no,
my
I'm
God.
trolling, actually. Let's go back down.
Oh.
Nope. Oh,
Oh my God, he's messing up.
I fell for it. Yeah, they're still here for me. I think like it was really cool to see them win that game, but you saw a lot of the exact same problems you saw last split, which got them
Yeah.
8th. And even if they do slightly better, that's still middle of the pack. Like even if they should be here, we're talking like, all right, maybe you're more 5th. it was really scary to see against TSM. They get these huge leads, and they're still losing Dragon fights. They're still not setting up around objectives correctly. Like, seems like the same team that we saw in spring. Doesn't seem like very much has changed. That's where I'm at with these teams.
That's pretty doomer of you.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
1 game sample size.
Yeah.
You guys keep trying to like say how the thermometer's changing and like your liquids are all like take forever to heat up.
Hey.
Mine, I stick it in, it comes out.
Well, you have one of those new thermometers. And you pop your ear for like 2 seconds, pops out temperature.
It's like you got the turkey in the oven.
Yeah.
You stick
I
it
got
in,
it.
it comes
I have
out
an old
130.
thermometer. It takes like 2 minutes.
I don't think they were. When have you guys last used a mercury
did they
thermometer? It's not that
actually?
slow.
I have not.
they are
used it in a
slow.
long time.
Are you talking about the electronic ones that you stuck under your tongue?
No, it's a
No.
mercury. It doesn't use electricity.
Okay, I was just making sure because I'm pretty sure the mercury thermometers are relatively fast.
It's got to be like 2 minutes.
Someone's gonna correct us on this.
Yeah.
Someone tweet at one of us.
How long can we just have this?
Link a YouTube video about a mercury thermometer. Oh, God. All right. Well, we're going to take a look at some more teams coming up in the first, but we're not. Oh.
3 to 4 minutes.
What?
3 to 4 minutes. That's what our producer is saying.
producer
I have
said
something that's
four.
not super appropriate.
That
there
does
is.
seem very slow.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it was 3 to 4 minutes if you put it like under your armpit or like in the nose. There's another spot you could put it that's much faster.
He said mouth, though, was 3 to 4.
That's true.
Close your mouth, 3 to 4
Sorry,
minutes.
I'm
We're not
fine.
doing butt. We're doing armpit or mouth. All right,
Okay,
get
yeah.
your mind out of the gutter.
We're done. The doctor wanted it faster though.
The doctor's got a lot of clients to get through. There's 10 teams. He's checking fast. All right, we got to get out of here before we say something unhinged, more unhinged than we already have. We're not the only ones conducting heat checks. Here's a look at Jensen answering some spicy questions.
You played on a decent amount of teams, right? Throughout your time, you got a lot of experience with a lot of players throughout the years. And a big part of that is scrimming. Some of scrims are good, scrims are bad. Who would you say is the #1 griefer in scrims, either on your team now or throughout the people you played?
Okay, #1 griefer.
Yeah.
I think this is an easy one actually.
Really?
Yeah. I think Rush takes this one.
Okay, why was Rush such a griefer then?
I feel like at a certain point he just didn't want to be in NA anymore. So he was kind of just like there, going through the motion, and yeah, it was not the best.
Asserting dominance, I know that he doesn't die, but I did it for fun.
But honestly, it's a tough one because I feel like at certain points I can compete for the title myself too. So I think me and Rush, we both take the crown together actually.
I respect it. Dual
Yeah.
citizens in the
Exactly.
area of griefing.
Exactly, yeah.
I love that for you.
Well, thank you very much, Dignitas, for sharing that one with us. Here are the games for the rest of the week.
There's got to be more to that video, right?
Yeah, I imagine there's a
Yeah.
longer cut of
Okay.
that on their YouTube.
Yeah.
or
Okay,
Twitter.
good. Check that out.
I like how Jensen acknowledged his own contributions to the award as well.
Yeah.
It's very honest of him.
I think we've all griefed at different points in time.
True.
If you're trying to say you haven't,
Yeah.
that can't be right.
Yeah. I love the honesty there. Good on Ravish to get those questions, those answers out of him.
So here are the games today. Like we were saying, Dignitas C9 kicking us off. FlyQuest versus TSM. Both of them want to bounce back from day one. 100 versus TL. Undefeated currently. One of them has to lose there. We got Energy versus IMT. Golden Guardians versus EG to end the day. What are you most excited about?
I'm looking forward to games 3 to 5,
Yes.
just because I think I'm gonna clean up in predictions. We're not there yet.
Oh, no,
yesterday,
this guy.
Yesterday I did clean up in predictions.
This guy.
I always.
I was not cleaning
suck
up.
at
You got 4-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 out of 5. Rez, what did you get?
Let's not talk about that.
Okay. Half as many W's. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's gonna be a good day.
To be specific, I'm going for Golden Guardians EG. All right. I think EG surprised us yesterday, and they could surprise us again. So I'm looking forward to that matchup.
Definitely a good one to see. We're going to start with game one, though, and just talk about Cloud9, how good they looked in their first game back, beating Golden Guardians for what, like the 9th time in a month and a half, going back to the finals, then at MSI, and then again on opening
We
day.
need to track this for
It's
sure.
been a lot.
We need to track this.
It's a lot of wins. How'd you guys feel watching them?
I actually felt like I got the chance to cast this game. I felt like they had a very slow start. I thought M&S had a pretty poor game. I heard he was a little bit tilted afterwards, but they need to be able to bounce back in a big way because I think their comp turned on for sure in the fights that we're seeing right here, where they can just kind of fly in with Zeri Kindred. Blabber talked about how OP Kindred was. He was farming well. But like there was a lot of moments early on in this game that were a little dicey for them and I think could have led to a much harder game.
Yeah, I really love this composition. I liked their composition actually a lot better than Golden Guardians because for the flip side, I thought it came to a point where Golden Guardians' lead just wasn't going to be enough regardless against what C9 did. And I really liked the double marksman. I loved seeing Blabber on Kindred. I thought it was super fun.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of thing that this team can do, right? Like they're very flexible. I do agree, but I also think that the slow start, individual performances aside, could also, again, be more comp-based as well when these two team compositions meet each other, because we've also seen from C9 them go for super heavy early game. And of all teams, I think they are the best in snowballing that as well.
Yeah, there are elements of that within the game, like with bot lane falling behind, the early invade from Drax, of course, getting level 2 over Kindred. There are things like that in which is like, okay, compositionally, that was the reason for that. There were some just flat-out errors with Kindred going over wall, trying to get a kill on Huhi, and then getting like picked off. So they made mistakes, and I think people need to recognize that. But they find windows to just open the game up, and that one is for me like quintessential C9. Like the second dragon that the first dragon they picked up, which was bot lane's behind. They lost the wave off the base, but that means that when they come back to lane, they get the push. Kindred immediately says, okay, let's just start Dragon, because that's our opportunity. We can get something out of it. And so Cloud9 is a team that's actively thinking, actively challenging you, even when they're behind, and that's something, those are like moments within the game where you're like, okay, I appreciate that, because there's not a lot of teams that can challenge them to get them to fall behind early, compositionally or off their own mistakes. So that's a positive of Cloud9 that I like seeing.
Yeah, I think Jat's a nitpicker. I think that was a good game out of C9. Golden Guardians had good games against them in the early game a lot of the times in their matchups. Like, the Golden Guardians is a good early game team. So I have no problem with them. We'll see now, looking at predictions, if people think Dignitas, has any other chance against C9. Did anyone?
Another golden team. 99! Who's the one?
Who's the one?
Who's the one?
That's really high.
This is only day 2, technically, that we've had the percentage fan vote on
That's
screen.
a record.
Oh.
It is a record. Out of 2 days, in 10 games so far, that is the most certain fans have ever been.
I don't think we're ever going to see 100.
We're never going to see 100.
I think we might see 100 later on this
There's
season.
always that one guy in the chat or who is ever voting, you're just looking at them, it's like, are you really doing this?
Wow.
I thought I was going to be so hipster with my games 4 and 5 predictions, but I'm just following the pack.
Yeah, you are.
The interesting thing to me is every single one of us in these final 3 matches picked one that the other 3 didn't, right?
Nice.
So, like, you picked TL over 100. I picked EG over GG, and then Raz picked IMT over NRG.
Yeah, I like the faith that you guys still have in NRG after yesterday's games, but I really think IMT, this looks like a different team. And the one thing that I was surprised about was Balulu playing well on the RA pick, like playing really well. I was like, okay, that, for me, my biggest question is like, how can he do on the meta champions? And I thought he did really well. So they're just a different looking team right now.
All right, I want to see Santorum play Ivern. I want to pull this back. I want to
Let's
see him play
go.
Ivern. He's good at it.
All right.
It's good.
Jat's calling this pick. He thinks Santorin, if they want to beat Cloud9, if they want that 1%, it lies with Ivern, the brush,
The great flex
maker,
pick.
brush master.
Support, jungle,
No,
mid.
just
flex pick.
Jungle.
Stop that. We're going to go to the
Off lane.
casters before Raz gets more unhinged. Let's head over for game 1.
80 carry. Ivern.
Welcome to opening week, presented by MasterCard. We're here for day 2 of Summer Split in LCS. It's 2023. It's Cloud9 going up against Dignitas. And if the fans have anything to say about it, if their opinion
That's
is to
crazy,
be
by the way.
regarded, it's 99 to 1 odds.
That's actually crazy that there was only a couple of trolls there to be able to vote the other way.
You see, and you even just subconsciously there, there's a couple of trolls.
That
Those
was
are the
not
guys.
subconscious. That
that's
was
fully-
deliberate. That was very deliberate. Our producer, though, 5 seconds before we just came on air, producer just decided, Dignitas, they're going to shock the world right now. Here, today, me, you, Flowers, we're going to be here for it. Dignitas, they're going to shock the world.
Was Zeus the one fan?
Zeus was the one.
He was he has the faith. Well, let's see if Dignitas can pull off the incredible upset and take down C9, jumping into picks and bans. Yes!
Woo!
Yes! That's my line!
Wait,
That's what I put in my custom in-house games.
Can we also add the Cassante on there?
Yeah, let's throw that in there too.
Yeah, nice. All right. All of them. Get them out of here.
We're 2/3 of the way there. There's no Zeri, there's no Yumi. Melio and Jace also being banned out here in this one. So those 2 primary supports, those very strong enchanters, along with that premier AD carry. Then the Jace banned out.
We got the Blabber fans here as well.
Yeah.
That's one thing. The analyst desk was discussing the buffs to Ivern. And Ivern's solo queue win rate did skyrocket. However, Ivern very prone to getting invaded on his first clear. In pro play, that is a giant liability.
Yeah.
And against Blabber, if you're going to pull it out in pro play, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm actually here for it. I'm down to see some Ivern in a very good spot, as they were saying. Daisy's super buff, but do not do that versus Blabber. If you pull out an Ivern now, it better be a solo lane.
Well, one of those staple junglers that often gets played, the Vi, banned out by Dig, and one of the new age terrors of the Rift, Nico, banned out last ban of the first phase by C9, locking in the Cassante. Kobe, I'm sorry.
I just added that one. They didn't get the...
They're not listening to rules. They're breaking the rules.
Right.
Rule breakers on the side of Dignitas. Cassante locked in first.
Surprise, surprise. Cassante, the flex here, very, very powerful for Dignitas. You know, there was actually a decent amount of hype for Dignitas coming into this split. Bringing in Rich, trading out for Amma, and just with the success that they started to have at the end of the split when they added Tomo, they started looking better. But obviously, opening game, really rough for them.
Well, I'd also argue, in a lot of situations, Cassante does seem like a flex. I would say on this Dignitas team, there's not much of a chance of it.
You don't see Jensen?
Remember back during the Ruination season when Viego's solo lane was just overpowered as all hell and everybody had to play it and Jensen just could not make it click? I feel like Jensen's much more about traditional picks in the mid lane.
He's
and
a
something like
traditional man.
Cassante,
Yes.
I don't think it's going to happen, man.
The traditional Jensen, traditional mid laner. Let's see what he's going to play into the Annie if he will decide to take that Cassante away. The Maokai, all right, that is a very solid front line, very solid team fight being set up here for Dignitas. Even though I do think that Jinx, if you're transporting from MSI meta, Jinx got hit much harder than Aphelios got hit.
Yeah.
And so many more teams now on current patch do prefer the Aphelios. I'm definitely included in that. We'll see how it goes here because Cloud9 also have the Lulu here with Yumi and Milio both banned. That is so much scaling enchanter extra DPS for you.
So going by expectation with where the roles would end up, Cassante top, Maokai jungle, Lulu support, and then Annie mid, we actually only have 80 carries matching roles in the first half of the draft. So these second phase bans are not going to be as focused towards the smaller role pool that they normally are.
Yeah, and whenever you do pick one of these enchanters that's vulnerable to lane kills, usually we'll see the Blitzcrank ban, Cloud9 protecting against that, protecting Sven. They've joked about it for a long time, but any enchanter meta is a Sven meta, ever since he switched over to the support role and doesn't want to have to deal with dodging Blitzcrank hooks. There's just too much playmaking potential there, too much setup possibilities.
Dude, I had a promo shoot one time for some content with Sven, and I called him my favorite Yumi, and he just looked at me like I had personally offended him. So he's known for those enchanters, though, and they're going to ban out a second engaged champion with the Nautilus alongside the Blitzcrank. Dignitas targeting that jungle pool twice already, once with the Vi in the first half, now with the Wukong here in the second. Do they want to aim at another jungler, or are they happy with the remaining matchups? The last ban will be the Kindred. I like this going up against Blabber. Trinity Force Kindred is a menace. this, and Blabber's exactly the type of guy to play it.
Yeah, Cloud9 are the team to do it too, with so many lanes that they can set up to be early pushers, to allow Blabber to really go for a lot of invades, be super aggressive with that champion. So they banned out one of them. The tough thing with Blabber is, though, he has an insanely deep champion pool.
Yeah.
This man grinds constantly. This is not going to be anything new. The Kha'Zix here is brought back. There's some more options now on Kha'Zix with the Ghost Blade, with the Dust Blade. So we'll see which variation he goes for. You can still go for the Conqueror style. I very much doubt that we'll see the Conqueror style here, even though Dignitas are showing double front line.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and flaunt that. I got the prediction correct. It was not a mid lane Cassante. Jensen does want something more traditional. He will lock the Ahri in against the Annie, and the final pick of the draft here for Dignitas, a little bit of protection in the bottom lane, along with some of that potential for the pick or the engage in the Thresh. Whenever I see Jinx, I want to see some kind of support that can provide some layer of peel, some measure of protection, and hey, that's what Thresh is going to accomplish.
Yeah, Lantern's great for anyone who's isolated and is going to fall prey to that Kha'Zix. Get you right cozy next to the Thresh, so you're not isolated anymore, and that's primarily going to be Tomo. Meanwhile, since you get last pick, final pick here for top lane, Fudge goes with the Jax into the Cassante.
All right, let's do it. Fudge, constantly one of the guys who likes to show us some more impressive play up there in the top half of the map. The guys come in and become one of the premier top laners in the region, so I always like to see him more on these carry picks.
And one of the things I was talking about earlier, when Dig actually, they first signed Rich, I was hearing really positive things about him in isolated 1v1s and bullying people in scrims and having a lot of success there in scrims, at least at the very beginning. So we'll see how the early stages, at least for the 1v1 start, but Dignitas definitely looking towards team fights, obviously, with this composition that they have here.
Where do you want to see junglers go early on in this one, specifically for Santorin? Because after Dignitas' rough game yesterday, I really think they need to get some momentum nice and early if they want to have any sort of a chance here against C9.
So I think that your Maokai job is to sapling up around mid lane here and actually just try and get vision and keep track of the Kha'Zix. You can definitely go for Flash W into Charm plays towards mid lane as well. If you have your vision and your tracking of enemy jungler in place, then that's a very reliable early combination you can go for even before the level 6, which I think is better, before the Annie gets the Tibbers.
Yeah.
So that could be a point where you can try and go for it. But you do have to be very, very cautious here, because if you give early kills over to the Kha'Zix, then the early lethality starts to come out and the snowball starts to come through. And yeah, I definitely don't think he's going to go like the Gore Drinker Conqueror version of it. First strike. Okay, yep. So he's going to go the lethality build.
Well, let's do it. Dignitas versus C9, game 1, day 2, MasterCard opening week here in summer 2023. As Dignitas, let's see what we got here. Anything out of the ordinary? Cleanse on the Jinx, Ignite on Thresh. Other side, same thing. Cleanse there for the Aphelios, but the difference is the heal on the Lulu, taking a more defensive approach to things. All of our solo laners have their teleports, of course. Remember that on the new patch, the new era of mid-season update League of Legends, we do have those teleports getting unleashed much more quickly. 10 minutes instead of 14 means oftentimes we're going to have second dragon fights or similar objective scuffles, getting top laners involved more quickly.
I propose that we make it even more quick and we keep the timer running right now. So it's 10 minutes from when the game starts. Pauses don't detract from that time. So even though game time's not moving forward, the 10-minute unleashed teleport time.
You know what you're doing? You're going to create a real-life metagame where at the beginning of every game, some top laner just throws some crap on their keyboard and says, oh, we got to pause for 10 minutes. Sorry, guys. And then every time...
we got old teleport back!
Yeah, then it's just old teleport now. That's what we're doing. You got to be careful about that, man. These are professional video game players. They're going to min-max.
Yeah, careful. Those top laners, they want to get involved in the game.
Yeah, they're tired of this island. They want to be rescued. This is some... Wait, what's that movie? It's not... What's that? Castaway, starring Tom Hanks in volleyball. Yeah, I remember that. I was trying to remember the name.
All I know are memes from it. I didn't actually see the movie.
Well, I mean, that's the next best thing. So it rounds up, right? Like
exactly.
It's 2023.
I'm not missing anything.
The memes tell the story themselves. But yeah, we have some kind of a settings issue. I'm not really sure what that means. Any ideas? You want to just guess at it? We don't really have any game to talk about right now, so.
I'm going to go with they're ready because I see them in chat already typing out the R's. So whatever setting issue it was quickly resolved.
Was fixed? Okay, good. Maybe it was just the graphics thing, or maybe it was in like some screwed up resolution.
You know, my most controversial setting that I use is I max the mini map size.
Oh, yeah.
I made it covers
you have
up.
grandpa size.
Yeah, I maxed it all the way as big as I could make it so that I have perfect map awareness. And it's funny looking, but it actually worked. It helped.
Wait, what if the devs added an option that you could like click a button and it would make the minimap just be your second monitor instead? Would you use that?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah. Bigger is better, Flowers. I'm down.
All right. Well,
even bigger.
Hey, America. If you're out there listening and you don't have anything better to do, which I highly doubt, how about a full screen second monitor mini map and we can call it the Mega Map?
And we can like partner with one of those widescreen curved manufacturers so that we can even get it on one of those. Get it circling around behind you.
This is sounding like an incredible business opportunity already, but down here in bottom lane, things are as they usually are at level 1 with these Jinx versus Aphelios lanes. Couple auto attacks traded back and forth, and that's about it. You can see potions being chugged by pretty much everybody. And yeah, I mean,
yeah, I saw melee drops as you were talking. I wasn't going to say anything, but you know, it's looking a little rough down there. It's going to be opposite side clears for junglers too, though. And I like this here. Santorin just going to do Maokai top towards bottom since he's got the Cassante. Cassante is always fine getting pushed in because you actually do have a pretty easy time keeping up your CS there, even under a decent amount of pressure. Plus, when you're towards your tower, you can often threaten setups with your Q3s. People have to be a little bit worried about you flashing on them, getting that knock-in if your jungler's around too. Even pre-6, but mostly post-6.
And I feel like I have seen that play more out of Fudge than anybody else, specifically in LCS. So I would hope
he's not gonna get caught
as someone who's done it a lot, that he's aware of what Rich would be able to do with that. Jumps in for the counter-strike there, but he's not going to land the helicopter attack. Rich can just step back.
Oh, cannon in the dirt, my friend.
Unlucky. 6-0 on Jack's career. Has never lost while playing Jax.
Well, it's looking pretty good to me right now for him. Yeah, he forced Rich to miss that cannon minion, even though he does get hit by a Q3 here. He got the minion wave in. He cancels his early recall, though, just goes for the ward drop and has Blabber on top side, just to make sure Blabber will be able to get his coveted Scuttle Crab.
Very important.
They should be traded. Bottom side for Dignitas is helping Santorin get their bottom one, and Fudge goes to push in the remnants of this wave with a little bit of mana he has left.
Yeah, he's almost entirely but so is Rich, so he's not terribly worried about it. Obviously, Cassante does have the ability to cast spells from very low mana with the Antofo strikes only taking 15, but not enough to really threaten a Jax. As you can see, Santorin here in the bottom lane, hanging around, just clearing Krugs. It's not like there's much of an opportunity for him to gank Berserker or Sven right now. He will throw one of the saplings into the tri-brush as he makes his way forward here. Now, if Berserker and Sven step up, maybe there's a chance. Or maybe he just hangs out in the brushes. Maybe
Hovering here.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit for the recall here for reset for Blabber too. And Rich did a good job quickly dealing with the pushed in minion wave. He matches the teleport there for Fudge, so both top laners right back out to it. And the Cassante, even though he getting pushed in a bit, does not lose out on tempo.
Well, one thing I'm noticing here about the difference in buys between those top laners, one bought a Ruby Crystal, the other bought a Sheen. Much more power there in the Sheen for Fudge, so I expect him to continue having a great time in that 1v1 as long as junglers don't get involved with it. Down in bottom lane, Tomo and Diamond still just chilling. A big story, I think, for Dignitas getting to start off here in Summer Split is having Tomo over Spawn, because Spawn had a really rough spring, and you know the state of the meta as well as anybody does. It has been very AD carry focused for a very long time. Made it hard for Dig to be able to really find wins there, and their AD carry was struggling. Maybe Tomo can have a better shot at it here, getting to start with the team from the very beginning. But right now, Berserker and Sven have control over the lane.
Yeah, Berserker and Sven have been doing a pretty good job here with the chunks they've been getting too. Something that Berserker was doing a couple seconds ago. You see him use his Infernum gun when he has a splash damage, splashing it off the ranged minions. Now they're gonna go for the dive off that soften up.
They jump in. Tomo's got 100 HP. Blabber flashes in to get the first blood. Final turret shot's gonna take him back as Diamond stays alive. Berserker and Sven both very low on HP. Got to be careful about this one.
But super worth it for them because you're trading, even though you have to flash for it there for Blabber, double summoner spells down on Tomo, and Tomo doesn't get any of those minions with the built-up stacked minion wave that was pushed into the tower. So those small chunks we were talking about, Berserker getting onto Tomo, leaving their mark, softening him up, and allowing for that dive.
Oh, Fudge really going in here. I said Fudge, don't do it. I said Fudge, you know what he does. I said Fudge.
I mean, Fudge knew what he was doing. He wanted that kill, but Rich with the outplay there. Gets the ultimate off. He dodges away just out of distance, and the W goes onto the range minion under tower. Oof. Rich, these are the things we've been hearing about for scrims, where in the 1v1s, he's had some spectacular performances. He outplays Fudge, but Cloud9 still, they're very happy with this play because of the extra minions that do go to waste here. If the Jinx is not farming them, very, very, very much worth it for them. And of course, the summoner spells will mean that it is a vulnerability here. So Fudge, with this big chunk, he gets on him, pops his ultimate. He wants to go for the ultimate plus into the W with the extra damage, but Rich, he ults him over, then dashes further away, and Fudge with the auto onto the minion.
He knows that one was an error. I'm glad he immediately just goes back to laughing at it like, oh, come on, I knew that was going to happen. Anyway, we already got the fight breaking out. M&S here on the front, level 6, Annie being focused down, Diamond grabbing the kill. Dignitas get that one, but they lose Tomo in trade. It'll be a 1-for-1 with C9 having the better health and C9 getting themselves the Drake right after.
Yeah, everybody's laughing, but top lane, you know, that was a solo death. It's okay, the team's got it under control. They previously dove bottom. They're going to get the objective still stacking, and it's looking quite good. 65 to 47 CS down on bottom side too, with Tomo currently in base and the minion wave getting pushed up to tower. You have to think Berserker probably going to be able to get a turret plate on bottom as Jensen gets a turret plate in mid. Yeah, Berserker with the white gun. It's going to be 2 here.
That white gun, so good. Crescendum is excellent at knocking down plates incredibly fast. Remember, for those of you who might not know the maximization, the attack speed is going to go up the closer you are to the turret because it has to bounce back to Aphelios. So whenever Berserker hugs that turret, stands real close, makes it incredibly easy to knock those plates down. Blabber maybe looking for another angle down here. Right now, just checks through the red, seeing what might be up. Pathing back down towards this bottom lane tier 1 turret, has the ultimate available. Berserker has Moonlight Vigil as well. Sven still no Wild Growth. That's something to keep in mind. Diamond and Tomo going to be the focus here. Moonlight Vigil misses. Tomo eating a lot of damage already. He gets the kill on Sven. Dignitas punishes an overforced Cloud9 and comes out 1-for-0.
It's interesting because I was looking at the mini-map the whole time, and M&S was walking down, but he was still up by red buff when they forced that dive. So good outplay here from Dig, but Cloud9, they didn't wait around for their mid laner who was already roaming down. They paid the price. How about try number 2?
Well, the thing is, there's no ultimate here on the Annie. Blabber jumps in. Diamond wanted to make the play to cast the death sentence on Blabber to get him. He will ultimately take him down in a 1-for-1 trade, but it's 2-for-1 overall with Tomo also dying. Jensen needs to come in here and try to clean somebody up. Berserker and M&S, both at about half HP. M&S nearly has Tibbers ready to go. Keep your eyes on that cooldown on the right side of the screen. Jensen still thinking about if he wants this or not. Berserker does not have a lot of mana to work with. Super Mega Death Rockets, but M&S with the stun to disengage.
Yeah, it was close. If the Charm and the Super Mega Death Rocket hit there, maybe pops ult, goes for the burst damage, even with the extra person around. But this game's getting a little wildflowers. Okay,
yeah, 9 kills, 9 minutes.
Getting a little messy here. Dignitas keeping it very, very competitive versus Cloud9 with all the scrappiness. And bottom lane were able to fight their way out of round 1 of it. And then the second part, they still get another counter kill onto the Kha'Zix. Here's a look at the original one. So even though the ultimate from Berserker missing was a lot of damage, but Sven right under tower, pretty easy pickings for them. And Blabber just calls it out, backs out, doesn't want to take any tower shots. But then M&S arrives, and the mini-map was kind of the key thing to look at there.
Blabber prowling around top side now after having those 2 ganks in bottom lane. Wanted to see what he might be able to affect, but Rich's ward means that the bug is found out. Dustblade of Drakthar on him. Remember, this synergizes really well with Kha'Zix now because it's going to give you that extra damage, the execution on your abilities, which Kha'Zix already loves, plus the ability to become untargetable after assisting in a takedown is huge for getting in, getting a kill, and disengaging. Tomo tagged with a Moonlight Vigil. As soon as the stun hits, Tomo has to pop the cleanse to get away.
Yeah, and you know, Ghostblade got originally turbo buffed, but they quickly tapped it right back down and then rebuffed out Drakthar at the same time. So they did that same thing where they're like, you know what? Everybody's spamming Ghostblade. It is super OP. And so they nerfed that one, but then they buffed this back up to give you something in return. And so a lot of those assassins are just swapping between the two, going everybody more towards the Duskblade now. If you can make use of, again, key part is it is ability damage. Pretty much everybody's happy with untargetability, but
yeah, ability damage favors certain champions more than others, but Kha'Zix with those Qs, very, very scary stuff. Blabber's in a great spot right now, 3-2-1, 100% kill participation on his team. Nobody else is above 2. Turns out this guy might just be the driver for early action on the Cloud9
I mean, he's
squad.
been driving down towards bottom lane a lot. And if they're forcing tower dives, somebody's going to die. Sometimes it's him. Actually, a lot of the times it's him, but they're also getting a lot of kills there too. So that is all of the action except for the 1v1 on top side, where we saw Fudge also with a taste for tower dives. So Cloud9 liking their tower dives, but not being as successful as they would want with them.
Well, we've got a Drake spawning in 30 seconds. Remember, the Cloud9 got the first one. Teleports are not available for anybody on the map except for M&S. Rich actually just now using his to get back into the top lane. So if this is an on-spawn Drake, it means we're only going to have the guys who walk down to it part of the fight. You can see Dignitas clearing out some vision right now, looking to make something happen here. As all out, it's time for Rich to go all in. Fudge jumping back into the wave, seeing if there might be some outplay potential. Q3, one more auto attack gets it done, and Rich gets his second solo kill of the game. Blabber takes out Jensen back in the mid lane, and now Santorin has to head for the hills. And the hills look a lot like Rich. He's coming to back his buddy up, but it might be a problem. Jimenez gets the kill on Santorin, and now Rich has to flash away just to survive. He won't even do it as Blabber picks up another, and the 2v2 in bottom lane ain't gonna stop either. Diamond tries to get out. Berserker doesn't have the range to follow him up any further. Sven using the wild growth on himself means that there's no chance for Dignitas to get anything else back. It's a 7-6 game now with a 2K lead for C9.
Yeah, Blabber and top lane both keeping this game bloody. I feel kind of bad for Rich because he had a really, really strong kind of tree of decision making there. He was on Iceborne Spike to just the components at the time of the 1v1 there with Fudge. So he forces, after getting back with fully completed Iceborne, onto Fudge, and he hit that Q3 as the counter-strike stuns him. So the Q3 still got out, and he still got the knockback on it, and he gets the solo kill onto Fudge with really good choice of timing to take the 1v1 due to the item spike, but then also execution in it. It's just that then when Cloud9 start winning with their jungle mid through the mid lane and chasing up through the river, he cannot do anything. That's what I'm talking about, where he got stunned, but he still got his Q3 off. So as he's getting stunned, it does get the pullback onto Fudge. And you see the slow field on the ground. The Iceborne is completed. At that time, Fudge did not have his Divine completed, so that was that one. Then, meanwhile, it was the mid-side play where Jimenez holds his stun until Blabber gets there, and then you get the big surprise. Anti-stun into Kha'Zix, surprise from Brush with his Duskblade already complete. He does so much damage right now. He's able to get the untargetability off the kill on Santorin, and so Rich knows, shoot, got to get out of there now, but he can't. And it's Blabber rolling this one through with the Kha'Zix. The snowball is working quite nicely. Double lethality items with the Umbral now complete too. The vision control will come.
M&S looking for Diamond, drops the Tibbers. It doesn't have a stun with it, but plenty of damage still from that AoE dot. M&S with one more hit will take him down. Picks up the kill on Diamond for his second of the game as the tier 1 turret will now be the target. Plates have already fallen, which means this thing is not long for the Rift. With that destruction, it's nearly a 4,000 gold lead for C9, shrinking back down closer to 3K now with Jensen picking up that turret back in mid. Jensen's Ahri with the Everfrost now completed, has been struggling a little bit with the charms this game, so hopefully the Everfrost will help him set those up for more pick potential. He's been with a flash away there from the Nature's Grasp. Does not want to give away a free kill to Santorin and Dignitas. Jensen also teleporting in, really committing for this. The Glitterlance fires off, and as soon as they get the TP answer back from C9, Dignitas wants no more.
All right, defensive teleport used here for the cover for M&S means that topside is a 2v1. So while Rich has been faring quite well 1v1 versus Fudge, when Blabber enters the scene and you see the jungler is the same level as you as a top laner, you're definitely scared. Blabber with the 400 gold bounty on his head will be able to finish off that Rift Herald and get even richer. It is so nice now with the local gold being so high here for Rift Herald to get that isolated more money onto the jungler, and he is having so much fun right now with this big power spike.
So we've got this engage on M&S, but it's only an engage from Diamond and Santorin. Ooh. Nobody that does damage is anywhere nearby, and that just means that now C9 can counterattack, pick up 2 for free. I know that they thought, sure, Jensen's nearby, he can roam up and help, but you gotta remember the enemy team has 5 guys too. You gotta wonder where they are.
Yeah, and Berserker looking pretty smooth with it there. Even sniped the ult at the end to get the trailing kill here. So now Cloud9 back on top again. Fudge joining with the rest of the squad as they have already gotten their kills down here. Just gonna be the full reset. Berserker though, that was quite smooth on the follow-up here. It looks like Cloud9 not going to sweat it too much. 4.7 now, 1,000 gold is the lead, still keeps on climbing in addition to the dragon stacking.
And it was only a few hundred up until about 12 or 13 minutes. It really was that fight that Dignitas tried to engage in the mid lane on M&S. Jensen misses the charm, Blabber gets the counter kills. That whole sequence of events just turned everything into this massive explosion of momentum for C9, and Dignitas is now all aboard the struggle bus.
Yep, they're gonna have a really big difficulty too stopping the continued plays from Cloud9. So one of the best things about Annie is you can always force. M&S has done a really good job thus far, being there for the plays. A little vertical jump here from Santorin.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it is now at level 11 Annie with Flash and Proto Belt ready. So much mobility on the champ, plus the rank 2 for Tibbers. So that engage from Cloud9, you do not want to be within a screen here of any plus any champion because there's so much damage on Cloud9. Everybody can follow up on him, and anyone who gets caught in that stun is going to be toast.
So, all right, Kobe, what's the plan here for Dignitas? Because right now it just seems like Cloud9 is running over the entire Rift. They're going to be up over 5,000 now with this turret falling in top lane. Berserker picking that up. Blabber is just completely unassailable in almost any situation unless it's 5v1 and he has no ultimate. What do you do here for Dig?
Well, they gotta just huddle and try and play defensive until Cloud9 make another tower dive int. That's okay. That's what we're looking for. Throw under tower, maybe that happens. Otherwise, you're just trying to sweep out your own jungle. Is your only hope of like catching maybe a Blabber face check or something like that. But you do need one of those things handed to you because if you're in range of M&S, look at that. He's so bold. He's gonna Proto Belt under your tower at you with 2 people there to see if Tomo will flinch.
He's just not concerned, man. He has no respect for the Jinx, and honestly, 1, 4, and 3, Tomo not particularly super threatening at this point in the game. There's no reason for him to. 45 seconds until the next Drake spawns. C9 is already at a 2-0 count in those, and I expect him to continue moving that forward.
Yeah, I'd say Dignitas, you got to make the call, go for top tower instead of this dragon. You get completely blasted at this dragon fight, so maybe try and get some gold anywhere you can. Good call here from Cloud9 though, of course. They're very well aware of the position that they are in with so much control, and so they send M&S to the top side to stop that possible play.
And the reason that it's M&S up there is because he has the teleport ready. You can see that cooldown in the top right there. Fudge is still just a little bit off of having that unleashed teleport cooldown, so they want to make sure that if Dignitas does try to commit everybody to this dragon fight, make some sort of a Hail Mary play, they can immediately respond with their own man across the map. But right now, nobody else is required. Blabber's so far ahead. Kha'Zix is so good at killing these things with Q Evolve that he can just take the dragon out by himself. You can see with our perfect spectator vision, nobody from Dignitas even wants to go into the same quadrant of the map as this thing. So no challenge there. C9 move on to Soul Point.
And that's simple self-preservation, Flowers, because it's far too dangerous to go anywhere near those Cloud9 members for Dignitas. So those basic instincts kicking in, you know, stay safe.
Yep.
And maybe,
always go with a buddy.
Maybe your opportunity will present itself.
Santorin going in for that opportunity right now. The Nature's Graph fires out. They wanted to go for Fudge, but he can back away. Now M&S shows up. He flashes forward, and he just kills Tomo underneath the turret in the middle of the rest of Dig.
He's got a stopwatch still, too. So that's why he's so bold there. Actually goes right back in. Still has his stopwatch on the Annie, even though he uses his flash to get that kill on the AD carry. Cloud9 still pushing, though, and with the W evolve here too from Blabber. He can also lend that extra support with the AoE.
Man, oh man. I like that Dignitas at least went for something there. They saw maybe there's an angle to catch him underneath the turret, like you were saying, but they just don't have the damage. They're too far behind.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the opportunities that you are looking for, though. So I agree with you. Like that they, took their shot there. Santorin trying to get him even further under the tower and hoping with the extra tower defense and damage they might be able to do something. And Santorin finds M&S. He's got no flash. He's toast.
He should be down here. There's no world where he gets away. Where's the kill gonna go? Rich picking up the shutdown. M&S getting his second death this game.
Okay, can they get the top tower objective bounty shutdown then too? You love to try and get full value and actually get objective bounty shutdowns out of these plays, but they want more kills.
Blabber now being found by Santorin and Rich, but he can use the ulti to get back to his team. And now with Wild Growth and Fudge coming in from the side, they can re-engage. All out takes Fudge over the wall and brings Rich back to safety as Santorin and Diamond disengage off to the side. Fudge now finding himself alone still, but disengages back to his team. You've still got Blabber back here fighting. He's trying to chop down the tree, but Diamond puts him on a leash. Blabber, however, is absolutely running wild, and Berserker takes down Rich. Tomo and Jensen want to get away, but that bug is hungry. He goes in for the damage. He gets a double kill. The turret shot's going to kill him through the Dust Blade. It's an absolute fiesta of a fight, but it's C9 partying hard when it's all said and done.
Yeah, it's a bloody fiesta, Flowers, and I love it. Cloud9 will be able to get the Baron in the aftermath here. I love the vitality, they're playing the game with, and the bloodlust here, but it is a little bit too far. Dignitas, Cloud9 are just so fed right now, and they go on Blabber. He's got the spell shield, so he's able to get the Q into ultimate back over to his team. He chunks up, softens up two people, and Fudge sees the angle to try and go for it. But then Fudge very deep here off the ultimate from Rich. They try and finish him off. You called it out. He was able to kite back to his team. But in the left side of your screen there that we weren't following on live, Blabber does finish off his kill on the Diamond and chase Santorin basically back to the fountain, only being at 200 HP, and then allows Blabber to come from behind the turret to make sure they can't escape. And even though he does go down to the tower, he gets one, and Berserker cleans the other one here with Jensen dying as well.
And as you said with Blabber, when he goes in, somebody dies. A lot of the time, it's him. And there, it was him again. But the prize is a fight where you get way more kills, and the rest of your team gets the Baron even without you. C9 now going to have that Baron for the next 2 minutes. Their soul spawns much faster than that, only a minute and a half away from now, as Blabber can get away over the wall.
Yeah, he's jungler higher level than everyone on the opponent team, Flowers. That in this day and age, that is a
mega
statement.
Yeah. If this was like season 6, I'd be like, yeah, what else is new? Sky's blue.
He's having some fun, though.
This is absolutely the Kha'Zix highlight game here for Blabber. Edge of Night, Umbral Glaive, Dusk Blade, Last Whisper also in the inventory for increased armor penetration against the tanky targets of Santorin and Rich. Teleport from M&S down into the bottom lane to join up with Berserker and Sven. Apply some 3-man pressure here while Fudge splits back in mid and Blabber hovers between the two looking for opportunities.
Yeah, he's hunting down here. Just passing through the vision, trying to keep the extra territory ready for Dragon Spawn, because this will be the Dragon Soul. 29 seconds on the clock, and Cloud9 slowly making use of their Baron buff here while they wait for it.
Yeah, they just want to try to force down these tier 2s if they can. Blabber jumping over the wall, finds a lot of burst onto Jensen, but cannot kill him off. Jensen disengaging back as Rich has gone all out. He's ready to fight, but it's Tomo killed off by M&S. Santorin trying to take Berserker with them, but the shields, the reinforcement, the peel coming up from Sven. It'll finally not be enough, but now Jensen's stunned up. He goes golden, but man, it's just a trophy for C9 now. Everybody on Dig is dead and only cost Berserker. C9 up 12,500 gold, 3 men left alive, 4 men left alive. I forgot about Fudge, who wasn't even down there. He's back in the mid lane. They don't even need the Drake. They can just push into the enemy base now, but recognizing that they likely can't end just yet, Blabber will be the one to fall back. He'll take the soul while everybody else takes the turrets.
Yeah, this game's not about Fudge. It's fine. You can forget about him every once in a while. Cloud9 still pumping. Oh my goodness. This is looking like our defending champions, Flowers. This truly is Cloud9 time. They're going for Berserker here, though. Dignitas, eyes on the prize. Rich started out. He died. Santorin tries to follow it up. Diamond tries to follow it up. In the end, they do get their kill. They got Berserker, Aphelios down. It is going to cost them everything, though.
It's a Pyrrhic victory. They got it done. Everything else was lost in the process. It's now a 13,000 gold deficit. Dignitas does not have any realistic chance to win the game any further, but I want to see what they might still be able to do here. I mean, damage dealt in the last team fight.
Wait, they forgot to put Fudge's damage.
Yeah, Fudge rolled a donut, but that's all right. The rest of the team, 10,000 between the 3 other carries there on the side of C9. As the combination of all 5 players on Dignitas, I'm not sure if it hit 5K or not, and that's just the difference in money, right? That fight starts with a 9,000 gold lead. It ends with a 12 or 13,000 gold lead. Yeah. It's a bit of a mess.
Yes, sir. All right, Cloud9, level 16 acquired for Blabber. Juicy evolves here for the Bug. He has been the star of this entire game. It has been fun. Cloud9, though, the base is open in there. Look, oh, teleport behind for the flank.
Okay, they want to engage on C9 here. Rich is the man who's all alone, trying to use the unstoppable there. The Pathmaker, all out's going to take him through the wall, while on the backside of the fight, Blabber has gone in and found Tomo. Dignitas's plan has been completely routed, and Berserker's going to look for more money now. He shoots down Diamond, and C9's already found both enemy bottom laners. Santorin and Jensen and Rich all having to retreat as Fudge goes in, and he's looking to serve up dessert to Cassante. C9 trying to get this one done nice and clean, and they don't even gotta try very hard. Jensen with another stopwatch, another Zonia's, another stasis, trying to keep himself alive here in his own fountain. But if that's your objective in League of Legends, you know the game's gone wrong, and Blabber's gone wild. C9, 25-9, 27 minutes in, start off their summer split 2-0.
Defending champs starting off pretty nicely here in summer. They got some new jerseys, some clean looks, and taking care of business. Our first game is just a warm-up, Flowers.
Yeah, these guys, I mean, obviously, it was heavily expected for C9 to win this one, given the estimated strength of both teams here. I was pretty impressed, to be quite honest, with the first 12 minutes from Dignitas, keeping it as close as they did. Yes, there was also some goofy stuff from C9, overforcing some of those dives. Bottom lane, like you talked about, Imanez wasn't even there yet. They just left it and said, all right, let's YOLO. But Dignitas was able to punish. Dignitas kept it close for a while. It's just, man, once Cloud9 found that one opening, game was gone.
Yeah, and I specifically would call out Rich looking quite good, getting these kills onto Fudge. Yeah, the first one was tower dive, but being able to outplay it there, and maybe they'll be able to cook something up for top side. A lot of top laners can relate. Yeah. I'm doing great up here. What's going on everywhere else? It looks pretty rough. We are going to finish this one out with that teleport, though. Yep. The whole rest of the team is a little bit too far away, so he knows as soon as he arrives, Rich is running for the hills. But look at the bottom of your screen. Blabber, the true assassin, goes in towards the back, towards all of the rest of the members of Dig, and they just rip them apart.
And that final level 16 evolution, the wings for the reset, gave him the confidence to just jump in, insta-pop the enemy carry, knew he could disengage, used the flash at the very end of it as well to avoid any sort of Everfrost lockdown. I mean, he's just so far ahead, man. I like the fact that Dignitas is saying, all right, Hail Mary, last shot, let's try to make a teleport play. We got Jinx with no food, and Kha'Zix with the whole table.
we knew that was going to happen. We knew that game was ending one way. So love taking your shot when your back is against the wall. Much better than hiding and waiting for it to happen.
Well, hopefully Dignitas can get things together a little bit. Compressed schedule here in summer means your time to improve is much more limited than it normally would be, 6 weeks compared to 8. So it's time to hit the VODs. It's time to see what's going wrong, time to see what adjustments they can make. They still got another game to play tomorrow. Hopefully they can grab a win there to not end up with that 0-3 nightmare start that everybody wants to avoid. But they've definitely got a long road ahead of them here.
They certainly do. Cloud9, meanwhile, looks like their road leading back to finals already. The road looks pretty clear. They can kind of see the end with the pace that they've been setting.
Well, with this one all wrapped up, we're going to go ahead and toss things to a break, but stick around. We got TSM versus FlyQuest coming up next. Santorin going in for that opportunity right now. The Nature's Grasp fires out. They wanted to go for Fudge, but he can back away. Now M&S shows up, he flashes forward, and he just kills Tomo underneath the turret in the middle of the rest of Dig. You've still got Blabber back here fighting. He's trying to chop down the tree, but Diamond puts him on a leash. Blabber, however, is absolutely running wild, and Berserker takes down Rich. Tomo and Jensen want to get away, but that Bog is hungry. He goes in for the damage. He gets a double kill. The turret shot's going to kill him through the dust blade. It's an absolute fiesta of a fight, but it's C9 partying hard when it's all said and done.
My way too early MVP prediction will be Rich, because I'm going to be camping for him and he's a really good player.
Just me. I trust me.
Harry or Yun?
FBI. Can Berserker go back-to-back? Blabber is in Summer Split, so he's going to get nerfed.
Bothkar?
Berserker.
Berserker, because I think he's always been really good, and especially with that MSI experience, if he's able to play well, I think he'll be really good.
Is it just Blabber again?
Blabber.
I think he's gonna be a jungler because jungler's OP. Probably Blabber.
I think Blabber again.
Well, the entirety of C9. That's a safe bet.
I think it's gonna be me. I do believe in our team. I think we're gonna win, and it's almost always an AD carry meta. Like it's just that's like the way the game is in competitive. So
Pyoshik. I'm pretty confident in him right now, and I think he's super confident himself.
Pyoshik. It's the return of Pyoshik. Probably have to go with Someday because during my bootcamp in Korea with him and the team, he was kind of tearing it up.
Jojo. Jojo will win MVP.
I think I'm winning MVP because I'm the best.
I think Contract, because I feel like Jungle is a very broken role and Contract's a very good player.
River.
River, because our mid is me, so.
I'll give it to Unforgiven.
Unforgiven?
He's that good?
Yeah, I think he's that good.
Elo.
What?
I don't know, I just want to pressure him to play skill.
Think who he will be MVP. His engage is so good.
I think Core will win MVP. You gotta have a redemption eventually. Seems like a good split to have redemption for Core.
Stixay, because he's my AD carry and I'm supporting him.
Aramao.
What?
Because King is the back.
I mean, the word on the street is that Dignitas is coming back this year, and their mid laner is taking off, so I'm gonna say him.
Of course me. Prince.
I'll put Prince.
I think Prince, because now that he has very good support with him, I think he will shine a lot more.
Everyone's saying everybody. What the heck?
Wow,
I think my favorite thing is Double F saying himself, but then Bucio saying someday. I don't know if anyone caught that.
It's gonna be a problem out there.
All right, so I had a little project that I wanted to do. That
you had an
made
idea.
me cursed. Yeah, I had an idea. And that was basically like, you know how we previously had paid Fiverr to give us a bunch of hype videos, I believe from C9.
Yeah, our producer Graham had that segment in season 1.
And I was like, what if all 4 of us, Mark isn't here, but he's part of this, decided to do our own hype videos because none of us are video editors.
Yeah.
We don't know I had no experience putting together a video outside of a project I had to do in college.
I have experience making stupid videos, so I was like, hey, this is right down my line of work.
Yeah, we're really hyping this up.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is going to work out, but basically every single one of us did a hype video for the LCS summer split. Jat, you're up first.
Yeah, so spam chat with whose hype video is the best. You can honestly start like right now.
Did you make it?
I feel like I lose.
Did you make it?
Yes, I made this hype video.
Okay.
So
you didn't cheat.
We're just gonna roll it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go. Nice music.
What is the song?
Listen. Cloud9 and Golden Guardians weren't in the summer tease, so I had to make this about Cloud9 and Golden Guardians.
Okay. How long did it take you to find this in the music library?
At least 5 minutes.
What is the genre for this music?
Yeah.
This sounds like a soccer highlight videos music. Like that alongside Every Time We Touch.
Oh, God. Actually, yeah, it has the same like BPM maybe.
And?
Cloud9, will they do it again?
The hook at the end.
Yeah, it does end with a question.
So I made it by going on Fiverr and asking someone.
So you didn't make it!
I did! It costs $13 after fees.
Guys, this is just disqualify him immediately. Please don't vote for him ever again.
I produced the video. I had the concept. I provided the song. I said the clips.
Wow.
And this was honestly the wildest experience I've ever had. I've never used Fiverr before.
Yes.
I've heard it's been tough for some people. I tell the guy what I want, and he's like, all right, I'll do it for free.
He has to have gone.
So you did not go through the actual pain of video editing because my video is scuffed.
Listen,
it was, I had a hard time.
He said, I'll do it for free. I'm like, no way, I'll give you $20. And then he makes the video. I'm like, this is great. How do I pay you? He's like, if you'll agree to 10, we'll do that. I'm like, what? Okay, fine. And then the fees took it to 13.
He just, based off of your production.
He did not think it was going to be very good.
We're moving on. Jad cheated. Raz, you're up next.
It's good.
He cheated to make a bad product, which is
I enjoyed it.
So, as I said, I make stupid videos a lot in general, and like either on my YouTube channel or just on Twitter. I'm experienced. So, I hit the soul of the LCS.
Okay.
Let's roll it.
All right.
The soul of it.
I
You
see
stole
you're
this.
copying the Golden
As I said, the
Guardian.
soul
Hey there,
of
everybody.
America
This is
as
Bob
well.
Blackman of the LCS Emporium, here to remind you that we're 3 weeks away from our July 4th blast. So get on ready for some damn good deals and walk out over to the LCS here as we have some exciting news for you now. Cast away your aspersions and your memories of them days in London. Now, nothing good ever happens in London.
That's what I said.
We fought a good war to get away from London. Now we're back here in America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Here to take some wins and kick some ass here in the LCS. And we'll be ready to go over to Korea and take some ass over there in the world. But until then, we're going to be beating each other up here in Hootenanny, double kills, triple kills, quadra kills, and a good old mouth-fired ulti just to tip us off, all right? Get on over here, and then one last reminder, y'all, if you missed it last time, here's a message for you.
The only kids here is the barbecue dinner I'm having tonight. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to the casters as they have some flowers.
What are you?
What are you talking about?
I meant baby calves, by the way. I meant like baby calves as in cows. That's
That
what I
was
meant.
so scuffed. I mean, good job.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
God, that was amazing.
What did you edit it with?
It was Adobe Premiere.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, splurged on.
I bought it, so finally the money was worthwhile.
I'm not even going to try to sell you on mine. You can just start rolling it. It's bad. It's a copy of the Yuri on Ice ending.
What?
And I basically went through every pro player Instagram I could find and tried to get images of them posting stuff, which actually, in and of itself, was very difficult because most pro players do not use Instagram.
Yeah, I follow a few of them, or a lot of them, and some of their accounts.
is an actual ad.
A lot of them is just empty.
How many pros did you do? Is this the whole meet?
This was the thing. No, not at all. Also, shout out to LCS Profiles. They helped me with finding some of these. I could go in there. I also included GG and C9, right? GG beating BLG. We used the same ending clip, but it's fine.
It's a nice song. You actually picked a good song. It doesn't hit the soul of America, but you know what? I still think it passes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. The theme, I like the theme. It hit the inner weeb in you.
Yeah.
So,
All right, so Mark is not here.
he's not here. We're flaming him.
I am sure this is going to be unhinged. Let's go.
We're flaming him.
The LCS is back. Aren't you excited? Huh? Aren't you excited? It's going to be on Wednesdays, every Wednesday now. The walkout's done.
That's
The
insane.
players are coming back. Aren't you excited to see what happens? Isn't it going to be interesting?
That was so loud.
Is C9 going to win again? Is Golden Guardians going to stay
He's cheating.
good? Who's your favorite team, Yoko?
I feel like
Aren't you
he's betting
excited?
on people to vote for cats.
Aren't you excited?
Yes. He's
mister?
gonna lose.
Aren't you excited?
Mark.
Aren't you excited?
Mark.
Yeah, you're excited. It's
He's
gonna be a
pissing
good
off the
split.
cat.
It's gonna be a good split.
Okay, mine
Aren't
was
you
way harder.
excited?
Mine was way harder to make than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You actually had to communicate to someone else
Yeah.
to make it.
It's surprising. It was surprisingly a lot of work.
He
So the
filmed that on
competition's
his
pretty
phone.
easy.
Yeah, now I'm
Yeah.
curious to see what the people think.
Yeah, so hopefully you can spam
my
in Twitch
vote
chat
is
with
for
our
Raz.
names.
I still have like tears in the
Raz
corners
definitely
of
might
my
win,
eyes.
but mine was first
Yeah.
to roll.
So help me God,
My
if you win
name,
this one,
my
I
name
do
has
not
5
care.
letters in it, so I'm betting it's not me.
If you win this one, I'll be so damn mad. It won't make sense. The producers should have actually just
Yeah.
completely
This is
taken
like
that out.
this
of
is
the
like the
equation.
Oscars where
I
we're
know.
waiting to see who wins.
I'm not even a fan of this.
It should be Raz.
It
I hope
shouldn't
it
even
is.
be a competition. Jat shouldn't even
Yeah!
be here.
Let's go! Second place.
Oh.
Yes, second place.
And
right,
Mark
I
didn't
think-
get
I think
any
you deserve it. I
time.
think you
Mark
All
didn't
right,
get
all right.
any
You
time.
guys
Yours
voted
really good.
correctly, so good job.
I'm posting that
I
on
want to
Twitter.
know what Flowers and Kobe think of this, so we'll toss it to them.
Yeehaw, Cowboys.
Honestly, I voted Raz as well. That was just some good old-fashioned down-home video making, brother.
It definitely was. Let's get it right into Champion Select. FlyQuest versus TSM coming up on your screens right now. Look at that. Seamless Flowers. We don't mess around. All right, let's get into it. Zeri and Yumi banned immediately. You love to see it. Nico
Beautiful.
short to follow as well. Milio now is our next most wanted.
So let's go ahead and catch everybody up to speed who might have missed day one. TSM, they lost to Team Liquid. It looked like it shouldn't have been a super close game, but TSM was finding some wins in fights that they had no business winning. So at least you can take some positives from that. For FlyQuest, man, I don't know what happened. They had some
They got
problems.
ducked.
Yeah.
Nuke Duck came in mid lane. Someday was his signature Renekton, double up signature Lucian. What more is there to say? Absolute stomp in there. So let's see about the bounce back. And there's our boy.
Yep.
Milio, first pick. I say lock that sucker in.
Zeri, Yuumi, and 4 junglers taken off the table means that it's pretty easy to pick up Milio when that's left open. TSM are going to respond. They're saying, all right, you want Milio? We'll take Lucian, Nami, but that means Aphelios will be locked in beside that new support pick along with Annie in the first half of the draft for FlyQuest.
Okay, moving through it quickly here. Looking very spicy. I definitely like the FlyQuest side of it. TSM, though, hovering around with some Jarvan. Jarvan was buffed a long time ago, but more recently, both Gore Drinker and Stride Breaker got buffed. Gore Drinker is definitely the far more popular one on him, but pretty direct buff and usage for him as well. So do like that. If we have the Jarvan, though, I always look for more to go with it. You know, the Cataclysm is nice and Nami Wave. It makes it easier to hit your Nami Wave because it's a little slow moving. But if they get something mid that can really pair with the Jarvan, then that would bring the full synergy together here to really have that oomph, because otherwise you're looking at you know, some sort of setup there to gank the Annie. Sometimes if you can gank the Annie early, you can take away the Annie's possibility of roaming around.
So I like the fact that TSM went for their jungler in the first half of the draft because there was already 4 jungle bans between the teams out of those initial 6. Viego's going to make another jungle ban here in second half. TSM also going to take Cassante off the table with neither side having focused top laners yet. Gragas banned away so they don't get that matchup against the Annie.
I will say the Sejuani is still up, though, and Sejuani has regained a lot of popularity as just a tank jungle that's very serviceable. And since you do have support enchanter meta going on right now, it does put a lot of emphasis on those engaged junglers. So maybe that's the angle there for Spica. Spica does play a lot of those tank junglers for FlyQuest.
All right, TSM, what's it going to be here? It's got to be one solo laner, and I would have to expect that it's the mid lane since they already know who the opponent will be there in the Annie. So what does Insanity want to take into this? The Gragas was banned out. LeBlanc locked in.
So we're not there yet, but next patch, 13-12, that is live right now. Static Shiv gets a nice buff for the early game.
And that's what everybody's doing.
And people have been doing the Static Shiv, Ludens, and Lichbane LeBlanc. Been giving you a bunch of wave clear plus popping people. Bob is having a lot of success with that in solo queue, and he's a super duper long time LeBlanc main. So I don't know. You could try and do it now a little bit early before the changes. You're just gonna have a little bit less damage for your Shiv early on. Don't know if he really wants to commit to that, but that would be super exciting because that's even something that is super powerful right now on live that you can do at home.
So how do we feel about the Rek'Sai locked in here for FlyQuest?
So I'm actually a big supporter of Rek'Sai.
Okay.
I know there are a lot of detractors, but
hey, that's me, detractor. Detractor number one.
The compensation buffs that Rek'Sai got for the deletion of Prowler's Claw, basically, the deletion of the dash, which was the part that Rek'Sai cared about, so you could stay burrowed and get your dash knock-up off. The compensation buffs were quite massive. And like I said, the Stridebreaker and Gore Drinker buffs to the fighter items were quite nice. You just move right over to Stridebreaker on Rek'Sai, and you can actually provide a decent amount of value and more tanky than you were before. So you can still function decently in teamfights, and you can really have some gank angles that you need to take advantage of the actual ganking angles and your flash gank potential early on in the game. Your Rek'Sai is one of the few junglers that can come from like behind the bottom lane, super long wall, or mirrored top lane style, but due to the tunnel and being able to come up with your knockup. Afterwards, anyways, though, we went very quickly ahead here to the double tanks locked in for top lane, for that top lane snooze slugfest matchup again.
Well, yeah, you've got Impact up there on the Ornn. Hunts are going to be piloting the Malphite. Remember, this is also what he played yesterday in their game versus Team Liquid. Very unfortunately for him, Pioshik ended up getting the perfect angle for a gank top around level 4 or so. It set Hanser behind for the rest of the game, and he just struggled to have much of an impact past that. Obviously hoping for a better one here today against FlyQuest that, like we were talking about, is not coming out strong. FlyQuest was the team in spring that were on an absolute tear through the first half and then lost their momentum later on. I don't know if they're trying to maybe go with the reverse strategy here in summer, but their day one, starting off not getting a single kill against 100 Thieves, was definitely not what anybody expected.
I think they're going to do better than that in this game, though.
I think so, too. I sincerely do. Because when you look at how good these guys are, it just seemed like an aberration.
Who agrees? Is there any agreeers here? I feel like that's going to be an easy bar to surpass for them. Let's get onto the Rift.
Let's do it. All right. FlyQuest going out as a 4-man clump. TSM.
Oh, do it.
Also
Fight,
bringing the clump. Come on, guys. Just a little bit further forward.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Don't want to mess with an anti-stun. Nope. On. All right, Chime able to get some Spell Thieves action going. That's 20 gold in the bank.
Nice, 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 nice. Bringing them up to a nice 20 gold lead. But
quest progress.
So one thing that I'm going to be looking at here for this game, for TSM, is to make sure that everybody's on the same page going in and fighting together. Yesterday, we had a couple of moments that looked like they could have been very different if they were a little bit more coordinated. Some of those were shut down by good play from their opponents. When you look at the mid lane, Harry had some awesome charms on the Ahri that stopped some of the follow-up from Chime's engages, but there was also some Hanser plays trying to dive the enemy backline when nobody else was in range. So for TSM, I need to see everybody not just on the same page, man. I want them reading the same paragraph. Really focus on this.
All right, well, good things for the bottom lane. They've already got that lead because Lucian also with the first strike got first strike money. So big.
Ooh.
Spell Thieves and first strike.
1 gold less than his support, though. Chime is the richest man on the map. Oh, never mind. It already changed. Professionally speaking, can I one-trick Veigar to Masters? As long as you believe in yourself, you can do anything. I played Skarner to Diamond 1, and Veigar's way better than Skarner, so you can do it. Don't worry. Person
Love
with
it.
this sign.
Believe in yourself. I've decided to become a Volibear one trick, so you know we all follow our own paths. Things change over time.
Yeah, you just got to follow your heart. That's what League of Legends is all about. That and actually winning, but you know, Skarner and Veigar and Volibear, sometimes they don't win, but you got to do it anyway.
Speaking of junglers, both junglers scouted by wards right now. Jarvan as he passes towards the Raptors. My favorite ward here, especially for even solo queues, super valuable for your mid laner to go up and get Raptor wards like that on enemy jungle. But does see the Jarvan, who has a lot of early ganking potential. Meanwhile, the Rek'Sai, similar sort of early potential there on the champion, scouted by the red buff ward. So they both know opposite red buff side starts. No big surprise there.
Yep.
Both these champions loving to start red buff side. So we'll be tracking this one through as Jarvan now with that red buff comes over and just wards the entrance here as bottom lane pushes up for FlyQuest.
Yep, Prince and Vulcan with total control over this lane, going to crash a massive amount of minions into that tier 1 turret. The Lucian and Nami not fighting them back here nice and early. Melio's power, I talked a little bit about it yesterday when I was casting with Azael, and he was talking about how Melio can really warp these small trades back and forth during the laning phase that you're normally used to the spacing on, but because of the bonus attack range from the Cozy Campfire, it makes it so that closeness isn't what you expect it to be, and it can be a lot harder to deal with since the champion's so new.
And I would say even when people get used to it, because you know, practicing on live and stuff and having people play against it. Oh, that was an attempted different button for sure.
Had to been. Had to been. I don't know what button it was, but
did he just place a ward or something? Okay, well that was definitely supposed to be a different button, but no flash on Rek'Sai Flowers. This greatly diminishes our chances of getting my beloved Flash Rek'Sai First Blood play. Very difficult to pull that off without the flash.
Yes, this is severely going to impact the ability to combo those two skills together. Unfortunate there for Spica and for FlyQuest as Boogie's going to try to make something happen here in the bottom lane. Haunter versus Impact in top side. Haunter's got 200 HP, but he's stepping out further back away from the turret. Spica's going to dive in here. Yep. Can't flash follow, but his top laner can. FlyQuest, first blood.
No flash necessary, Flowers. Haunter is only at 250 HP or so on the Malphite there, and it's a good tunnel placement. Sometimes you see the newer Rek'Sai players or people who have not played it recently, poor tunnel placement, and then they have to chase backwards, but he goes right between them, so he's still in range. You can get slightly more range on your unburrow, by the way, if you manually do it and press the W instead of actually auto-attacking on someone. So he gets the knock up there, keeps him in range. Impact does have flash, so Impact collects the first blood for Fly.
Does that still count as a flash first blood Rek'Sai play? Because all three of those elements are true
I'm going
in
to
the
say
play.
yes.
Okay, well then we got exactly what you were hoping for.
I'm going to stretch the timer on that first blood play and say it began in the bottom side river when he flashed out of Pixel Brush.
Okay, the flash was part of it.
It was a 5-head long con to get the first blood top.
Because that impacted his decision making to go top, because that's the only place he's getting the kill without a flash, right? Okay, I'm with you here. We can
good, because I think you're the only one.
Well, maybe it'll work out. FlyQuest up 800 gold here, thanks to that, plus the advantages they've built for themselves just through farming. I mean, they're up everywhere across the Rift right now. Boogie's going to see if maybe there's something he can get accomplished up here in the top side. Haunter just now hitting level 6 as Impact charges forward. Bellows Breath also used there to trade into Haunter, find a lot of damage on him. They're summoning up that Ornhorn. Nice. Back in mid lane, I'm not sure what's going on here. Impact might just make this a 1-for-1. Not quite enough damage. Vikla did summon up the Tibbers back in mid, but Insanity's fine.
Yeah, the only thing I'm watching for there is Haunter, hold your ultimate to interrupt Ornn for second activation on the Ornn ultimate. He does that. He gets the Malphite ultimate. Good timing. So Ornn can't get his ram to go right back through and sticks around to get that kill back too. That is some top lane tenacity right there. Haunter sticks around even though he was very close to dying there to the Ornn. He gets that kill back. FlyQuest though, they'll be happy with their bottom side dragon off of that bot push.
Yep, they got the bot push. They have control down there the whole game thus far. The enemy jungler just showed top, so easy first Drake of the game for FlyQuest. Nice and early, 6.5 minutes into the game. Again, a reminder, teleports have already been used by both our top laners. They should be back up and ready to go by the time that second one spawns, and they will be unleashed by then. So maybe we're going to get to have ourselves an 11-minute 5v5 team fight. I can only hope.
These top laners do have some good ultimates for those team fights, Flowers, so you may get your wish. Meanwhile, checking back in on the bottom side in that push. The Milio positioning here from Vulcan, being able to easily stand behind Prince, buff him up, allow for the push here on red-white gun, and easy recall for them, so another timing advantage for FlyQuest, getting their recall right back off first. And with the upgraded Berserker Greaves already on Prince, he also can walk back quicker. Milio gonna go out through mid lane here. Looks like Vulcan looking for a possible top side Rift Herald play. We've got 30 seconds on the spawn of Rift Herald, and FlyQuest used that bottom side push on the bottom wave to get the early jump on it. It is very, very early here. They'll be there ready to hug it on arrival. Looks like they're going to collect topside minion wave first.
Yep.
As Rek'Sai is going to clear up topside camps too. And both teams making the call to bottom lane come fight for this. So you don't even have to have your teleports for those big fights, Flowers. You are going to get the party up on top side of the map. Actually, Impact stays bottom.
Yeah,
okay, never mind.
Impact's on the other side of the map. He's staying bottom instead.
It's just Haunter.
Well, Prince and Vulcan are both level 6. Chime is level 6. Turtle is only level 5. So TSM are down an ultimate compared to FlyQuest.
Ornn's walking, so Impact is walking his way up.
On the side of FlyQuest here, can I get this done? Prince firing off the Moonlight Vigil. Nice engage from Haunter on the follow-up from Boogie. They try to take out the FlyQuest AD carry, but it's not enough just yet. Rek'Sai ulti back on the Boogie. Spica's still looking for it, but he flashes away. The Ornhorn is here, but Turtle's already got the kill on Spica. Insanity's in the back line, wanting Vikla, but he doesn't quite have the damage. He'll barely miss out. Now they've all got to disengage. TSM.
They got Herald.
They take the Herald, they take the kill, and they take their lead.
Oh my goodness. They were there first with their top laner, Flowers, and even though Ornn is walking up in the river, you see him now on the mini-map. Haunter says, we've got the timing advantage on the AD carry here. They get all summoners out of Prince, Then he flashes back over towards the pit here. Spica then with his Rek'Sai ultimate following, meant he was in a dangerous spot, does go down, and Insanity almost able to burst down Vikla too, who gets away with the Annie shield. And just popping right back out. In the end, Boogie also picked up the eyeball after they were able to secure it. So TSM were able to get the objective. We're able to get the kills here. See what they can do with it.
Very early first item full completion for Wild Turtle as well compared to everybody else in the game. Has that Kraken Slayer online. We'll see how much that impacts any upcoming fights here, as we are still waiting on a lot of important ultimates to come back up. Everybody except for Insanity waiting on those cooldowns on the side of TSM. Same story being told, except it's unanimous on the side of FlyQuest, as Insanity does keep trying to trade here with Vikla. Normally, I would say missing out on that Annie kill in the previous team fight for Insanity would be one of those tilter moments, but he also lived with about as much HP as he missed the kill by, so I think you call that fair.
Yeah, like, okay, fine. Timbers was following him, burning him, getting a little dicey there. Rek'Sai is hovering around for the counterplay here. Part of the buffs, compensation buffs, were some vision buffs. The radar ping more frequently lets you more accurately judge your Q snipes, and then if you do snipe them with the burrowed Q, it gives you the vision longer. But he's eventually sussed out of the bottom side. They ward the alcove, and Spica knows he's been revealed, so he has to crawl away while Boogie goes for his.
Nicely done. Boogie was waiting to get his Cataclysm cooldown back up. It just arrived, and Vikla, look at the left side of your screen. No Tibbers cooldown. TSM times that beautifully, and they pick up a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, Boogie positioning on the control ward in mid lane while they get the reveal on Spica bottom lane, chasing him out of that alcove meant Boogie knew he had a good timer on how quickly Spica would even get mid before they could have any sort of counter gank. Pull the trigger, that nice little window between your Cataclysm coming up and before the Rek'Sai gets there. Beautiful, beautiful timing here for TSM. They get the kill, they get the Rift Herald drop, and Insanity is that much happier, even though he still has not gotten the actual last hit on the kill.
Yeah.
Got the Rift Herald towards his lane, so he got his share of the turret plate money.
And now that Boogie's got that Gore Drinker completed, the Jarvan's feeling really good. You were talking about the buff to the items. Yeah. Jarvan always kind of loved this thing in the first place, so it makes you feel a lot better, too, about any of those times that you would run into Spica just in neutral territory, maybe try to contest something. Speaking of things to contest, we do have the second Drake of the game live right now. Remember that FlyQuest got the first one when Boogie made the gank up in the top side that did get TSM a kill, but it left the other end of the map open to FlyQuest control. This time around, though, the other story is going to be told, as there is nobody from FlyQuest nearby, so TSM can take this one. Early Ocean Drakes feel pretty good. This one's not super early because laning phase is almost over at this point anyway, but it feels nice to stop your opponents from stacking, keep that at 1-to-1. Mountain Soul going to be the name of the game this time around, as Wild Turtle puts a lot of damage into Prince.
Yeah, nice little chunk there, as they have their jungler around for pressure too, so FlyQuest have to fully respect it. Boogie able to drop the extra control ward here, clears out vision through Tri-Brush, allows Turtle to finish off on the push here, get one more into the tower before they go for their reset, and Spica does see that ward.
Topside Impact versus Haunser. Impact with a around 20 farm lead, but there will be more minions for Haunser to try to pick up here. Spica coming into the bottom lane, finds itself on a control ward, so Chime and Turtle can disengage this one. Turtle, not a lot of mana to work with, so even if they wanted to try to stick around for some kind of an outplay, it would be hard to find, I would think. Prince and Vulcan just trying to shove this wave up.
Interesting little mind game from Chime there, and they're going to go for it.
Yeah, Prince is running back towards the Tri-Brush, but Haunser's actually here, and Boogie's ready for the follow-up. The Prince has fallen from the throne, and it's Boogie the Usurper.
The Haunser Boogie 1-2 with these ultis. Haunser nailing them this time around. He teleports in, is going to give turret plate money up to Impact, the Ornn on top side, but very successful to go make the play for your team. Like this rotation for TSM, Insanity, because there's extra minions here up at the tower, rotates from mid lane to come handle it. Haunser picks up the counter tower plate on bottom side while they get the reset, and Lucian should be able to get mid to answer the hole that Insanity left by rotating up towards top just in time there. So nice stuff here from TSM to rotate around the map, not drop too much, and still make the commitment and get their successful kill.
Yeah, TSM's feeling solid now. We've got 3, 2, 1. 0 seconds left before the plates fall. That's always one of the checkpoints in the game that I like to look at the state of things. Even on Drake's, no turrets taken by either side. Richest man in the game is Impact's Ornn, but then the next 3 are wearing TSM colors, and as a team, they're up 1.3 thousand gold. It's not an amazing lead. It's not something that you just snowball the rest of the game from in most cases, but it's a great spot to be in.
Yeah, and it kind of sucks for FlyQuest that there is a concentration of gold onto Ornn early, because Ornn early, that gold isn't going to do a lot for you, and we're well far away from the point in the game where Impact starts to buy Rolexes for everybody else on his team and upgrade their items. So it's really just a little bit rough as far as the damage dealers here for FlyQuest, trying to scrounge things up. You can see it in inventory. I mean, just look at Prince versus Wild Turtle right now.
Yeah.
That is a massive difference in damage, but FlyQuest will make the trade. They go the Rift Herald topside for bottom and mid push, and their whole bottom jungle also being taken away.
Yep, that bottom lane tier 1 turret, also the first turret of the game to completely fall, so that extra bonus gold will go the way of TSM. Haunts are in the enemy jungle, clearing out some of the Rek'Sai tunnels, clearing out some of the wards. Even though there was a completed item advantage for the side of TSM concerning both bottom lane champions compared to their counterparts, because Malphite was down there in bottom lane, because he had no teleport CD, it's not really feasible to go for the Herald fight in a 4v5. You don't have that level of a gold advantage just yet, but that gold advantage has grown now since I mentioned it a minute ago, up to 2,000. Now, FlyQuest needs to get some value out of this second Herald that they found, but it's TSM once again putting the pressure first, looking to bring their turret lead up to 2.
Yeah, looks good. They've got full pressure. They've got bottom side red quadrant jungle fully warded, so they even see Impact moving up. Nice coordination for this TSM team.
Yep, just turn around, smack Impact a little bit on the way out. And 2,500 gold now. TSM continuing to build these economic leads here. FlyQuest needs to make sure they don't let this get too far out of control. Yes, the game's still doing all right now. You've got some pretty incredible scaling with Aphelios, with Melio, with Ornn. But you also have Rek'Sai in the jungle, which is traditionally one of the weaker scaling champions in League of Legends, and you can't just let TSM keep building up these advantages. Next Dragon is in under 45 seconds. Is this an angle for FlyQuest to fight, or do you think they yield this one?
I mean, they actually might fish around for it. I do think it's a bit dangerous, but it is definitely contestable because they actually just got some item completions in for them. So they at least have everybody on at least one item. So there are definitely possibilities here with them moving in and trying to retake vision. But the problem is they've got no sweeper activations and only one control ward. So even though they're here early, they can't kill all this TSM vision. They can't fully utilize the control that they think they have, as we've got a sweeper stare down.
You know, Haunser seeing Spica and Vikla there. The reason TSM doesn't want to jump on anything right now, remember Boogie was back in the base. He took a recall to make sure that he got a chance to buy before this dragon fight would go down. Let's take a look at summoner spells. All 5 flashes up for TSM, all 5 flashes up for FlyQuest. Vulcan's actually still slightly off cooldown. I think it just came back. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much, observers. All right, so everybody's got those ready to go. Obviously for Jarvan, you hate to see that on the enemy team. But who's going to find the angle here? Right now, it's TSM already starting this up. They've pulled it outside of the vision of the Scuttle Crab that FlyQuest got for themselves. So now stepping forward, Spica's going to see it. We could have a 50-50 Drake flip here. TSM taking that dragon nice and low. They've already secured it. Impact's going to take a lot of damage here, soaking that up as TSM fires on him. The Rift Herald was summoned up mid lane. FlyQuest should be able to at least grab the tier 1 turret there. That's their first structure of the game claimed from TSM. At least getting back some of that gold, but TSM will use that extra manipulation of vision that they had in the bot side river. They're playing around that Scuttle Crab, getting the early enough start on the Drake to force the issue and secure that objective in return.
Yep, TSM definitely happy with that one. Securing this dragon without Spica getting too close, then even getting the chunk there on Impact, chasing him out. They force double teleports up topside, so Insanity goes to put the pressure on. Impact answers with his own to try and clear the wave and keep that defense up for now so they don't continue to bleed gold. But TSM slowly marching this one forward quite nicely behind Boogie here. Done a very good job on this Jarvan, and he's even picked up the extra stopwatch for more playmaking ability. You can survive so long with your Gore Drinker, with your Conqueror already on the Jarvan getting in there, but also with the stopwatch now. The possibilities that we've already seen with the Malphite plus Jarvan combinations has been very, very reliable.
Yeah.
And putting a decent amount of pressure onto Prince and onto FlyQuest team fighting position.
It is one of the weaknesses of that Aphelios, the lack of mobility. When you've got Malphite and Jarvan and LeBlanc all going at you, along with the Nami artillery wave, it can be kind of difficult to find the right position in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, usually the Milio kickback is super annoying. That fireball coming at you, but both Malphite and Jarvan with ultimates can go unstoppable, so they will get to their destination.
You remember back when Shyvana could be knocked out of her ulti? I really wish Milio was in the same version of the game as that, so that Shyvana could try to fly at him and he just kicks her in the mouth
basic
and knocks her
ability
away with his Q.
Uh-oh, we've got Haunter in trouble.
Uh-oh, buddy. This isn't where he wanted to be. He's going to try to create some space here. Wanted to turn around for the seismic shard to get some movement speed, but Spica ducking away from that one. Ultra Mega Fire Kick provides enough slow to just lock him down. So FlyQuest, they're going to get a kill here on the bottom side, but the trade was the top lane tier 1 turret taken by Insanity. Space created.
Space created. And they were just about, when they started the play, it was about 15 to 20 seconds before Baron spawns too. So it wasn't like TSM could instantly start up Baron, seeing 3 people bottom side going for their Malphite, because the timing window there was a little bit of extra leeway time for FlyQuest to know, all right, we have time to kill this Malphite and then still cover if TSM try and do anything risky there, rushing it down. So good little look here from FlyQuest to poke around and at least get something back towards their favor, back towards this game.
TSM now, Turtle's level 11. He's got 2 fully completed items with the Gale Force now online. He just picked up the red buff from the little magic orb that now spawns. Vicla's gonna look for a little bit of poke onto Boogie, but he's got enough shielding to keep him feeling plenty safe from that. As FlyQuest do feel like they've at least got some solid footing in the game here. It's not like they're trapped on their own side of the map. Still seems like a pretty neutral state as they try to force their way forward, find some vision more aggressively in the TSM jungle. Spica thinking about maybe looking for Insanity here, as Vikla and Prince are also going to follow up. Insanity can tell that something is amiss. He's going to back all the way away from the tier 1 turret.
So I love this meta of popping emotes as junglers when you're going to, towards ganking laners and stuff to see if they respond.
Yeah.
To try and check, if they knew, if they had you on vision happen. In the end, yeah, it's just tower trades here. Top and bottom. Outer one does go down. Secondaries are worth way more though, so definitely beneficial for TSM. FlyQuest were looking and hoping for a little bit more in that, but unable to fish around and get that LeBlanc.
Well, we have under 60 seconds now until our next Drake. Over 3,000 gold lead for TSM. Item spike advantage, at least in the AD carry position. Top lane now even with the Sunfire and the Mythic done for both, but it is the Jack show for Haunter, so more offensive power in that one compared to Radiant Virtue's strictly defensive bonuses. But I'm ready, man. We do have the Ornn evolution. The first ornament of the game is there. Radiant Virtue evolved for impact, so that's going to alleviate some of the pressure of this gold lead. But that next Drake, if TSM gets it, then they're on soul point for the rest of the game. A Mountain Soul on Malphite, on Jarvan, that's not a good time for FlyQuest.
Mountain Soul does work well with the Mountain Champion here.
Not really the angle I was going for, but you know what? I'll take it. I can't dispute that. It works
Simple
out.
connection.
Yeah, it's just, it's an Earth type with an Earth type. Well, you get like a 50% damage bonus if you have the type that matches the move. I think that's the Pokemon rules, but
honestly,
in a while.
They, as much as a scary thing it is to give over the soul, you don't want to risk anything on just Dragon number 3. Even though, even the small ones stacking up here, pretty annoying. Like you're talking about, magnifying these percentages for your resistances. So TSM, get this one up. Haunter will be a tanky boy.
Well, Spica tag and chime there, but not anything else for FlyQuest to follow up on here. Rylai has completed full second item there for Vicla's Annie, so it's going to give him extra power for these chases, potential multi-man slows with the AoE Tibbers in the middle of the fight too, on top of the stun you would normally get. But we're going a while now without seeing anybody do a whole lot.
For FlyQuest side, I think that is positive play because we're at Impact's ability to upgrade Prince's item now. Yeah. Next time he goes on screen with Prince, he can upgrade Gale Force, but they're actually gonna force on Baron.
I like this from FlyQuest. They have Crescendum on Aphelios, At minimum, you should be able to force a TP here. The Baron's already down to under 4K, under 3K.
Oh, that's flippable.
We're just going to have a fight for this. It's going to be a smite fight, I would think. Vikla wants to go in on the side. The Baron damage has been paused. Vikla has to disengage back to the rest of his team as FlyQuest will be forced away from the Baron. You can see Prince walk back up, tried to stop it from regenerating, but we're not going to get any kills.
Man, I wanted LeBlanc to jump over and help burst that Baron because it was at 2,200 and we're at 1,200 smites right now.
Yeah.
So you only need a little bit of help. 1,000 damage extra from somebody to burn that sucker down and really send it into flip territory, but both of them hold off. Nobody wants to go for the full craziness, and so TSM are happy with that. They're like, fine, shove you off the Baron. We also will take an extra secondary turret.
Oh, Turtle, what in the hell?
So, the extra turret, great stuff, but the red buff is a step too far. Now we're looking at 32 seconds, no 80 carry for TSM and FlyQuest. They are so happy to return to Baron and try and force this fight. What do they have for turn? They don't have Ornn ultimate for turn because it was used to kill Turtle, but they do have Vikla.
Vikla using Tibbers to try to keep TSM away. Now Boogie's gonna get jumped on. He has to flash. Uses the combo to get himself out. But Spica goes all the way in and he finds the kill regardless. Haunter still looking to provide some backup as Insanity takes out the enemy jungler. It's jungle for jungle so far, and now Haunter's taking the damage here in the front as Prince is free firing. Nice re-engage! Haunter turns it around, and Prince is smacked right upside the jaw. Vikla's gotta try to run, but Insanity brings the distortion and walks away with a quadra kill.
What 80 carry meta, Flowers? No 80 carry necessary for that quadra for TSM. Insanity does it himself. They signed him because Ruby isn't here, was slow to get over with the I believe visa issues. Insanity popping off here. TSM, they kite it all the way back, and Spica does ult for the extra kill, but they end up trading it. Look at this burst damage. He's trapped inside the Cataclysm, and Insanity plus Chime able to burst him down, and Haunter's so tanky. With the double mountains, he bides his time, and he turns for a perfect ultimate there. Malphite ult into LeBlanc distortion. Goodbye. Nami buffing up the LeBlanc as well with the extra slows. Oh my goodness. LeBlanc now 400 gold bounty on his head, 4 kills here, death cap imminent.
Between spring playoffs and now this, FlyQuest has to be waking up in a cold sweat every night dreaming about Malphite ultis in team fights that look like they should be won. Because this champion has proven to be such a thorn in the side for FlyQuest. It looked like they were in a great spot there. It looked like Turtle giving away that free death. The red buff might have been their ticket to completely swing this game the other direction. But
Genius
now,
move.
Man,
five head bait to have them start Baron.
Look, FlyQuest thought they were playing 4D chess, but TSM was playing 5-dimensional water polo, and they were just ready for whatever FlyQuest was thinking.
Dude, water polo is actually such a sketchy, dangerous game.
And hey, what do you think that red buff play was?
Whenever I played it, at least, people definitely kick under the water. Okay, that stuff, you gotta have honorable friends to be able to play that game. TSM though, they're very happy with this Baron buff, and they should be able to set themselves up for a pretty easy mountain. 27 seconds, Flowers. So Baron buff, shove FlyQuest inside their own base, then retreat back, collect their God Soul.
Man, that Mountain Soul is going to turn this game so scary, so fast. Turtle separated from the rest of TSM. Nice job dashing out of the way of the Ornhorn as Vikla tries to take somebody with him because he knows he's dead. Chime with a nice flash heal to get himself away as FlyQuest has tried to engage, but the engage has been spoiled by TSM. Insanity finds damage with the second distortion, but TSM know they don't need to overchase. They've killed the enemy mid, they didn't lose anybody, and the Mountain Soul just spawned.
TSM, wow. Turtle dodges out of the second Ornn ultimate, doesn't get knocked up, and they immediately all group up around Vikla for the arrival. Chime flashing even at the end, does not give him the counter kill. Flowers, they're just wrapping this one up. 6K plus the Mountain Soul. What are you gonna do about the Malphite now? That ultimate is coming for your face. Prince does have flash right now. so they can hope for a flat. You're already looking at me like, don't feed me that cope.
No, I came up with a good analogy. You ever, back when you were in school, did you ever take a test and you look at the first page and it's got one of them problems, you're like, I have no idea what to do with this. I'll come back later. That's Malphite right now. He's the problem on the first page that shows up. You're saying, I don't know what to do about this. I'll come back later. Later is now. Time's running out. You got to turn the exam in. And the problem is FlyQuest is about to flunk. Insanity locking down the Ornn here. Normally, I get a little bit suspicious when teams commit to killing an Ornn because it can be turned around pretty easily, but there's nothing else on the map to go for. It's not like Impact gets away from this one. TSM's going to take a couple of extra seconds to beat him down. Impact wastes as much time of theirs as he can, but Insanity's still going unstoppable. 5-0-2 here in the mid lane LeBlanc.
Yeah, the second problem on that test, not looking any easier, bro, because the LeBlanc is 5 kills now, 500 gold bounty, 10 stacks in the seal. When he goes back to base, he also will have the death cap to magnify that AP. Newly buffed, by the way. Now 40% with the extra magnifying on the ability power there. So Insanity.
Oh, Hanser. He's not concerned whatsoever. They jump on him. He's Malphite. It doesn't matter. He knows they can't overcommit to killing him, or the rest of TSM will just turn around and blast FlyQuest. The ulti from Aphelios looks barely more effective than an auto attack. Prince and the rest of FlyQuest struggling to do enough damage to hurt these two frontliners of TSM, especially through that Mountain Soul. It's a 7,000 gold lead, and they just took their first inhib. TSM are primed to win this game.
All right, how much money does Insanity have? Can he go death cap and upgrade to a med? No, okay. Not quite enough. Just get the death cap.
Yep.
But I want to see a Medjai's if the game lasts long enough.
The hat'll do it.
He's got a stopwatch ready. So protect those stacks, Flowers. He's got tremendous burst damage to follow up on this Malphite ultimate. We've already seen it earlier in the game, and that will continue.
552 AP. That's gonna hurt.
Yes.
I mean, when you look at anybody on the enemy team that's not named Ornn, where's the MR? Melio, 0. Aphelios, 0. Annie, 0. Rek'Sai, 0. That's 4 zeros.
That might be 4 body bags.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be if Insanity has any sort of a way into these fights, and you know that Hanser and Boogie are both looking to give him a first-class ticket to FlyQuest Health Bar City. Now, FlyQuest, the pressure's on. The Baron's spawning in under 60 seconds, and if you give this one away to TSM, the game's pretty much screwed. They're gonna have to find some sort of a way to pick their moment and go, because TSM have now taken out the last remaining Tier 2 turret from FlyQuest, and they're pushing into the base, looking for another Tier 3. They get the teleport. That means Impact's gonna be forced to join up with FlyQuest now, as Hanser does use the Unstoppable Force to get away. He knows that TSM does not want to have to fight with that Tier 3 turret still so healthy and so close, so he's just gonna burn the ulti early. They'll play around not having it here, not go for the Baron immediately, and then once it's ready to go again, I expect TSM to threaten that objective.
Yeah, one of the only ways at this stage to throw the game would be caught, like you're saying, right there in front of the tower, at the gates, with Baron coming up in only a few seconds. So they call for the super defensive play here. Cooldown reduction at this stage in the game, not too shabby for Hanser, so that thing will be back up fairly shortly. And all TSM have to do now is stall and poke around. FlyQuest, they feel like they're trapped. They feel like they're forced into something desperate, and they're gonna go for it. This time, we fully flip.
Yes, and Hanser has no ulti. That's why FlyQuest is going in for it now. The objective bounty is claimed by Spica, but what about the fight after? Impact stuck in the middle of everyone. Boogie's at about 1/3 HP, but Impact gets away for now. Vic's got to be careful as the calling finds him. Impact still at half. They're waiting on Hanser. Boogie goes over the wall. He drops the Cataclysm. FlyQuest still not able to fire back just yet, but it's Viclaw. He's been found by Hanser. And now that they've taken out one of the carries, TSM's going to look for some more. Insanity has to be mindful. That's a lot of chakrams there on Prince. He'll disengage, still trying to find some of that poke. Long range Q takes half the time's health, but now they're gonna go for the end. It's a TP into the enemy base. TSM's just gonna stop the ports. It's old style trick 2G, stop them backs. As Spica tries to defend, the Nexus turrets are gone. The enemy jungler's gone, and FlyQuest cannot get home in time. Insanity and Hanser, the two solo lanes for Team Solo Mid, take the win against FlyQuest.
TSM looking good with Insanity on stage. Well done, David. Quadra kill on the LeBlanc. They lost the AD carry, but won the big fight towards the Baron. And we're able to ride that one to victory. Really, really good stuff here. Coordination at the end, too, making the call. Even though FlyQuest are able to burn this Baron down and walk away from it, their base cannot get away. TSM inside, and they get the dub on stage.
Take a bow, boys.
Cool to see Haunter and Turtle back up there with the old colors.
Man, TSM taking out FlyQuest, second game of the split. FlyQuest off to a rough start now, 0-2. Just not finding what they're looking for in these first couple of games. Turtle with the big grin. He knows everybody had TSM ranked bottom 3 coming into the split, and now they just popped off against one of the teams that everybody had high up there. That's gotta feel good.
And FlyQuest stocks are in a free fall, Flowers. Yeah. Looking pretty rough in the first 2 games here. Big signing in getting Vulcan over with the switcheroo with Ayla, but FlyQuest definitely stumbling. Let's take a look again. This one was a good call to burn down that Baron. They were in a pretty desperate, rough scenario, and they were able to get the objective in time. Yeah. And Prince with all the truck rooms stacked up, but TSM with the chase. And Haunter was able to find the ultimate this one to get the first kill over onto Vickle after he flashed away from Boogie's Cataclysm. Then they knew we've already got the advantage. We've got FlyQuest on the run. Insanity pushed his clone in there to chase them off. And once he sees there's nowhere for them to get back to base, Boogie's already in front. We just call for the double teleport end. Spica's the only one back. So Jarvan just has to keep in range, stop the boards. As long as Prince doesn't get there, they're looking good. It's just Rek'Sai versus 2 solo laners at the Nexus, and Rek'Sai doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, the double teleport was what was so important there, because you noticed if Insanity was the only one who got to go back, he was below half HP. Spica's Rek'Sai did recall to stop him, and with the burst combo being there, I think Spica would have been able to hold the line in a 1v1 situation. But TSM, they had it on lock, they got it done as a team, and they're going to take their win over FlyQuest. Viva la LCS! LCS en Español is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. Scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn some more. And now we're going to go and head on stage for our Verizon post-game interview with Insanity.
Yeah, after that game, it could pretty much only be Insanity coming out. Congratulations. Welcome back to the LCS stage. I have to ask, I'm going to start with the end of the game, actually, and the double teleport play that they mentioned. Who was calling for that after the Baron take?
It was just Kevin.
Okay.
About it. You just said TP, so I TP'd.
Nice.
It was over.
How has it been? Obviously, you're subbing in for Ruby, who isn't here yet, but how has it been working with this TSM team? What are communications like?
I mean, I think everybody's pretty vocal in general. There's not just one person. I think the vibes are really good as well, and I just enjoy practicing with them. So either way, I'm just glad I'm playing scrims at all.
Nice. And I think one thing that was also really interesting to me is that mid lane play, where obviously you got your quadra kill, kind of significantly set you guys ahead. That was a little bit of the game breaking play. So like, talk me through that. Are you guys just waiting for Kevin to like count down his ult essentially?
Yeah, literally. He was just calling his ult ECD, and then Chime was actually pretty scared for us, calling us off, but both of us were just like, trust us, we're just going in. I think we were both in the zone, so good play.
All right. And then for you as a player and also as a person, what has changed the most about you since you were last on the LCS stage?
I think I have a lot more confidence now, just in general. I think back then I was pretty nervous whenever I would play, but
okay.
You know, it's normal to be nervous. It's just having to embrace it and get a good way to get, you know, normal energy flowing.
I'm nervous every day. I'm nervous right now.
It's okay.
Thank you so much for joining me. Again, congrats on the win. And don't go anywhere. On the other side of this, we have 100 Thieves taking on Team Liquid.
It's jungle for jungle so far, and now Haunter's stuck in the damage here in the front as Prince is free firing. Nice re-engage! Haunter turns it around, and Prince is smacked right upside the jaw. Vic Jungler's gotta try to run, but Insanity brings the distortion. Turrets are gone, the enemy jungler's gone, and FlyQuest cannot get home in time. Insanity and Haunter, the two solo lanes for Team Solo Mid, take the win against FlyQuest.
Shopkeeper, okay. All right. You just popped. I need something really cool. This looks great. I really want to murder people, you know, okay?
Let's slow down a second here. That's sharp. Let's take that from you.
It looks good, though.
Okay, patch 1311. How do you want to kill people?
I love jungle pathing, and I love murdering my opponent,
Okay,
and
perfect.
I love outsmarting people.
I got you. Here you go.
I love murdering people.
Here we go. Perfect. Kindred,
okay.
take that. It's great for solo queue. Level 2, red buff invades.
Nice.
Nobody expects
That sounds
those.
perfect.
Level 3, you can patch wherever you want. I've got something new for you. Kindred, yeah. People used to play the Gale Force. Burst damage is great, but oh yeah.
Looks
Trinity
shiny.
Force. Riot has not nerfed this. They've been nerfing the other things. This is still packed with stats. So much damage.
Great.
So
Thank
much
you
speed.
so much.
Yeah, get out there. Okay, well, hold on. If they have any magic damage, great second item right here. Oh my God. Wits End, super stuffed, on hit damage, attack speed, magic resist, everything you need.
What if they don't have magic damage?
If they don't have any, Black Cleaver and Kraken Slayer are both good too.
All right, I gotta go. Thanks.
Okay. All right, shop's open. Who's next? Raz, what do you want?
Shopkeeper. Okay, queuing's been getting boring. I want to troll, but I want to win.
you want to troll?
Yes.
Okay, classic Raz. Actually, this is a good patch for you. Yeah, let's put that back down. All
right.
We've got one of the highest win rate champions in the whole game that was made for trolling.
This is perfect.
Yeah,
Now Nico. Now I'm not.
Yeah,
Now Nico. Wait. I like your getup.
You can pretend.
Can I be a shopkeeper too?
You know what? Let's keep you with wards and minions maybe. You can sneak up on people though. Proto belt, pretend to be your minion. Walk down the line.
Yeah.
Then you can jump on them. Playmaking ability.
Okay.
And then this one, let's take this so you can stay alive. Yeah.
Oh,
a little defensive stuff right there.
that, I
Some
like
Zonias
that.
after your proto belt. Go have fun, buddy.
Thank you. Okay, I got him.
Troll to your heart's content. Okay.
Kobe.
Jack, are you a troll?
Shopkeeper,
What's going on here?
Kobe.
That's me.
Why is League so hard, man?
Honestly, it's not that hard.
It's hard for me.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, how to make it easy?
What type of game do you want to play?
Easy game.
An easy game?
Yeah,
Straightforward
team fight.
game?
So,
okay. Old man jungle.
Back in the day, I built Aegis, and I just win team fights.
Okay.
How do I just build an item and let them
Honestly,
win?
we've got just the thing for you. Tank jungles. No mechanics required. Zach and Maokai, both pretty good. Zach's a little harder. You might get invaded, so yeah, be careful. Be careful on that one. But Freak just buffed up some newly efficient support items. I won't tell anybody that you're not a support. Even Shroud. Sunfire's all the damage that you need. You don't have to do anything. It'll just burn people around you. No mechanics, no finger movements for you required. And the Abyssal, you're gonna shred for your teammates.
Dude,
everything that you need.
This is fun.
Yeah.
What else you got?
I mean, this is not finished yet. You don't really want this. Yeah, okay. You don't. Riot tried to make Rel into a jungler. It's still, it's way better. It's better as support.
Jungler.
It's
I
better,
can make it work.
It's better as an
no,
actual.
I love this idea. Thank you,
It's better as an don't first time jungle Rel, Jack.
Hi, I'm Purshik.
DRX are your 2022 World Champions.
This is my world skin. 이제 이거는 제가 작년에 우승해서 얻은 스킨으로 킨드레드를 선택했는데 왜 킨드레드를 했냐면 제가 아마추어 때부터 킨드 장인으로 유명했었는데 그때 닉네임이 다음 표식은 너야였는데 되게 킨드 장인으로 유명했어요. 그래서 이제 프로 하기 전에 방송했던 거를 기반해서 그 약간 스토리를 담고 싶어서 비안에 프로 하기 전에 인터넷 방송한 거를 일단 이렇게 만들었고 이제 두 번째로 제가 킨드 스킨 만들 때 늑대가 좀 멋있었으면 좋겠다 했는데 되게 늑대를 라이엇 형님들이 너무 멋있게 만들어줘가지고 너무 감사한 마음이에요. 아직도 여전히. 일단 큐는 되게 뭔가 맞출 때마다 파란색 뭔가 상처 자국이라고 해야 되나? 이 파란색 임팩트가 이렇게 딱 나오는데 이게 되게 그 색깔이 너무 잘 어울리는 것 같아요. 킨드레드랑. 그리고 이제 W는 보면은 끝자락에 약간 용무늬 모양이 있는데 이런 디테일도 되게 너무 마음에 드는 것 같아요. 보면은 너무 잘 나왔고 그리고 이 스킬은 치명타 터질 때마다 DRX 문양이 나와가지고 되게 너무 이쁘게 잘 나온 것 같아요. 이 스킬도 이제 이게 딱 용 같아 보여가지고 너무 이 컨셉이랑 잘 맞는 것 같고 이제 궁극기가 되게 멋있는데 옛날에 킨드 스킨 나오면은 제가 DRX에 있을 때 만약 킨드레드 스킨을 만들 수만 있다면은 이 궁극기 쓸 때 원 안에 DRX 문양이 있었으면 좋겠다라는 생각을 했었는데 그게 딱 현실로 반영되고 오히려 더 멋있는 게 궁이 끝날 때쯤에 DRX가 생기고 이제 트로피가 이렇게 빵 터지면서 오히려 제가 생각했던 킨드레드 스킨보다 더 잘 나온 것 같아요. 이제 딱 궁을 쓰고 끝에는 용 모양 뭔가 용 비늘 같은 게 있고 점점 이제 DRX 문양 나오고 이 트로피가 와 이거 너무 멋있는 것 같아요 진짜. 아 뱀만 안 나오면 무조건 쓸 의향이 있습니다. 팀도 좀 살려주세요 다른 팀들. I'm Pyoshik. That was my world skin.
Hell yeah, love hearing from Pyoshik. And here is Team Liquid's arrival earlier today. The year of the duck, they're having none of it. The back to coaching trash can. Obviously, looking to talk some smack to 100 Thieves before the matchup that we're about to see. There's the man on your screen right now, the world champion with that brand new Kindred skin.
Please don't ban Kindred. I'm with him. I want to see that skin. I do. Those details he was pointing about the dragon scales at the edge of the W and stuff, but really, really nice touches.
The wolf also looks really cool. It looks like a mecha dragon or something. Like, that's always the first thing I notice about skins. Do they look cool? That did look cool. So,
definitely.
Good job,
agree.
Pyoshik and artists.
Team Liquid, though, they've got their hands full. If yesterday is any indication with 100 Thieves, even though both these teams did get Ws, 100 Thieves looked so scary yesterday. Really, really clean. So I do like the early trash talk and with the ripping up of the duck, but the duck was able to hold his own.
Well, my big thing is that yesterday, for the first 12 minutes or so, Team Liquid also looked like a war machine. Like, their laning phase against TSM, who we just saw get a win against FlyQuest, was very good. Like, they were building leads individually everywhere. The problem just came in the same time that it was in spring, which was the mid-game, the coordination, the team decision-making and cohesion
TL
together.
problem time.
Yes, TL problem-solving hour. So I'm hoping that they've solved some of those problems. Even when we heard from the players yesterday in the post-game interview, they were talking about working on improving that communication, working on improving that coordination, and I want to see more of it, because going up against 100 Thieves, you're not going to be allowed to make those same mid-game mistakes that you did against TSM.
Yep, definitely agree. They were able to still get the win in the end, but those things give you worry because of what we saw in spring.
Right.
And you're expecting, like you're saying, all this boot camping they did over MSI, playing all the international teams, going over to Europe there with us the entire time and really putting a lot of effort into it. We'll see if that actually bears fruit here, because 100 Thieves, they were not asleep during this time either. They were boot camping as well and putting it on a lot of time. And it really does seem a lot of those synergies have improved. Namely, to me, the double F Busio synergy. That lane was monstrous for them. Being able to get Melio is one thing. Pairing it with double F solution, it's just such a dream lane phase there. That combination is so tough to deal with. And they played it with full confidence and got so many rewards out of it.
Summer split double lift is a different kind of monster, man.
Summer does matter.
Yeah, summer matters, and double lift is ready to step up if day one is any indication. I'm hoping we can get into game here pretty swiftly, because this should be a pretty exciting matchup. Remember that 100 Thieves and Team Liquid for a long time there were at the top of the table together, and they're constantly trading blows back and forth. So let's get into it here and see which side is about to suffer their first loss and who's going to keep that perfect record after 2 days of competition. Annie's the first ban from 100 Thieves. I respect that. Feels like whenever she makes it past bans, she makes it onto the Rift.
Annie and Nico, the two most hotly contested mid laners at the moment. And with Harry coming in and ripping up the duck, throwing him in the trash can, let's see if they... Well, there's no way they leave it up now, right? Annie's already banned, so it's going to have to be a red side Nico ban. Kindred has already found their way onto the ban phase as well. I'm very sad to see that banned against Pyoshik, but it is required. Right now, Kindred is in one of the strongest spots Kindred has been in a very long time. Especially with the Triforce in the position that it's in right now. So definitely don't want to give Kindred over to the Kindred player.
Well, we still have Zeri is available, Melio is available, Vi, Kindred, Annie banned out by 100 Thieves, Maokai, and Yuumi banned out by TL. Yeah, I would expect the Nico ban here.
You either got to give Melio and Nico. Both of those are really hard to part with.
Yeah.
But they decide for the Melio angle of it. 100 Thieves here flashing the double evolution first. And they actually lock it instead of prioritizing support. Very interesting.
Yeah, they want to make sure they go after it. Last time around, remember, we saw the first pick, Melio for FlyQuest, the immediate response, Lucian Nami for TSM. Obviously, TSM takes the win there, so I think they don't want to end up giving away that same type of a trade, but that does leave Melio open. That does mean we expect to see Team Liquid lock it in.
Yeah. Very interesting. I'm curious to see what 100 Thieves are cooking here then for this bottom lane. They have so much trust and faith in Double Lift. I'm assuming Busio then just goes with the Nami instead. But it also allows Harry to get that Ahri, one of his favorite champs for mid lane, and get that matchup into Nuke Duck. So they flash the Nami, they lock in the LeBlanc first, but they still are able to get it as expected. There's your pairing, the classic.
Yep.
Even though Melio is the new hotness, Nami is the original.
Old reliable. Lucian Nami bot lane, LeBlanc in mid, going up against that Ahri pocket pick of Harry's like you're talking about. When your pocket pick is also a meta pick at the A tier,
it's your time.
It feels pretty good.
It's like Zeka with Akali and Silas being running the entire tournament. Perfect timing there. No surprise, the Aphelios that we expected, pairing there with the Melio.
All right, it's junglers and top laners in the second half. And when we look at our bans in the first half, there was already plenty of jungle presence there with the Kindred and the Vi and the Maokai.
Like Wukong for closer probably. Wukong and Viego both up. Very, very strong closer champions and quite good right now. If they wanted to go the tank route for him, the Sejuani is available with Maokai ban. That's kind of the...
Ooh, that's another closer special for Lee.
Really, really indexing into player-specific ban right here because he has such an affinity for it.
And also, because LeBlanc is on the enemy team, Lee Sin LeBlanc as a mid-jungle duo, that's the pop goes the health bar 2v2 right there. So they want to keep that off the table. Wukong banned out by 100 Thieves themselves, wanting to keep that one away from Pioshi.
Okay, the jungler duel deepens. We keep on forcing each other deeper and deeper into the champion pools. Will we find a Viego? Will we find... Oh, we get a top lane instead. Someday demanding respect on his pick. His most picked champion of all time of his career. It's 100 Thieves. They get the last swing instead.
All right, 100 Thieves. The last champ, Malphite. Okay, that one's banned out. This will be the first game today. We do not get to see any Malphite.
What's really funny is that Malphite was the original champion that caused the downfall of Summit. When Summit was actually having his MVP split, Malphite was what caused was the first domino that caused the downfall of Summit before he left for the first time and has returned. So let's see. Yes, Kha'Zix still available.
Wait,
here.
there wasn't Malphite in game 1 today either. I'm trolling. Malphite's just permanently in my brain because he gets picked so much. That's my bad. It's whatever. Sejuani's locked in for the side of Team Liquid, so there's some front line. I expect each team to have at least one of these just like pure tank mega meatball champions, considering we've got like Aphelios and Lucian on the board. I wonder what we're going to get here from 100
I mean, if they go Viego, then they have to do like, tank on top side here for Someday. Someday has got to be on tank duty right now. So they go with the Kha'Zix instead of closers Viego. We'll see about it. Wow, Cassante is still available.
Yeah.
Cassante has slipped all the way to last pick.
And hey, Sunday's happy to take it.
Mind. All right. Definitely, I would definitely be happy to take it as well. Provides that front line, plus always has that ability to put threat onto the back line. Are we going to actually see one of these execution-style champion counters to the top side? The Garens, the Darius, whose ultimates are made to execute Cassante when you take yourself low. No, we are not going to see it at Last Flowers. We get another matchup with the Jax, and Summit will try his hands. Fudge didn't have such a nice time when he went for his tower dive and fumbled it a bit earlier today. Cloud9 were able to brush it off though, and not that big a deal. But when you have a pairing of the Sejuani jungle, feels so nice. It really does help your top laners out a lot usually, as they're the ones with the melee champions. They're the ones you can really get those quick stuns with, and especially if they have their own stun, Counter-Strike and Sejuani, E-stun as well as the ultimate stun. You have a tremendous amount of CC. So in 2v2 scenarios, the Sejuani Jax side always goes for the Kha'Zix. Try and kill that squishy bug first. You can stun lock him down to 0 if it's actually a 2v2.
So based off yesterday's games that we saw from these two teams, I would think most people are giving the edge to 100 Thieves in this matchup. So I want to pose the question to you early on, because that is Team Liquid's best part of the game by far statistically. what do they need to focus to build the type of lead that they need against this team?
I mean, they're going to have to focus on not throwing the leads. I think all the focus does not need to be on what they've been doing anyways.
Okay.
They've gotten their early leads. I think what they need to focus on is not giving away those picks, not making the slow rotations for objectives that have throughout all of spring, allowed so many of their games where they did step number one. Flowers are like, you know what? Early game, lead acquired. Great. We're looking good. Everyone says we're scrim gods. Also great.
Yeah.
But then you end up at the bottom losing so many games, losing out so many leads, around those getting picked off in side lanes, but as well as the later game team fights. So you got to lock it down.
All right. Team Liquid, 100 Thieves, head-to-head, both coming off a win yesterday. But today, I'm really looking forward to this head-to-head. I really want to see someday have another pop-off game like we got yesterday.
And especially to me for the bottom side of the map, because when we were over in Europe at MSI and Team Liquid came over to Scrim in Europe as well, a lot of the teams there were saying, wow, this TL team, kind of surprised that they're not also here at MSI. They're doing quite well in scrims, good scrim partners, but the bottom lane was one area that a lot of those teams did take advantage of versus Team Liquid. And with how Double-If and Busio were playing yesterday, that could be a very big issue that could go into 100 Thieves' favor. So I've got a pretty big magnifying glass on that bottom lane, also because 100 Thieves opted to go with so much priority on the Lucian Nami here.
Update for everybody sitting at home. It seems we have some sort of a misfire on the client starting the game up. Investigating that right now, trying to get ourselves launched and onto the Rift. Hopefully, won't be too big of a delay and we can get in there ASAP because I'm ready to see this matchup. This is one of the ones that I've been looking forward to ever since I first saw the schedule for day number 2. So,
and we've got the Duck on LeBlanc after the big performance from Insanity on LeBlanc in our previous game. See what he can do here. A little bit of extra trash talk spiciness thrown in on our intro from Team Liquid. Definitely also looking forward to this mid lane matchup. He did quite well yesterday. Coach Hands still has it.
Yeah, man. That's a hell of a thing to be able to prove. You go from player to coach. Now you're back to player because of emergency substitution and you're playing just fine. That's what feels good.
If they could start out with 3-0 super week with Quid, by the way, he's been tweeting. I followed his Twitter account really early on, and so he just arrived, and so this was like his first day waking up in actually LA. So I assume he will start getting more of the practice time now that he's actually here with the team, and they'll get him up to speed in this next week. But this week is looking like it's going to be all Nuke Duck here, since he's been the one putting in the time and he's ready. No jet lag, no issues to adjust to. But it's good to see to hear that 100 Thieves have actually gotten the intended young starter coming from LCK challengers to see if we can actually get that full intended roster on stage and the real hype begin.
Yeah, it makes sense not to play him in week 1, even if he got here today. I mean, if the dude's not practiced with the team at all, he's jet lagged. It's like, okay, this is probably not the best way to debut a guy.
If your coach is only like a year out of pro play too, and is feeling confident, yeah, definitely helps to have options.
Right. I mean, it's not like they're having, like you or Jack come back in and play for him when you got to play back in 2013. Hey, man, look, I'm not trying to talk some smack, but I'm just saying 2013 was 10 years ago, right? Like the Duck is more fresh. He's LCS fresh.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely true. I am washed.
That was not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you were one of the establishing founding fathers of professional League of Legends competition here in North America. Yeah, a pillar of the community, damn it.
Yeah, honestly though, yeah, it really does help, and it's funny too because we've had discussions a lot of the time. Mostly when people are just throwing out random podcast questions and stuff about what if League of Legends was changed to have a coach be on comms with you during the game. And have like a 6-person and
6 headset.
Actually change the way that the game is played. And we're like, that's kind of interesting to think about, but it would fully change what skills they're actually testing in League. And then, players wouldn't have to think so much about macro and all that stuff. But now, if you have the next evolution of, you have your player spend time as a coach for a while and then come back as a player, and then boom, you've got the best of both worlds. Now you do have your coach in-game on comms with you to deliver you that high-value nuke duck coaching of, have you tried just winning?
Exactly. Dude, he can just pilot everyone's brains himself like it's a game of StarCraft. That's what they always said that High used to do back in the old school days of Cloud9, right? Is he was just the shot call king. He would tell everybody, okay, you go here. Okay, you do this. Having a guy who can pilot all the other guys, that's overpowered.
What's really funny about that story is I know, especially like Sneaky and Meteos, they're like, that did not happen.
Oh, really?
we did not get micromanaged.
Oh,
There's
no,
communication, but
I'm peddling fake news. My apologies on that, Sneaky and Meteos. My bad,
I
boys.
love it because it became its own meme of everyone just being like, yeah, just shot call him whenever anything extraordinary happened.
Well, anyway, Nuke Duck's brain coming back onto the Rift obviously worked good for 100 Thieves for the first time. Still no updates on the game load issue. Hopefully it works out here pretty soon. Fun fact, I'm going to say this right now to hopefully bring some attention to it. So there's currently a new thing on Spectator. So you know how when you spectate League of Legends games, it has the 3-minute delay built in? And if you try to spectate at the very beginning of the game before 3 minutes passes, you have to wait in the client for it to tick down. I spectate a lot of games, so I'm aware of this. Unfortunately, right now, there's a new issue where even if you're in the middle of the game and you go to spectate, the client gets mad at you and makes you sit in timeout for 3 minutes before you can spectate it, even if you shouldn't have to wait. So I'm wondering if maybe this has something to do with that and we're in 3-minute prison.
Well, I just got an update that game actually didn't even load at all, so they're fully having to remake now from scrap. So we are in a new situation where we're going to load it right back up, get everybody back into the lobby as quickly as we possibly can, start a fresh one. That old game was that one wasn't very good anyway. That was going to be a bad one.
Yeah.
This one, that lobby was cursed. That was a cursed lobby. It was going to be boring. It was going to be a farm fest. It was going to be 0 kills at 20 minutes. So we're going to load up a new lobby for you all, a way more exciting perfect.
Yeah, that's great. It's Kobe's.
Way more exciting. As exciting as Busio is right now.
Yeah, he's just thinking about that new lobby. That's what he's focused on. You ever go to the grocery store and you buy what looks like a good banana, and then you get home and you go to eat the banana, and there's a big old bruise on it or something? First game was a bruised banana. This next one,
disgusting.
Perfect.
So I started buying ones that are slightly green.
Okay.
And I made the mistake because I heard, it's actually a lot more valuable to you nutritionally before more of the fiber gets converted into sugar. So like the green banana fiber is really good for you, but then I made the mistake of going too far. It was too healthy and tasted like trash.
I did that back when I was home in Ohio a couple of months ago, and while I was visiting, my sister was there, and she's like super vegan and everything, so she buys all this health stuff. And so part of that is it's the same thing with the bananas that you're talking about, but I didn't know that she buys them so early that she waits like 2 or 3 days for them to ripen more. And so I just ate this hella green banana that was like
it was good for you.
It was like biting into a tree trunk.
Yeah,
I'm like, what is this?
It's terrible.
That was one of the weirdest things I ever ate in my life. I didn't know bananas did that.
Some good prebiotic fiber for you, Flowers.
I don't know what that first word means, but it sounded really
like
smart. Tastes like stuff. Is what it tastes like. But hopefully we're back into the game soon. We're remaking the lobby right now. The players are
What
checking
tournament realm are we on
what's
right now?
under their
Producers,
chairs.
what tournament realm? I'll load up too. What do we got here?
Yeah, what do you got? Turn that thing on.
We got TR 1, 2, 3, 4.
Kobe actually has
5, 6.
his own like in-game spectator that he can use off to the side to check in-game information and stuff. I just have my monitor turned to.
They crashed me out. They ditched
game
me
feed again. Yeah.
Yeah,
they did.
I was in there on the last one. Boom, it crashed. They remade. Now they're going off to play without us, Flowers.
You're gonna have to get.
We're
back
the
in there.
ones getting left behind.
Well, I mean, I'm not because I wasn't in the game to begin with. I have my play-by-play monitor here. That's just whatever I'm supposed to talk at.
So you actually weren't even invited.
Yeah.
I'm getting left behind now. So now I'm stuck outside with you.
The bus took off without you. They never even told me where the bus stop was.
Well, I'm happy to chill here with you outside the club.
Hell yeah, dude. We're chilling. All right, well, I was just updated that while we wait for the game to be remade and get us onto Summoner's Rift for our third game of the day, we're going to toss things back to the lounge. So everybody, take it away.
They were also not invited.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. Thanks, Flowers and Kobe. I heard there's a ghost game.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's essentially why we're
Spooky.
stuck, because the players, it just says that they're like waiting to reconnect and they can't get control back of their clients. So we got the best people working on it.
It's fun because I've had a few client experiences around either being stuck in a spectating game, so I try to spectate a friend, and it's like, okay, you can't get out and you can't spectate. That sucks. Or there's one where I'm in a lobby, getting ready to play the game, and you're all just stuck as a hostage. I haven't had that one in a long time, though. That one I feel like has been stomped out, but I don't know. This one seems like a
There was
similar.
a time where that one was around for a while.
Yeah.
And then you're just stuck. And then if it was a really bad game, it's like, oh no.
True.
You're stuck with these people for a really long time.
That's one way to view it.
until the client lets you out of jail.
So, guys.
I will say, I feel more confident about my Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves prediction.
What's the
for
prediction?
Team Liquid to win.
He was the only one
that,
picking
yeah.
TL, yeah.
So the theme of my predictions today was don't overreact off of yesterday.
Haven't you all? That's all you've done. At least in the top of show, you've been overreacting with
I've
Golden
been
Guardians.
underreacting. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, wait, Mark was the
Dude, Golden
overreactor.
Guardians had like a whole split of mediocrity, or like a whole decade.
Oh,
of
so you're
mediocrity.
saying we're overreacting. Okay, that's the take.
I don't want to use
We're
this as an opportunity
overreacting
to
to
talk down
them
on Golden
improving
Guardians.
at MSI?
I love Golden Guardians. They're the best.
Okay.
I want to specifically talk about TL and 100 Thieves. So basically, 100 Thieves is playing with Nuke Duck.
Yeah.
They're not playing with they played with Bjergsen last split.
Yeah.
They're going to have Quid soon. I think I actually saw him around, but I don't think he's able to play yet. And then Team Liquid, running back their roster from yesterday, still an extremely strong early game.
Yes.
But just questionable late game. It seems, because 100 Thieves was so dominant over FlyQuest, it's like Mark at the start of the show was putting them through the thermometer in our heat check, saying to the moon. But it's literally based off one game. And the reason I am more strongly committing to the Team Liquid pick now is because TSM won against FlyQuest.
Ooh, it's a false equivalency alert.
It's a very how is it false? It's an
property.
equivalency
It's a different
of
game.
what happened, Raz.
It's a different game.
100 Thieves stomped FlyQuest, who couldn't even beat TSM, or TSM is actually not that bad.
I like that one.
And Team Liquid struggling to close the game against the macro gods of TSM.
You need a new TED Talk.
Here's my thing, though, is that if you're looking at both of these teams' play styles, and they both play like we expect them to, right? Those mid-game mistakes that TL are inevitably going to have in terms of their team fight setups and just general, like, neutral objective setups. Someone's going in, the rest of the team isn't there. I feel like 100 Thieves are the perfect team that want to capitalize on that, right? Because they're going to be typically playing through bot. I know Someday had a really great day, but yeah, they're going to be playing through bot, and they'll be able to out-team fight.
Yeah, I just feel 100 Thieves have just had a really solid understanding of mid-game. Something that they've done in the tail end of the last split was just, of course, overgroup at times. But the thing that Someday now brings is that that's just the natural style that he has. Not to overgroup, but at least to play to a weak side of the map, and then when he gets pushed, to make a move to the mid lane so they can actually get fights going. So that's something that I've noticed from 100 Thieves last split. Now, Closer, I feel like he was robbed last game. To me, he was like player of the game after watching the game back again. He was just living in the enemy jungle and just making it really painful. And the team was around him when making that happen. So like when he invaded topside, it was Someday that was there. So these things really matter, and I think 100 Thieves have it locked down.
Their draft was pretty good yesterday, too.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had really good team comp.
Yeah.
Team Liquid's team comp was a little all over the place.
It wanted to do a lot of things.
So basically, from my memory, challenge to the graphics team. Emily has notes, but they had a Kennen top lane. They had a Felios bottom lane.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, this is the one I didn't take notes because we did draft live. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Basically, their overall team comp was everyone can carry. They had Ahri mid lane.
Yep.
They had no real setup. They had Vi jungle.
Vi jungle.
So they had no tank and relatively poor engage.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things where you just kind of give everyone the ball at once and hope it works. My analogy was everyone was trying to cook.
There we go.
But they're all trying to cook on the same stove.
It
ended up working because they got the massive early game lead, but the actual cohesion of that team composition is like really lacking.
I think it's fine. The only one that challenges it is Vi. Vi, I think, has a completely different theme than the rest of the champs, where it's like you want the enemy team to walk into you. Of course, this is a full engaged composition from TSM. So it's like Renata, great counter engage. Ari, who's going to be playing a flank. And Aphelios, if you have enough protection, which is the concern here, then you can just start pumping damage as they're walking towards you, and it's going to be really difficult with the range advantage you have versus Xayah. So I actually liked it. The one which is odd was the Vi in the 8-minute team fight where Vi goes in without literally anybody to follow up. That's where you're like, yeah, that's a good example of it. But I liked the idea. There were just some pieces that didn't work with it.
Yeah, next we should actually take a look at 100 Thieves draft from day one, because I'm very impressed by Production's ability to pull up that draft so quickly.
That's true.
So
now we're challenging them.
We'll talk about that because they had Melio, and they had significantly more range. And I think that was actually really interesting to me because even though they still don't have their whole team here, Kane did join their team during the offseason and was there in their boot camp in Korea. Kane, former coach of Team Liquid, one thing that he would always preach when I worked with him was that range was extremely important. So this was the draft from their game yesterday. And even though they have Lucian, which is traditionally shorter range, they have Melio, they have Ari, they have Wukong, they can extend into range of what FlyQuest wants to do if they're ever trying to take control of a space.
Yeah.
And that allows them to play very well. This is also a game where Renekton ended up getting like a 50 CS lead, so some days Renekton was very, very big. But just something to keep in mind with 100 Thieves drafts, because they're bringing back like the Kane double of synergy. They're going to play around bot lane, and they're going to try and get team compositions with more range, like consistently.
Yeah, and I thought they did a really good job of showcasing the Melio-Lucian combo, especially into Yuumi. Obviously, these are champs that we've either been used to seeing get banned, depending on draft, but I really liked 100 Thieves and Double Ifimbusio's approach to playing that lane out, especially recognizing, again, if you take Aery as Melio into the Yuumi, how you can proc that. In some of their skirmish, like their really early skirmishes, especially the one that initially blew Prince's Flash. That was really good. Also, as we talked about at top of day 2, Renekton generally got a few buffs as well on this patch.
Yeah.
And Someday is also the kind of player who's been playing Renekton since like, what, season 4?
Is this a race to Renekton?
Season 4?
In this game,
so like, it's one of those champions that he's always going to just be like, yeah, pick me Renekton. I'm super comfortable on it, so.
Yeah, and I think outside of those matchups, kind of once again praising Closer, whenever you see comps like that, where you're like, okay, enemy team comp, very weak early, weak jungle, weak bot lane, looking to invade constantly. Like, I will just remember the fact that he bullied him on bot side of the camps, and then went through mid lane, then basically challenged his blue buff. And when he realized he wasn't going to fight for blue, it's like, okay, we'll just challenge him on Gromp instead. Like, Spica was just completely out of the game, but now we're looking at this draft that has been locked in.
Yeah, and you can see the Renekton was banned in the 4-5 by Team Liquid. Also, having the 5th pick Jax to make sure that the Cassante moves mid lane. It is kind of the classic double melee plus Sejuani, try and win side lanes flank. That team composition, as we talked about, much less range than the 100 Thieves team composition. So it's literally going to be, to me, a lot about whether or not 100 Thieves can move into spaces with their range first and prevent flanks from Team Liquid. But it does thematically kind of work with the way that Team Liquid has been playing, which is just dominate lanes and then kind of skirmish team fights.
Yeah, I think this draft from TL, if we are comparing it to yesterday, is a little bit more cohesive as well, because obviously Harry on the Ahri, it's one of his most comfortable champions. We've talked about that a lot on broadcast. But having the Sejuani Ahri combo, they can also
giga trolling. I'm sorry.
Make plays.
This pick order totally threw me off. I'm sorry. Literally, I was looking at right side, all those 5 champions together, and I'm like, they can't have Kha'Zix and Sejuani. So sorry, I am 100% trolling. Aphelios Melio.
I thought you were going to say you disagree that they can play through mid with Ahri Sedge, and I was about to get into a fight with you.
Nah, I'm off. So the Sejuani doesn't have double melee synergy. Harry's just playing Ahri again, which is his comfort pick.
Yeah.
They're trying to...
I mean, it's a lot of comfort picks across the board, and Melio.
It's fine. There's not a massive range advantage. Disregard what I said for like a minute. Listen to what I said in the last 10 seconds. I'm so sorry.
A small thing that I want to point out is mostly just Nuke Duck. Something we mentioned coming into game 1 was the fact that he actually does play quite a bit. Plays in solo queue, played in champions queue. It was actually when a lot of mid laners weren't. He was the one that was playing, I felt like, the most, or at least when I was watching it. And in this comp, like, I want to see 100 Thieves on side lanes. Especially with Kha'Zix and LeBlanc, that's a lot of damage that Ahri really can't deal with. And Sejuani's going to really struggle to keep up. So that's something that I'm expecting, is just LeBlanc Kha'Zix combo on sides to then maybe get pressure around Baron or Drakes if they're trying to stack it. That's one thing I want to zero in on. I thought NukeDuck had an amazing game 1 versus Vikla, and now he's going up against Harry, and it just proves a point. It's funny enough, going into the offseason when the Bjergsen announcement was made, I personally thought, I was like, oh, I mean, NukeDuck didn't take much of a break. I felt like maybe he gets slotted in as the mid laner. That's what I thought, but you know, most players that come in the coaching still have aspirations to come back as a player. But hey, he gets a chance to prove a point when he goes back into coaching of like, hey, now Quid, welcome to the team. This is what I did while you were away. Now I've seen you play LeBlanc. Here's an example of NukeDuck LeBlanc.
One thing that I'm really curious to get your guys' opinion on, obviously because 100 Thieves on blue side first picked the Lucian, presumably expecting the Melio to come out from TL. We've seen a lot of, like, not only is Lucian Melio a combo, but additionally Lucian Nami into Melio lanes because he's not known as much of a stronger laner as other combos. And obviously Lucian's something that Doublelift is super comfortable with. This is an early game strategy initially coming out of 100 Thieves, right? And we've talked about how strong TL's early game has been previously. So how do you guys think this is going to match up in game?
Well, I'm trying to get information right now in the lobby because TL has actually made it back in the lobby, but 100 Thieves hasn't. So I'm trying to dig some info from Jan.
They're lagging behind.
He actually says that blue side might have better champs. So we'll see because TL is red side in this draft. But it basically, win or lose, it's good for us, Aphelios, he says, but I'm going to get punished, he says.
Okay.
The honesty.
Lucian Melio was really good for 100 Thieves yesterday. Doublelift running back the Lucian was not necessarily influenced by Uzi's return, but is still something that Doublelift has had a lot of success with.
Just a quick update. We're doing a settings check, getting NukeDuck and just the team as a whole back in there. So I think we don't have, like, we're going to be pretty quick to get back in just from the information that I've heard if we're just doing a settings check there. So that's nice to hear.
Dude, how funny is it that NukeDuck doesn't have 100 in his name?
I was thinking the same thing.
He's just NukeDuck, yeah.
Well, if you're a coach, if you're getting the, what's it called, access to Tournament Realm, you won't have the tag. You can add the tag. I think you can still add the tag.
You can't change your name yourself, though, because they don't give you any RP. They give you a full unlocked account, but you don't have enough to make a name change, and there's no way of buying RP.
I feel like you used to be able to do it. I feel like you used to have a lot of RP just in TR in the past.
Not the last time I checked.
Okay.
I'm seeing an R in for TL.
Yeah, both teams typing
100
ready.
Thieves says ready.
Producers, is it time to send it back to casters? Unknown. We're sending it back. We're in draft. Thank goodness. Let's go.
All right, we're back. Hopefully, we got all 10 of our players ready to go.
I see a lobby. I'm in here.
All right, Kobe's in the lobby. They are remaking the draft, everything exactly as is or as was.
I'm playing. Just kidding.
Oh, I was going to say, all right, well, if you're going to play from here, I feel like you probably shouldn't be able to look at this monitor.
I need a different mouse, actually.
Yeah.
What the? All right, actually,
mouse?
we are. So currently, I see the band. So I can just tell you the bands. Oh, wait a second.
It's the same draft, man.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see the graphic already up on.
Yeah. No, we've got it up on the screen.
Because we got the thing cut.
Yeah. So, right, we're pretty much just waiting for the players to go through everything. Everything's exactly the same as it was the last time y'all saw it, so they're rushing through it right now. And then it'll be loaded onto the Rift, and hopefully we can get things started for game number 3. There was unfortunately no gameplay for us to talk about since it was a champ select load error, and we already talked a bunch about bananas and whatever.
Yep.
So, you know, we're just kind of waiting the same way y'all are to get into this game. I'm sincerely hoping we get action-packed gameplay now. I hope that this has got the players fired up enough.
Have you ever heard Mitch Hedberg's stand-up comedy?
Yes.
Have you heard the joke about bananas?
No, I've heard the one about escalators.
Okay. Well, actually, I don't think I can actually tell the banana joke because it's got an F-bomb in it, but...
Just bleep yourself.
But you should... Should definitely go and look that joke up.
Just bleep yourself.
No. I think we'll get into game. They're starting it right now. We've got 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, you realize now, after we're done with this game, because this is the last game you and I are casting for the day, once we go back behind the scenes, you have to at least tell me the joke in the hallway.
I will.
Okay.
I for sure will. It doesn't have that pop if I just bleep and bleeping yourself, I like that's weird mechanics.
What do you mean it's weird mechanics?
So I go, so the line at the end is, where the F did you get that banana? I guess I could do it like that. Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. We'll get there. We're getting there.
Yeah, we'll get there later.
The lobby's also getting there. It just hit 0. So as long as this launches, we will be into game for game number 3 of the day. Okay, client launching. We didn't get to this point last time. All right, we're in. I see player cards. I see champion splash.
Take us through. You're gonna shoutcast the loading bar?
Well, that's what I was gonna do, but it loaded
90%.
instantly.
Oh, 100%. We're in. We're in the fountain. Woo, flowers.
They had some fast computers up there. This isn't like solo queue where you wait on the guy playing on a TI-84 to load into the game. Let's go. All right, here we are. It's 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid. A little late, but ready to rock and roll. Let's see who's going to keep the wins going as Nuke Duck running alongside his bottom lane duo down into the brushes here in bottom lane.
So now that we didn't tell the banana Mitch Hedberg joke throughout this game, can I just drop where the F did you get that banana?
Yeah, go for
cool.
it. No worries.
We'll hit it like 5 or 6 times.
Come on, man. Everybody gets one.
All right. As far as sweepers go, we have 0 sweepers. So it doesn't seem like there's going to be too many crazy shenanigans going. Nobody eyeballing each other's raptors. Sejuani has a pretty easy time taking her own, no problem. The rest of the TL members going to get that coveted raptor ward that we talked about in the previous game. My favorite, please, solo queue mid laners, do this for your jungler. It is so incredibly helpful, and it helps you too.
Yeah,
so
helping your jungler helps you.
Your opponent's jungler, when they're pathing red quadrant towards raptors, and you don't get ganked. All right, it's a good one. It is going to see, even seeing that Kha'Zix does not go over there for the early start, you can then assume blue quadrant start for the Kha'Zix, and you know it's going to be top side start for both junglers heading towards that bottom side. Team 100 Thieves, remember they invested a lot into this Lucian Nami. First pick Lucian for Double Lift after the big Lucian performance yesterday. So there's a lot of eyeballs down here at this bottom lane.
All right, Busio and Double Lift, the Lucian Nami. One of those things that when you pick it, I always want to see that lane control, that dominance, that aggressive gameplay. If I don't get it, I'm just like, why are we picking these champions? So hopefully Double Lift, we can relive the glory days of the old, my pocket pick is Lucian, and really see this pop off again. Back in the mid lane, speaking of pocket picks, Harry on the Ahri, you talked about it back in the original Champ Select. He had a great game on it yesterday, and I expect him to continue to perform on it again here today. He's loved the champion for a long time, and with it being in its current state in the meta, there's no reason not to go for it. They picked it nice and early. A little bit of trading going back and forth here in every lane, as our tri-lane camera is showing us mostly combat in top right now. Someday and Summit going into that one, but back in mid, just trading blows. Someday hits level 3. Summit's going to be on the losing end of a trade because of it.
Really nice combo there from Someday, actually. Able to avoid a lot of the damage, gets the pullback, but we have the slip over the back. Q early on, super long cooldown here for Sejuani. So biding his time, Pioshik for the right moment.
Looking for it. W2 not going to find the target there. Double It flashing out of the way. Busio was already out of maximum range. Team Liquid backs off, seeing closers show up. They already spent some of their cooldowns trying to engage there. So now the Cozy Campfire gets to heal everybody up. Remember, that's a heal over time that moves along with the closest champion. So just tops everybody back off, and Team Liquid's feeling fine.
All right, so even though Double Lift and Busio were able to 2v2 force out the heal, CoreJJ used it early. It's a pretty short cooldown summoner spell, and using it early, you're gonna get the value there. The health will remain. Meanwhile, the flash being forced out by Pioshik's kind of pathing over towards Tribrush. That one's going to be a bit of a stickler. Double Lift, much more vulnerable, and so is Closer as Pioshik gets a beautiful aftershock trade.
Yeah, Pioshik recognizing that he has some really snappy bursts there against that Kha'Zix and taking a huge chunk of HP out of him. Gonna feel good about that one as double-lift and Busio are again shoved back underneath the turret here. Jan and Core JJ with control over the bottom lane.
A lot of good stuff here out of the world champion jungler Pioshik here from Team Liquid, even not on his signature pick. Yeah, he was down to camp because he got down here super early, but do think it was worth blowing double lift splash with how aggressive this 100 Thieves bottom lane has been, taking away that possibility here for double lift and opening up a lot more easy room here for the Aphelios Emilio to keep on farming, get control of the lane back for them, get the wards down as well to cover for Kha'Zix. So very good stuff here. Coverage from Pioshik.
Double lift at 200 HP as Jan keeps trying to poke underneath this turret. The level up there going to heal him a little bit. As Jan, you do have to be a little bit careful there with the Infernum. You can accidentally take some turret aggro if they stand behind the turret when you auto attack it. So just wants to make sure that he does not lose any HP for free as the teleport brings Nuke Duck back to the mid lane, and Harry's will do the exact same. Difference in purchases here. Harry going for the double laning power items of the Doran's Ring and the Dark Seal, while it's a full Mercury Treads purchase for Nuke Duck on the LeBlanc. Double Lift running very low on mana here in the bottom lane. Jan and Core JJ just doing everything they can to keep that pressure up.
Yeah, and I do like early Merc Tread rush here. There's so much CC on the side of Team Liquid. And Ahri with ultimate and Sejuani with ultimate is very, very difficult to get away from. A lot of value out of the tenacity from that. And meanwhile, 2v2, that 2v2 we were hyping up in Champ Select. It's very dangerous for the Kha'Zix to play.
Someday, 300 HP, 100 HP, already dead. Summit just smacks him right upside the skull. They wanted to try to find an angle there for Someday to go all out because he had level 6. Nobody else was there. But man, Team Liquid just made it way too easy. Cassante was way too low.
That's exactly what we highlight in Champ Select. The power of that CC chain from Sejuani and Jax. Nicely done from Summit and Pioshik. The Kha'Zix doesn't provide a lot of value in the standoff 2v2, so they know they can just jump on forward. They go straight for Cassante. Guess what? Someday, even though you're already low, there's no spot for you, good spot for you to ultimate, and you get stunned out, locked down. Huge stuff here for Team Liquid. Another early game Flowers, where already they're taking advantage of an early lead. Pioshik controls the bottom lane for his duo down there, gets that into a safe situation, burns the flash off double lift, then goes to the top side. They win the first blood race, and getting Jax first blood money is very, very impactful to try and fund his Divine Sunderer rush.
Well, let's see if Team Liquid can get this Drake without any contest. It looks like they will. You can see no rotations coming out from 100 Thieves. Double Lift and Busio just shoving the wave up bottom side. Pioshik confirms the Drake for the side of Team Liquid.
Okay, big stuff here from the Team Liquid jungler thus far. He's not even behind in camps at all either to the Kha'Zix. And when you're able to rush the Bomby Cinder, it's really nice. That helps so much with your clear speed for all these tank junglers. Would love to try and get some cooldown reduction in there pretty early on, but man, that burn does really speed up the clear a lot. And Pioshik should be able to full clear the rest of his jungle again. Alpha Dragon, just go blue quadrant up towards red quadrant, pick up his red. He's got level 6 acquired now on the Sejuani, so he can look for those really, really potent Sejuani stun combinations yet again.
And Nuke Duck's doing just fine here in this mid lane as well. The sub mid laner, you can see him constantly going aggressive there on the LeBlanc, jumping back and forth between distortions, trying to trade as frequently as he can with Harry's Ahri, doing a good job sidestepping the return of that Q as well. Now it's 100 Thieves starting up the Herald here very swiftly after it spawned. Pioshik is aware of this. He has the control ward there in the pit. Closer needing to be mindful here of what Team Liquid might be able to do.
Mid lane diff though. Harry's going back to base. Yeah, rough stuff there for Pioshik, because even though versus the Kha'Zix, if it's isolated there, and Kha'Zix is already pretty low on Rift Herald, Pioshik can definitely handle it and chase him off, but...
Okay, nice. The root. Nuke Duck with a flash away.
Necessary.
That just... They got the flash. I can applaud that, but I don't think you were ever going to be able to get more than that against a LeBlanc just running out of the brushes with Melio and Aphelios. So
yeah, we'll see if there's any repeat there, because that's a pretty decent 5-minute window that you can try and make something happen. The double lift flash that was blown they were unable to repeat or make a big punish on the bottom lane. It did make them play a lot more safe. And maybe didn't go for as many trades. Maybe gave up a few CS or something on the 100 Thieves side, but no repeat as far as gank or anything goes there. So mostly a relief one there. Meanwhile, the LeBlanc though, it's kind of annoying because that passive is super annoying to deal with when you're going to try and gank her, but tracking the cooldown on that it's pretty short. So that the passive will be back up, the flash will not, and really need to make use of that burst. So that's why we really do actually like those Merc Tread Rush for Nukeduck here. So even without his flash available, should be able to weather the storm.
Well, we've got the first completed item of the game with the Umbral Glaive for Closer. Nice cheap item there, a little lethality spike, and the extra vision control can go a long way too. So maybe this is the avenue for 100 Thieves to try to find their first kill of the game. Just now hitting 10 minutes on the clock. Not even 300 gold separating the teams. Doublelift and Busio both level 6, but still not on that first item spike that Lucian Nami is really at their deadliest with. Jan and Core JJ just hanging back for now. Don't want to expose themselves to anything. They're waiting on their own jungler and mid laner to make a rotation down here. Pioshik is going to sweep out the brush, find the ward sitting there, but he can't clear it in time. And Harry also found the control ward in the pixel brush, so Team Liquid's attempted play doesn't turn into a whole lot. Nice sidestep there from Jan versus the bubble of Busio means he will not be set up for a potential play from Closer, as Nukeduck wanted to jump on Harry there. If that charm connects, I think you follow it up with Pioshik, but the problem was there is no Glacial Prison just yet. Still a few seconds away from it, so unlikely to be a 100-0 either way.
Yeah, and good dodge from the Duck. The coach in the mid lane again, holding quite well. Doesn't look like there is a liability here at all for 400 Thieves. Closer, meanwhile, he already cleared it out.
Jan with the flash. Gets himself away from the bubble yet again. Culling from Doublelift takes Jan down to half HP. Team Liquid's AD carry, popping the summoner spell in time to stay alive.
And good use of the ultimate here from Kha'Zix to try and get that AD carry flash out. That thing won't be available for Dragon number 2. Repeat attempt on Nukeduck.
I mean, Nukeduck knows. He's like, okay, why is the Ahri just standing here, slowly moving forward towards me back and forth? Something's got to be up. He does not want to commit to that. Meanwhile, back in bottom lane, it's the Nami wave coming out, but Pioshik's ready to reinforce. Doublelift's got to be careful as Jan's also down to about 400 HP. 100 Thieves thought they had the angle there, but once Pioshik shows up, they got to be respectful. Busio's nearly killed, but instead it's Closer swooping in to pick up Jan. Now Pioshik's locked up in the bubble, and 100 Thieves have outfought him. Pioshik still tries to escape as teleports show up for both sides. Team Liquid's going to have their man arrive first, and Nukeduck and Harry both show up only to disengage with their teams.
Wow. Doublelift is in such a good form, Flowers. This summer is looking so good for 100 Thieves. The damage he got into Jan during that play, holding his flash, knowing that he has the advantage there, even when they see the Sejuani. Take a look at this. So they started out with Nami Wave and Bubble, but even when they see Sejuani, he gets the big chunk here, he kites back with the heal from Busio, uses that speed, drops the aggro through the brush. Then as Busio gets stunned up, he tries to put in counter damage onto Jan and flashes away from Pioshik. Flashes the Sejuani flash. He has that all in his mind. He's putting the counter damage into the AD carry so that Closer can jump in to get the kill. He also knows that Sejuani wants that juicy Q flash onto him. He gets out of the way. He's actually just playing on point here. And so Closer does get the kill and gets the extra lethality for the Kha'Zix here. And then they're able to rotate support and AD carry over towards mid lane. 100 Thieves taking that lead back from Team Liquid.
Might be cloudy out, man, but Summer Doublelift does not care. The mechanics are there. He's thinking about what he needs to be doing. He's executing well, exactly what 100 Thieves needs. Someday going to pick up a plate here in the top side. Has his Iceborne Gauntlet fully completed. Divine Sunderer also finished for Summit on the other side. So mythic items for both of our top laners here in that 1v1. You can see the Everfrost coming online here for Harry's Ahri. Very, very good item with this champion to make those charms much easier to hit. Set yourself up for increased pick potential, even if it doesn't have the same damage of something like a Leandry's. But it's 100 Thieves going after the second Drake of the game. It would be their first. Nukeduck seeing what he might be able to find. Just a quick little burst onto Harry, but nobody from TL is around to contest this, so we're even on the Drakes. While the Dragon is slain, the Cloud Winds are going to be the Rift this time around. Unfortunate that we're not going to get one of the more action-packed Drakes, but hey, it's 1-1 on the count anyway, so it's not like anybody was pursuing a fast stack. Pyosik is looking potentially to make something happen up here, but he's walked over a ward, just going to go into the enemy jungle, see what's up, steal away this blue buff, maybe, but 100 Thieves is bringing in the backup to try to stop him. Double lift, backing away, pops the cleanse as soon as he's hit with a Glacial Prison. Does not want to be there for the rest of Team Liquid's follow-up.
Okay, so 100 Thieves now, no sums on their AD carry for the Rift Herald fight. That causes Team Liquid to start it back up. They immediately jump on this one, knowing that that Lucian is vulnerable, and looks like 100 Thieves still calling him over a little bit. They're thinking about it, debating the call.
Cozy Campfire keeping Summit and Pyosik nice and healthy. Okay, Team Liquid, they're just going to force the objective there, take that Herald, get away. Nuke Duck, however, in the bottom lane, looking for the fight against Harry. Doesn't take it any further here. Maybe not. Second Distortion roots him up. Is it the weak of the Duck? Nope, not quite. Does at least get the ulti out of the Ahri. Much longer cooldown for Harry than it is for Nuke Duck.
Yeah, definitely so. Nice little moves there. Takes away a lot of the bite, a lot of that playmaking from the Ahri by getting that ultimate down. And even though Team Liquid were able to get that Rift Herald, looking pretty close here. I do like the call from Team Liquid. As soon as they get that cleanse out, Sejuani ult traded for the cleanse. They go for it. They're able to burn it down. And Someday, again, pretty low health here on the Cassante. He's got his ult and flash available, though, so he should be okay. He's giving a lot of respect to the dive.
Cassante is one of the best champions to try to outplay a dive with, but when you don't have much HP, when it's Jax and Sejuani together, it's just too much. So Someday has to back away, and with first turret credit going over to Team Liquid, the game is back to a dead even state 16 minutes out.
Yeah, I mean, I love personally this top jungle combination. Jax just with the auto attack resets can stack up Sejuani passive so quickly, so you threaten with a lot of burst damage and so much CC. And getting a Jax fed here off of first tower taken is very, very beneficial for Team Liquid's mid-stage games where they want to have this split push priority. They want to get that side lane going in their favor first. And they're going to use Rift Herald to get the outer and mid lane as well. This charge and just a tiny bit of damage will finish it up, and that's going to be 2 outer towers for TL.
Nicely done from Liquid. Again, keeping the game even in gold, but we are at that point of the game now where it's time for the bigger fights. It's time for more objective-based gameplay, and it's time for that coordination to show up. That's where the pressure is right now. 100 Thieves is the team you expect to be better at it. Team Liquid is the squad that we've been waiting to see it for so long.
All right, 1-1 on Dragons as well, so dead even right now. Double lift has his BF sword on top of the Kraken, as does Yon, so pretty comparable. See if they get any explosive initiation. The cleanse is about back up. Then you're gonna have both summoners available for both of these carries. And Summit's fishing around. They want to try and burn those again. A minute 16 out from the Dragon would be great timing to burn some summoner spells off some key carries, even if you don't get kills. Always nice to go fishing around ahead of time here for the Dragon spawn, so your shorter ultimate cooldown can come back up for that, and you can get that advantage in summoner spell.
Exactly. That's why you fish around the 1.5 to 2 minute mark instead of 30 seconds beforehand. You've got to make sure that your cooldown has returned, whereas theirs is still down. You know, Azael taught me that as a principle of MMO PvP back when I first moved out here. These guys are always trading back and forth here in the bottom lane.
Keeping the pressure on him, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so MMOs, okay.
Yeah, no, Azael was just I was like, Azael, I've never been any good at MMO PvP. What's the trick? He's like, you just make them burn a better cooldown than you burned. That's it. He's like, that's all it is. You make them burn better cooldowns, and then you kill them when they have no cooldowns because they're bad and you're good. Like, okay.
All right.
That's the way to do it.
I especially like the they're bad and you're good part.
I don't even remember if he said that. It was just like the bravado that he had in saying it, because you know Azael's just such a chill dude. He makes it sound so easy.
All right, 5 seconds on the Dragon, and it looks like we got a Cassante walking down. Teleport used to get there even quicker. Harry could answer on the Ahri. Looks like they're going to start it up themselves. He's going to have to come in quick.
Harry's going to teleport down. Summit clears the wave away from the tier 1 turret. Team Liquid a little separated right now. This is something you got to be concerned about. Someday steps forward. Nuke Duck waiting off to the side. Summit wants to try to mark him, make sure LeBlanc can't jump in there. 100 Thieves now the ones slightly separated too. Team Liquid, 4-man grouped up on top of the Drake. They want to engage. Closes at about half. Team Liquid still trying to take this. The Drake is secured as Summit chases away Nuke Duck, but he only kills the clone. Team Liquid managed to fight this one well so far, but now Harry's going in to try to get a little bit more. The cozy campfire keeping everybody healed up as Harry now has to flash back. It's Team Liquid deciding they've gone too far and choosing not to pursue anymore.
Summit with the wraparound to the backside. You're forced with this decision with a Blanc cone. Which one are you going to go for? And both of them were running straight. So he chose the one running straight towards their base, but that was the clone. So Nuke Duck did get out without having to burn his flash. A little bit of a yoink here from Closer. Easy for Kha'Zix with the Q damage. But it was a really good positioning move here from Summit to be there for the wraparound on the snapback for LeBlanc and force them out. Team Liquid, they end up getting just the Dragon though, not getting the chase down on kills. And then Harry tried to make the big play there with the charm, but ends up having to go at a summoner spell deficit and flashing out using the last charge of the Ahri ultimate.
Yeah, we've honestly not got a lot of action here in this game. 1-1, 20 minutes in. 1 kill per 10 minutes. Both of these squads fine, playing it out slow.
Those are rookie numbers, Flowers. We need to pump those up.
Pump those numbers the hell up, Kobe. I need some PvP in my League of Legends game. But it does mean
All
usually...
right, jump in the arena. Let's go.
Usually when we've got games like this that are super slow on the kills, once you do finally get that one fight that everybody commits to, it kind of just decides so much of the momentum of the game up until the Nexus falls.
And I kind of like the setup here and the maneuvering done by Team Liquid. Teleport back out to the side lane here for a quick push on his 2-item power spike for Summit. Black Cleaver done. Should be able to get the tower commitment here for him.
Yep.
Solo tower gold again for Jax. Juicy.
Easy, easy, easy.
Got a nice isolated lead there versus the Cassante.
Yep, Summit bringing that up to all 3 outer turrets taken by Team Liquid, whereas 100 Thieves still yet to claim a single turret this game, but they remain with a gold advantage despite that difference. As Nuke Duck jumps in towards Yon, but he's not going to find the connection on the chains. Pyosik hanging out to the side of mid lane here. And when you think about it, 3 turrets worth of gold is a lot of gold. So for 100 Thieves to still have the lead, we look at the farm differences in the jungle roll. Hold on, it's Summit jumping in there together with Pyosik. Closer's down to 51 HP, but he lives to see another day.
You better be careful where you're hopping, Kha'Zix. Squishy little bug there. You got some good lethality and some good vision control, but double buffs on LeBlanc this time around, so maybe it's more than just the cheeky little trade. Looks like it is going to be a nice chunk, but that's about it.
And what I was saying before that showed up was Closer's got way more farm than what Pyosik has. In a game where there's just no kills on the board, the farm is the only thing that's really going to be separating everybody. And in every role, well, not every role but top, I guess, because AD carry is pretty much even. But in mid lane, there's a small advantage for Nuke Duck. And then when you look up in that jungle, it's plus 40 for Closer, which is a big part of the advantage for 100 Thieves here with the gold lead that they have despite the turrets. So Closer's one of the guys I got my eyes on. Whenever we do finally get a fight in this game, Kha'Zix's impact in that fight is paramount to which way it goes.
And every time we get a little snapshot of this LeBlanc versus Ahri, tiny bit more pressure from Nuke Duck's side on the LeBlanc. And even without kills and just a little bit of farm diff there, gets a bounty pop-up on his head. As 100 Thieves, you're mentioning how no towers a blemish on their record. Well, those towers are very low. I would have called that standing gold. Yeah. It's very easy to take. and it's standing there on the map. The outer one's especially very easy as Summit gets chased off by the LeBlanc this time around.
Yep, jumped over the wall to try to guarantee that chain connection, but the rest of the team couldn't follow up there for any more of a punish. Nuke Duck now looking at Core JJ, who had to try to get away from that one as 100 Thieves now trying to prepare for the Team Liquid re-engage. Closer charmed up by Harry. The damage on the bug, and they squish him flat. Team Liquid, team fighting better and finding the enemy jungle.
Oh, doing a little zigzag there on the Cossacks with the ultimate on the cloud speed, but it doesn't matter. Squishes him all the same. Closer goes flat, and Team Liquid, now they've got some Baron baiting potential on their hands. They get right in there. Red White Gun, he's got the White Gun Chakram stacking up with the Cozy Campfire healing them. Team Liquid, they're not messing around.
100 Thieves is coming in. They don't have a jungler. It's not a 50-50 flip. Busio gonna take some damage as Summit goes in to fight everybody here in a 1v4 and guarantee the rest of the team's gonna be able to take the Baron away, and Team Liquid gets a 24-minute Baron.
That was beautiful. They've got Red White Gun. They burned down the Baron. Summit goes in knowing he's got stopwatch. The extra gold value really paying off for that top lane difference at the moment. He goes in, hits the double stun, forces the retreat from 100 Thieves. Stopwatch, make sure Team Liquid don't even give up a kill, and that ensures that they can get both objectives, not just the Baron off of that pick. They will also get Dragon number 3, setting themselves up for that Dragon Soul. Huge stuff here for Team Liquid coming out against 100 Thieves. Even with fairly few kills, some really nicely managed objectives.
And that's what I'm saying. When you have a game that is such low kill value like this one, 3 in 25 minutes, whenever a kill does happen, it just ends up leading to so much more. And Team Liquid getting the Baron off that single kill onto Closer. Closer wants that one back, I tell you that right now, because he was having a good game up until that point with the advantages he had built up through his superior farming, but now it's Team Liquid who have this Baron and have the chance to pick up some of this tier 2 turret gold. I wonder how much they'll be able to get here. They do have the split push set up. It's Harry actually split pushing away from the rest of the squad. Summit bouncing back and forth between the lanes. Pioshik leading the charge. Nuke Duck takes a lot of damage there. Tidal Wave fired off by Busio to make sure that TL can't follow it up. Double-Lift takes a lot of damage. He's rooted up. The execution comes in, and Team Liquid, they're going to get the tier 2 turret. They're going to take Double-Lift with them, and now they're marching towards the base.
Oh my goodness, the range on Green Gun Aphelios and Milio there. Beautiful stuff. They're inside the base. Flowers, they're not done here either. Mid lane's going down at the same time as bottom lane. Harry's trying to work in towards that inhibitor turret. Bottom inhibitor is toast. They can rotate up to meet him there. They still have a full minute left on this Baron, so the pressure is unrelenting.
Core JJ did have to use the Breath of Life in the base, though. Nuke Duck attaching the chains to him, forcing that out, because otherwise it would have threatened the kill on the incredibly squishy support that Milio is. So Team Liquid now recognizing, hey, we spent a lot down there. We got what we needed to get. We got the kill. We got the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Everybody retreats, shops up now. Unfortunately, recalling at this time means that there's not a whole lot more value you can get out of 30 seconds remaining of Baron buff, but they went from about slightly under a 1,000 gold deficit to a 3,000 gold lead thanks to that entire sequence of events.
And inhibitor being down is not scoreboard pressure, but very real pressure for these late stages. 27 minutes into the game, which will help out with that map control. Flowers, never underestimate the playmaking ability of green purple gun, okay?
Green purple, all right.
A lot of people laugh at those guns. Those guns are no joke in the siege scenario. Nicely done there from Jan. Got the root, got the kill. And now TL, after the reset, they got to spend all that money. And Summit, even without teleport, send the Jack back down to the bottom side. Nuke Duck finds him in the brush, and so he has to be a little bit more cautious with no vision, but same idea there for them.
Right, someday getting focused here. The ulti from Pioshik locks him down, but honestly, they just don't get a whole lot more follow-up on it. It's Pioshik, Jan, and Core JJ. Harry coming up to join them now, but he is on top of a ward. He'll clear out that control ward of his opponents, but not the regular one next to him. Summit now pushing down mid lane. The super minions pushing down bottom. So Team Liquid having a 3-lane threat right now as Harry's Charm's not connecting onto any targets. Nuke Duck clears out the wave in mid. Someday goes to clear out the wave in bot. The Team Liquid players trying to push down the tier 2, but Yaw just gets popped. Beautifully done from 100 Thieves, and now they're gonna find some more. Summit forced to use the Counter-Strike to stay alive as he tries to disengage in time. Pioshik wants to slow these guys down and buy more time for that escape. Summit is just running and running and running and running and running and running and running. Harry fires off the charm, makes sure that he runs away. Team Liquid, little bit of carelessness there, gets punished, and Yon goes down.
Right before our eyes, big stuff out of 100 Thieves. Double lift pops him, gets the revenge onto Yon for the previous kill, and that's going to be the tower down. Now Team Liquid, the rest of the squad is here.
Someday we'll try to...
4v4, no Kha'Zix, no AD carry for TL.
Keep everybody else safe. Summit wants to engage. He's found Boostio already, and now they're going to pick up a second. It's already over with the bottom laners killed off. There's no way the rest of the Thieves can stand and fight, and Team Liquid just dog piles them. They get 3 for nothing.
They like that trade. Summit with the flash in on this. Jax Pioshik looking to stock the recalls.
Very
Pioshik
nice.
does stop Nuke Duck for now.
You won't be able to stop him completely. You can see Nuke Duck actually committing the teleport to guarantee that he escapes. He'll make it back to the base.
Okay.
But the tier 2 turret is down. Team Liquid with Summit, Harry, and Core JJ. They want to force down this tier 3 turret. Doublelift is still left dead for the next 10 seconds. Busio only just now respawning. Team Liquid can't stick around to finish off the inhibitor, but they will open up that second lane of the base without needing a Baron to do it. And the super minions are still putting that pressure in bottom lane.
Big plays from Summit this game. Definitely like what we're seeing out of him this time around on TL. A lot of practice put in from this team. Training up at MSI over in Europe. And he upgraded the stopwatch into the Zhonyas as well for the further playmaking. He's level 16. He sees the clump. He follows the clump into the alcove, gets the stun. Massive damage here. And you can see on the minimap, you know, they go for this because even though they know, yeah, you just killed our AD carry, we don't have our Velios, we see Kha'Zix bottom side on minimap. He can't get here. So nice wrap around here.
And they all went in together. They all went in at the same time. They flashed in together. They dropped all their abilities together. And that's why they're able to get this done. Now they got to be careful. 100 Thieves coming to contest Team Liquid inside their own jungle as the Thieves constantly try to keep Someday between Team Liquid and everybody else on the 100 Thieves squad. Summit jumping back to the safety of his minions as the Baron is started up by TL. They recognize that 100 Thieves are paying attention over to Summit there in the mid lane. There's super minions in the bottom lane. They are pulling the Thieves in multiple different directions, trying to force them to make a choice as Summit has to use the Zhonyas. He will surely die here, but how long is it going to take? The Counter-Strike back on the Doublelift. The Baron is secured, but Summit will be traded away. Doublelift at 1/3 HP as Harry comes around from the side. Someday's tanky, but he ain't tanky enough. Harry drops them with the help of his friends, and 100 Thieves now got to try to get back. It's a 4v4 on the map, and Team Liquid have their second Baron of the game as Pioshik finishes off Doublelift, courtesy of Summit's damage earlier, and Busio's looking like a fish out of water. Nice sidestep back from world champ Pioshik as he keeps the Nami locked down and guarantees a 3v2 for the rest of his team in the enemy base. Doublelift's dead for 35, Someday's dead for 25. Team Liquid's want to end the game. Nuke Duck trying to get away with only 100 HP as Closer and Nuke Duck are the only two left standing. 20 seconds on Doublelift, 10 seconds on Someday. Closer trying to keep himself alive, clear out some of these minions. Nexus turrets are both gone. Team Liquid wants to grab a win. Someday's back in about 4 seconds. 100 Thieves trying to get away. I don't think it happens. Closer jumps in and wants to kill on Harry, but he ain't gonna find it as Someday comes back to life. Only to go all out, only to go all in, only to go all gone. And Team Liquid takes down 100 Thieves.
Flowers, they said this year when they made the squad, they were gonna be a summer team. Summer is starting out 2-0 for them. This game, much more convincing than the game yesterday. I think Pioshik, especially early game, he did so much. Burning the flash off Doublelift, helping out the bottom lane, relieving that pressure first, then going up topside to get the first blood. The Sejuani deserved the antics at the end, burning down the Nami in the 2v1 with the Sunfire, just following her around. Able to get those chase down kills, stopping the backs. Played the engage really nicely for them. Team Liquid here with a big showing on day 2.
And I want to praise Summit. This is a guy who's always been good early. He's been strong in lane. Then he gets caught out a lot. He's not on the same page with the team. This time around, he's the guy who's the sacrificial lamb when they get the second Baron. He's the guy that swoops up and leads the charge with the flash in and the counter-strike with the Zonias in that top lane alcove play. Summit's on the same page as everybody else, and it's a beautiful thing to see. Both of those guys stepped up huge in this game.
Team Liquid looking much more coordinated this time around. Smiles on the faces. 100 Thieves do drop here, but yesterday it looked quite good, and they had some good looks today in a couple points. Definitely a lot to review, but let's take another look here at the final one. This is what you're talking about, the sacrifice. Yep. Summit in mid lane. Yet again, this time he actually does go down as he tries to get the counter kill onto Double Lift. A lot of burst damage, make him try and think twice there, but Double Lift with the Gale Force able to finish him off. Someday, though, is also caught at the same time by the rest of Team Liquid, so it's not like, hey, they got Baron and then they're going to be down a person as well. The double recalls stopped by Pyosik. You're not getting away from him. Ultimate into WQ with the Aftershock on. He takes care of Double Lift and then he goes for the 2v1. The funniest part was the very end where he's just following around Busio, burning him down with the stacked up Sunfire Cape. But stacks it up here, and then now we go for a little ride, buddy. Burn, burn, burn.
That's as bad as seeing the cart that's sold above your head.
And then he dances on the body.
No
burn,
way
baby, burn.
Out there. Honestly, awesome showing from Team Liquid. That's some of the coordination that I wanted to see. That's the improvements that we've all been waiting for so long from the squad. A reminder to everybody out there, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and August 20th. Head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. And with that third game of the day all wrapped up, we're past the halfway point for day 2, and we're going to toss to a break. Once we return, it'll be time for VOD Review with Harry, then NRG versus IMT coming up after. They gotta be respectful. Busio's nearly killed, but instead it's Closer swooping in to pick up Yawn. Now Piosik's locked up in the bubble, and 100 Thieves have outfought him. Now trying to prepare for the Team Liquid re-engage. Closer charmed up by Harry. The damage on the bug, and they squish him flat. Keep everybody else safe. Summit wants to engage. He's found Busio already, and now they're gonna pick up a second. It's already over with the bottom laners killed off. There's no way the rest of the Thieves can stand and fight, and Team Liquid just dog piles them. They get 3 for nothing.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake. Yes, they all start from the outside. So, will we help him? What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What's up, everybody, and congratulations once again, Harry, for another win.
Yeah.
What the hell's happening with you guys?
Obviously, different results from spring so far, so it's going well.
All right, there we go. I mean, my goal in doing a VOD review with you is mostly just focusing on what your role is in the game.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, especially if you're playing weak side and you're having to deal with a lot and soaking up pressure.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people get to see that. In fact, the camera's moving away from you a lot of the times, moving towards the action when it was happening bot lane. So it's nice to just zero in on what your role is. So the first clip for me, you can ignore the squiggly lines on the bottom of the screen, is actually just 30 seconds before the third Drake.
Yeah.
Your bot lane, you are just about to clear the wave here and head up top lane here. I mean, you're dealing with nuke duck just a little bit, but pretty sure there is a bug. You do have TP. So you end up going top lane, but the fight does start pretty quickly. What was your expectation going into this fight?
So my plan here was I'm going top to match Kazante because you know, Jax is already committed to the dragon fight. I think I'm looking to TP if Kazante TPs to the fight. I think my TP was bad here because I TP'd bottom lane instead of mid.
Yeah.
And I do think mid TP was better. And then I can also defend mid turret, and I'm in a position where, you know, I can flank them.
Yeah.
And that's what Ari kind of wants to do, and the other four just plays as a group. But yeah, obviously I TP here. Not the best TP because Lucian's, you know, he can just push mid, and then now we're like, we're kind of forced to just hit the dragon here.
Okay, so
and
you wanted
don't have to fight.
So you wanted to go for a mid lane turret, like TPing on his
I think
match him, right?
Yeah, I think that would have been a better play here.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. And you guys have said previously, like, basically from the offseason, you guys were just focusing on team fighting. So what was your role in this team fight in particular? Because it felt like you guys were on a time limit with Lucian pushing through mid.
Yeah. So I think our draft is a lot more comfortable at team fighting than theirs. Because I feel like their team comp needs to have an early advantage, but if they don't really have an advantage, I feel like we just outscale them in like nearly every lane.
Yeah.
So in my role, I think I'm just like, you know, I'm marking the threats like Kha'Zix, you know, LeBlanc. I can like match them like from side positioning. I don't really want to be in the group like this because obviously I'm just like chasing forward, and that's not really what Ari is supposed to do. So here, I ult forward and I even lose my flash, so this wasn't really well played by me. But ideally, I just want to be like at the side, don't really show myself, and then mark their threats and also be a threat to the backline.
Okay, let's show some more team fights, just because I think that's something that you guys have put a focus on, and people get to see some of the benefits of it. So this one was interesting to me because actually not a lot of people would expect the fight to happen straight through mid when Dragon's up, but it's 100 Thieves that push up on this wave. So tell me what the comms on the team was at this moment.
I think we were contesting mid wave here, and then they were like, they gave the wave, but then okay, so we cleared the wave first, but then like Kha'Zix like showed mid, and he had no flash, so. And then he burnt jump here, so I knew that we can like just chase the Kha'Zix here. Okay. And then if we kill Kha'Zix, we can obviously go Baron. So here he loses his jump. You know, I'm Ari, I have 3 ult charges, so I just chase him. We get the pick, and then we just go straight to Baron.
And so I think the next point for me is literally the Baron itself.
Yeah.
So this is interesting to me because you guys choose to burn and sit in the pit.
Yeah.
What was your thought process here? Because a lot of the times teams will you'll either have you sit in the stop bush or somewhere just to take the fight. But you guys are pretty confident with no jungle, there's no smite, but you want, what was the thought process in this moment?
So I don't think it's super easy for the enemy to just walk into us.
Yeah.
Obviously, we did kind of let them get in too easy, but I think our damage on Baron's too fast anyway for them to like achieve anything. And here, like my role is basically just like not really letting them come in too easy. I was marking the bunk here, but I guess the other 3 did get in pretty easily. Which is, I could have been in the top bush, which probably might be better, but then the bunk might be too free.
Yeah.
But also Summit did a good job marking the backline here, so I feel like this Baron wasn't too hard to get.
100%. And the last one is actually probably the biggest fight in the game, 28 minutes and 30 seconds. That should be good. Right here. Actually, it does start with a mistake. It starts with a mistake from Yon when you guys are pushing up top lane. But it's mostly the call to take the fight afterwards. So you lose a member. So let me actually just put it in your guys' vision. Right here. What was the comms in this moment, who made the call to take the fight when 100 Thieves are pushing up?
Yeah, so luckily Summit lived with like small HP. Obviously, if you look at the bot wave, someone does need to go and defend.
Yeah.
So Summit, I think in memory, he said that he can base on the TP and look for a fight. And then we saw Kha'Zix here, so obviously it's 4v4, it's match numbers.
Yeah.
And their positioning here is they're kind of trapped here, and they can't really escape, and we can just like slowly kind of chase them in here. And Summit, really nice flash here, you know, follow-up flash from Lucian, and yeah, we just wiped them here, and it was well played.
Sounds good. I mean, a lot of it just from like taking a step back was, yes, Summit had an amazing game.
Yeah.
You ate a lot of pressure because going into this game, actually, since there was a lot of time before the game even started, what was your thought process going in? What did you kind of think your role was coming into the game?
So I think this matchup, it is advantageous for the LeBlanc in the laning phase.
Yeah.
And I do think if Ari can just kind of go even CS with the LeBlanc, and you know LeBlanc doesn't really get anything like achieved.
Yeah.
Like kills or like a big CS lead. I feel like Ari in teamfights is a lot better of a champion because I don't think LeBlanc just going 0-0 and just having nice farm is a big threat to us. And I think I just played a lot of weak side this game. I was just like ping-ponging waves with the LeBlanc and I didn't really die or anything. So I feel like I did my job pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. What's the story behind the trash bin? Why is that here?
So this week, we're just making a little spicy with the content.
Yeah?
I didn't have anything against the new duck, but I thought it was pretty funny with the duck picture. And,
True.
Yeah.
He's getting a little confident after the win versus Vikla, so you have to put him in his place, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Back to coaching.
That sounds good. And hey, you know what? More content on the way. It's going to be NRG versus IMT next, but here's Emily for a Draw My Life.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raz. Thank you, Harry, for joining us. And here is another episode of Draw My LCS and NA Academy and LEC and ERL Life Treats. Eric Treats Wesson is a Swedish support who began playing League of Legends in Season 3. Before League of Legends, Treats actually played World of Warcraft competitively and even participated in tournaments cast by world champion Azael. One of Treats' hobbies outside of League was golf. Now, this information is a little dated, but maybe he can join Jat and play some golf together. When Treats had visa issues in 2019, his TSM Academy teammates actually played with a cardboard cutout of Treats on stage. Treats has also been featured multiple times as an LEC broadcast analyst. Now on Immortals, Treats brings a wide breadth of League of Legends knowledge and is also reunited with his TSM Academy lane partner in Tactical. And so obviously, Treats and Immortals are coming off of a successful day one. Going into day two, they're up against NRG, who are looking to redeem themselves after a loss. And here they are arriving at the LCS studios a little while ago.
I couldn't even tell if they were each other's enemy or they were just like, here, have a little summer fun. Sure.
I'm just wondering, I mean, it's kind of cold in here, so if they're wet on stage, you know, you might be a little bit cold, but they're having some fun.
Yeah, some people do the dunking your head in right before to get yourself woken up.
Oh,
so I guess
God.
that was
That sounds
Energy's
horrible.
version of it. It can be fun for some, but not for all. Energy having a little bit of fun on their entry, though, facing off against Immortals here in game number 4 of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because these two teams had very opposite experiences yesterday. Immortals, I think, played one of the best games I can remember from the org in a really long time. You know, they were looking very, very strong. And on the other side, NRG really struggled, right? You know, they got crushed yesterday. So, you know, that's not the start that they were looking for at all. They're going to want to have a bounce back game here. It's going to be a good test for Immortals to see, you know, was yesterday a bit of a fluke, or are they actually going to be able to compete at that level consistently? Because I was super impressed by Immortals. I think Kenby had an amazing Sejuani game, but also Tactical and Treats really stood out. And Tactical has been this guy, obviously has been in the league for a long time, when he's at his best, he is amazing. He's one of the best ADs in the league, but he's always struggled with inconsistencies, always struggled with these kind of mental ups and downs where I think, one day he's playing great, the next game he's really off. So if him and Treats can be on the same page and can be playing consistently as they did yesterday, I think Immortals could be a real threat, and be a lot higher than most people would have had them in their power rankings, myself included.
I think that specifically is one of the points that instilled hope in those looking for victories on the side of Immortals because of the history between Tactical and Treats from their time on TSM Academy. While it has been a decent stretch of time and you never know what's going to happen as far as player development since then, it's nice to see them fall in a good stride. The team play in unison, because on the other side for NRG, it's really hard to tell anything from that first game. That perfect game from Evil Geniuses, third for the LCS overall, leaves much mystery around what NRG can bring to the table and what they can do in terms of bouncing back from that mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not, I think, what anyone expected. Perfect games are so rare. Basically, everything went bad for them in that game, right? Really, nothing was working. Their lanes weren't working. Their ganks weren't working. Their team fights were going poorly. They really couldn't get anything going at all. And I do think it can be tough sometimes coming off those games, especially, I don't know how their scrims have gone, but if you've had rough scrims, then you have a really tough opening game like that, it can be a big blow to the confidence. So, I think you want to see them have a strong start in the second game, even if it's just early on, make something happen, get a little bit of a wind in your sails, so to speak, to try to get moving in the right direction, because it is going to be important to build up that confidence and to be feeling good about the changes in your teammate, coming into this, because there has been a lot of change for these guys, right? Obviously it's a new org now that they're with. This was CLG, now with Energy. Two of the members actually on what was a pretty long-standing roster got changed out. They have FBI and Ignar getting added on, so obviously trying to gel with the bot lane. The top half of the map remains the same. The coaching staff remains the same, so it is largely what you knew from CLG in spring. But there are definitely some changes for these guys, and hoping that they can get things moving in the right direction.
That's why I think in terms of this roster, you're looking at the new components, right? Not just the banner of the team, but that bot lane, specifically FBI and Ignar coming in. But seeing what Dokla, Contracts, and Palafox can do with their pre-existing synergy. When you mention confidence with this squad, both of them have previously spoken, Dokla and Contracts specifically, in interviews about not always translating the energy from scrims to on stage. Sometimes they would streak really effectively, and then other times they would fall a bit down the rabbit hole. So is this core one that has been working on that specifically to try to keep some consistency? How are they going to do when confidence is tested in a game like yesterday, alongside trying to synergize with this bot lane of FBI and Ignar that both have had individual peaks throughout their careers on different squads, but we're looking to see what they can do so collectively.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that I do think had a lot of confidence, kind of a lot of swagger in spring, because people did not expect a ton out of CLG, who these guys were, in spring. But they ended up getting fourth in the regular season. That was a surprise, I think, to many. And they ended up being really competitive throughout the split with a lot of the top dogs. So, they had such a belief, I think, in themselves and in that roster. Dokla as well, has always stood out to me as a guy who is such a confidence-based player. When he's having a good game, you can see it in his emotions. You can see it in his reactions on cam. He really starts feeling himself, and he can have those huge pop-off moments. So that is what they are looking for from him. And we'll see if Energy can bounce back. As expected, no Kindred for Kenvi. It was the most banned against Immortals last split. It is way stronger now in the current meta. I don't think Kenvi's ever going to see this champion. It is just way too good, and he's way too good at it.
I know, barely got a little taste of it in spring, and it feels like it's our only opportunity this year at this point until something significant changes within the meta. We got to see a little bit of Kindred from the jungle, from Blabber specifically, to kick off the summer split, and I'm sure if left off of the ban block eventually for other teams as well. But for now, finishing through the first round of bans, not many surprises. Ones like Milio making it through right there to round things off, and then Energy coming on blue side with their first pick. See how they respond with what has been pretty standard thus far in the banning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pretty much all the highest presence champions, are kind of getting banned out so far. Milio, Vi, Nico, those are the top three as far as presence does go. Zeri is up and available though. Annie, Ari, we're seeing that trade all the time. Aphelios is the most picked across all leagues of any champion, not even just bot lane, on 13-11, so it is incredibly popular. Wouldn't be surprised to just see Zeri Yumi going up against Aphelios Lulu. That kind of matchup has become really standard, but there are a lot of options. We're seeing a ton of Lucian. Lucian has been really popular as well, so can see where they want to go.
Hovering for now to see if Energy are going to end up completing their bot lane in this lock-in, and it is the Zeri, Zeri Yuumi, a classic combo that has been dominating ever since some of the mid-season changes, but even previously, right? Feels a lot to that original strength we saw from Zeri when she came into the fray.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Ahri banned out, I'm going to be interested to see, do they want to go for a jungle pick here, or do they want to try to match what we're expecting to be mid? Of course, there is a possibility that Annie's flex bot, but I am thinking it's more likely to just have Aphelios Lulu go towards a jungle power pick. That makes a lot of sense. Sejuani has been very strong in this meta. We saw Kempi have a really good game on it yesterday, so it is a bit of a takeaway from him as well. Contracts was playing the Poppy yesterday, so kind of back-to-back tank games. And Lulu would be my expected pick here, but definitely don't have to go that direction. They could match jungle if they want. Nautilus coming in is interesting because this can be actually flex as well. We have been seeing some jungle Nautilus, so it could be jungle, could be support. We even saw some mid lane, Nautilus around MSI and prior to that. So there are options here. They're keeping their options open. And it's going to make banning in the second phase a little bit more difficult for Energy because there's the possibility of potential 3-way flex for Nautilus, 2-way flex or so for Annie. So you don't know exactly where these champions are going to go. So if you over-focus your bans in one area, they can just flex those champions to that area and kind of make your bans a little bit pointless.
Yep, and speaking of flexes, Cassante taken off right now. That has become very present in both the top and mid lane. A lot of mid laners picking that up between the splits. And over on the Immortal side, another note on that Nautilus, while it can still technically flex around, I mean, Treat specifically, if you're looking at the champions he plays historically, he does favor a lot of these engaged champions, Nautilus being the third played overall, alongside picks like the Rakan, like the Alistar. So if he does go for the pick, it gives him a bit of that comfort, but does deviate from what you expect to see with Aphelios nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a really strong hard engage pick, no matter where it is going against that Zeri. Zeri obviously has so much mobility, often playing with cleanse as well. It does make it really difficult to lock down, but there's no avoiding the Nautilus ultimate, and that's something that they're always going to be able to target him with. Some carry jungle bans thrown towards Kempi. That's 4 carry jungle bans thrown towards him from Energy. That is really the playstyle that he is well known for. That is what people are concerned about him playing. He could still go towards some of the lethality junglers that are really popular if he wants to move towards a carry jungle style. We've been seeing a lot of Kha'Zix. I think it fits the bill for kind of what style he plays. And especially if it is Annie mid, that's a great combo. You have some AP, you draft a physical jungler. I like this a lot. It is going to give Kempi the ability to really play aggressive, to look for these skirmishes, to look for these 1v1s, that I think just really kind of suits his playstyle and who he is as a player.
One of the biggest questions with Immortals was, how are Solo and Kenvi going to pair together? Because Kenvi historically has done well when he can play these really high lethality, very aggressive jungle picks, but needs a solo laner that can support that and be very team-oriented. We've seen him attempt to really expand his playstyle, of course, picking up things like the Sejuani, but that is the jungler on the side for contracts this time around. Gragas getting locked in as well as Energy look to round out their composition.
Yep, could be Gragas top, could be Gragas mid. So we're just waiting for that last pick to kind of round things out. With the Kha'Zix coming through, you are expecting that it's Annie mid, that it's not a support Kha'Zix jungle, unless they want to do something really crazy. It's always interesting to me when teams, like Immortals go for 5th pick, counter pick on top with a player like Solo, because Solo is almost always weak side player, and he's really someone who goes towards the tanks. So you don't get a lot out of red side when you're last picking a tank, because people can kind of just pre-pick their matchup expecting that you're going to pick something along the lines of the Ornn, of the Scion, and that is what's going to get locked in. So they don't really get much of any sort of pick advantage, with that final pick, but they do have a well-rounded composition. They have multiple forms of hard engage here. Annie engage is going to be strong. You have Nautilus engage, you have Ornn engage. So lots of ways to start fights here. It's very much a composition that wants to be looking for 5v5s here on the Immortal side. You look over at the other team, it's pretty similar. You do have kind of a splash of side lane with the Jax, but the core 4 here from Energy has lots of engage between the Sejuani and the Gragas, and lots of teamfight power here and scaling with this Yuumi Zeri combo. As long as you can keep them safe, they know that they can take over in fights.
Yeah, how do you think Immortals are going to fare with all of this engage up front, while Energy are just waiting for that Zeri Yuumi combo to be able to get strong later into the game?
I mean, it's just going to be coming down to, who can find that perfect engage, who's going to be able to absorb that better, because I do think both teams have good go buttons. Immortals have a lot of clear engage tools onto FBI, but if FBI and Ignar can have a good game, start well out in that 2v2, stay safe in the 5v5, I think their composition is going to be really tough to deal with, because if you don't kill off Zeri in those early moments, you generally are not killing Zeri off at all.
And this early in the split, there is still so much to discover about both of these teams. Energy coming in, hoping to garner that win and show what they're all about. Immortals off of a high in game number 1 with such a strong, clean victory and trying to prove that it wasn't just a one-off for the squad. But we'll see. I know that when it comes to this particular matchup, we noted some of the synergies of players that have remained together and then some of the new faces coming in. I think that's why for Energy specifically, I really want to see what FBI and Ignar can do together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ignar has always kind of had this reputation as more of a roaming player, more of an engaged guy. A lot of people know him for his recon. And if it is an enchanter meta, that can sometimes be, you know, a bit of an adjustment period here for these players if it's not really their comfort and not always playing to the highest level that you may expect from them. So we have to see, you know, how well can these guys work together. FBI, I don't think there was nearly as much hype around him as some of the other big ADCs last split when you're talking about the guys like Double Lift and Prince and Berserker. Most of the conversation was kind of around those three. But FBI quietly had a really, really good split. You know, he was top of the table as far as DPM. He had good laning phase. He doesn't die a lot. He kind of, you know, when you think about like what are the qualities I want in an AD carry, he kind of embodies a lot of those, right? He plays safely, he doesn't die, he gets good damage out, he's farming well, he's like kind of doing everything right. But I think a lot of people's kind of knock on FBI is that over the last year or so, he hasn't been able to find those big moments like some of the other top guys have, right? And that is one of the things that can sometimes set them apart is it's such a meta that has been defined by AD carries for a long time now, right? And often it's most defined by these big moments where someone is taking over a fight, where they're flashing and they're finding that moment, they're eating over a wall and getting a pentakill or whatever. And FBI hasn't necessarily been able to find those big game-defining moments as often as some of the other top guys.
And I think a lot of that is not just because of bot lane being strong for an extended period of time, but a lot of the champions specifically that have come in, their kits very much leaning into those flashy plays.
Yep.
And us as an audience waiting to see what FBI can do in those specific scenarios, because it does feel like conversation around him has cooled off since when he was on the championship team of 100 Thieves, top of the game, and then now really trying to fight back into that conversation, as you mentioned, Azale, with Berserker, Prince, and Double Lift, that takes going that extra mile. And with Energy in a position coming into the league, really wanting to make a name for themselves, you're hoping that some of the stars on that side can really stand out and do just that.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And they could have stuck with the CLG bot lane, but they decided to bring in FBI and Ignar. So there's going to be pressure on these guys to really make things work. You know that the roster, without any changes, well, that's already a 4th place finish. So they are going to be looking to try to one-up that. The word was spotted, just barely IMT had a vision of it, and it was actually pinged out. So they do know that Sejuani is coming, and that is why you see Kemby kiting this camp back up towards mid lane. So this is something really smart. Just pulling the camp to the maximum distance away from where Contracts will be coming in. You can see Treats was already moving up as well, so Contracts can't commit to trying to steal that away. So very calmly handled there by Kenvi, and it's going to mean a little bit of wasted time here for Contracts. Kenvi now going to go into bot side and try to see, you know, if there was anything available there. Going to be looking for a wraparound gank on FBI. And remember, there is no cleanse on him, so if Treats can actually find this lockdown, it could be problematic.
Oh, the flash forward from Tactical Root and follow up with a dredge line. Treats is on it. FBI trying to escape, but multiple summoners blown, and first blood for Kenvi.
That was perfectly done from Immortals. Really nicely done. You know, I was thinking it might have been a cleanse game here for FBI, but he is playing Ghost. No cleanse means Tactical flashes forward, gets the root. The root guarantees the hook and the follow-up auto-passive root there from Treats. Kenvi's in on top of him. FBI cannot create enough distance to get out of there. And a great handling of that invade. Nice pathing on the wraparound to actually find that kill. Well handled by Immortals in back-to-back games. They're off to a great start.
Immediate reward for coming with that much engage on the side of Immortals. Tactical on the second game of Aphelios. I think of all the AD carries in this league, he can benefit the most from having such a strong start as a player that has been often defined by his confidence level. How much can he lean into those high highs that we have seen him in the past? And what way to do it other than synergizing with your bot lane, your jungler coming down and making the play happen. Up top, Solo a little low, but he's on Ornn duty and very much expecting to be that for most of the game.
Yep, absolutely. He just needs to withstand the pressure, continually keep Jax off the turret. That's really the main goal, is just try to stay even in farm, protect your plates. A good ward around the top side of mid lane, though, is actually going to keep Bolulu safe. This is something I was actually really impressed with yesterday in Immortals game. You know, Dig put on so much pressure around mid. Santorin was constantly looking to attack Bolulu, but this warding that they had for him around mid lane kept him safe the entire time, right? It really made what was, if I recall correctly, an anti-Rek'Sai game from Dignitas look pretty useless. Like, they just couldn't find anything. And that is one of those like quiet things that when you're watching the game, it doesn't necessarily look super impressive, but it is such a difference maker to be able to keep them safe.
And I do want to see how Bolulu and the rest of Immortals play together. Bolulu having come in partway through the last split. And while a strong performer, was also noted for the fact that, hey, he's really good at Zoe, he's really good at a couple of these picks. What can he do outside of it?
Yeah.
So I think playing something that maybe isn't as flashy and more responsive to wards and team positioning is a great way for him to come into this team. And right now, using the harass at the best of his ability here against Palafox.
Yep. Yeah, and that is kind of the criticism that is sometimes levied towards him, right? Pretty much no one will tell you, he's not good at Vel'Koz or he's not good at, Zoe, some of these champions that are kind of really his signature picks. But the criticisms towards him that I've heard from other players and coaches is always about champion pool, right? So if he really can round out that champion pool and be a threat on the meta picks as well as these niche picks, then he becomes a really difficult player to deal with as Immortals on the bot side looking for an engage.
Follow up on the dredge line over the wall. The laser is good. Treats is falling low, and FBI zoning from afar, but Contracts is in the danger zone, trying to trade his life for Kenvi. But with Bolulu coming on down, it's already done. The pig slaughtered for Contracts. Follow up with the trade here with Treats eliminated and the disengage.
Yeah, Treat's going a little bit too far at the end there. I think he maybe could have just walked it out. They do get that initial kill, though. Both teams pushed off the Dragon. Tactical just standing and firing here with the Chakrams getting stacked up. Energy's going to have to be respectful of that. But not bad for Energy, all things considered, because FBI does get one back at the end of the day. And Palafox was able to shove in mid. So, gets a CS advantage for himself in mid lane. And they do end up trading kills. You can see Treat's feeling pretty confident to go in because FBI was split, but FBI obviously on the Zeri just jumps right over the wall, getting involved immediately. Treat's doing a good job kiting this out and just kind of waiting for that second round of cooldowns to come back up. Tactical just stepping forward here. And as Bolulu is coming down, Contracts realizes, I can't run up the river, I gotta go back down. So they do get that first kill. This hook connects, but because of the geography, if you will, of the map, it doesn't actually pull him around there. Nautilus gets stopped on the wall, so he's not in range for that passive auto. And then that's where I think Treats just needed to accept it and back off. But he does try to greed in for the passive auto, look for the root, maybe hoping that Bolulu could have got in range with that. Unfortunately, he could not, and ends up giving one kill back.
A little bit of the off positioning there in the end. And also the fact that Nautilus, while someone that can become tanky over time, outside of when that Titan's Wrath is popped, can be, deceptively a little squishy. Some hits from Energy there as soon as you pull yourself in with that dredge line. But it was still the 1-for-1 trade, 1,000 gold ahead for Immortals at 8 minutes in. And a bit of a return to lane. Both of the mid laners had used their teleports to get there and won't have those available in the near future.
Yep, absolutely. And both the kills on Immortal's side are right where you want them, right? As carry jungler as well as your ADC. Those are definitely great places to have it. You can see the coal is already stacking up as well. That is what Tactical started with. So things looking good for Immortals thus far. And we'll have to see, what they can get done in these next couple of minutes. Contracts again heading down here towards bot. You can see that Kenvi on the minimap, though, is heading down here as well. If Kenvi face checks, it could be problematic for him because that is a fat wave that they have to actually check through. FBI could go over the wall. They're going to go for him.
No, the sweep was coming. Kenvi on the retreat. So Energy with the help of the bot lane to make sure nobody goes down.
Yeah, that was actually really well done from Kenvi. He buffered his E there, just immediately reacted with the E because he actually got hit by the ultimate, but his E had already been cast. So he goes over the wall even though he is stunned up by the ultimate there. If he does not react that quickly, he is going to get locked up and very likely burst down before he can actually get out. At the end of the day, in trouble still.
A key ultimate previously used by Contracts. He doesn't have that here, but Kenvi still falling by every single slash. Has to flash out of it. It's not enough. Contracts with the kill. Danger zone on the bot side. Final chapter thrown out. The root onto FBI is good, but he's going at it with the burst fire. Another shot should do it. Tactical has fallen. fallen. Treats keeps himself alive, but Energy keeping up the scrap in the bot side.
Yeah, just barely not able to hit that hook was Treats. He was so close to connecting, and then as soon as that misses, FBI and Ignar know they can go forward. They know there is not the threat any longer. Tactical did not have good guns for an all-out scrap like that. He was on purple-green. You know, he's not on white. He's not on red. So in that position, it gets really, really difficult. And here I just feel like Kenby kind of underestimated the damage that was going to come through. It felt like he needed to ult instantly, try to flash out. He waits so long on it, then pops the ult, but the Redbird is already on him, and he gets knocked down. And then here on the bottom side, it's all about this hook. On the re-engage, if this connects, you can actually look for that kill. But Yuumi is 6, and Nautilus is not. Tactical having that additional XP, his support being behind. As soon as that hook missed, that was the go button. FBI knows it. He can move forward aggressively, utilizing that Yuumi ult, utilizing his ult, getting himself another kill, and now putting himself in the lead on that bot side, which is going to be massive because Zeri playing from ahead is so difficult to deal with on this patch because we're back in that Triforce era. This is not a squishy champion that you can just burst out, right? You know, you're going towards multiple tanky items, and you're going to be really difficult to actually take down. You can see FBI now showing up towards top side. They grab Herald. Solo just using the ulti to try to clear out that wave, but it's 4 top. That turret is definitely going to go down if they want to commit the Herald to it. They're going to be trying to trade plates on bot side, but again, not having the proper guns to actually do this, it is not a white gun here for Tactical. So he's not really going to be able to shred through that tower in any sort of quick time.
Separate focuses from these teams while Kenby was taking that Dragon over on bot side. Energy picking up that Herald, really focusing up here on top. Should be able to slam in and finish off these turrets. And just as you were saying, not as much of a push available to Immortals on the bot side, so it takes them a bit longer to be able to even out this trade in gold.
Yeah, and Tactical now, you know, is able to actually get rid of all the ammo on purple-green, so it is swapped over now to white-red. But not in time to actually finish off the tower, unfortunately for him. And Solo not going to be able to actually stop this charge. His Contracts is still here on the top side. Farm Krugs stayed around to make sure that they could actually walk this in, get the second charge. So that tier 2 now getting quite softened up. Potentially could finish it off right here because there's still not any assistance actually coming up, and Palafox is moving up. Immortals are really kind of not respecting this push.
Kenby's coming from the base and trying to wrap around for a separate angle onto Palafox and the squad, but Energy very aware of this. They take what they were able to get, which was an extremely valuable Rift Herald, getting 2 charges, more than 1 tower. That second one extremely weakened. And what was a gold lead for Immortals at one point in time, now swinging in the opposite direction, not by much yet, but enough to break that momentum.
Yeah, not by a ton, and thankfully Tactical still has a ton of gold, because even though they took that tower on top side, all of the plates were going solo gold to Tactical. So despite the fact that they got more team gold overall on the top side, Aphelios himself really did get paid, so he's still going to be a good 500-600 gold ahead of where FBI is. He has the Kraken. He's already going to be working on his second item with that BF sword in pocket. And the Triforce really close to completion now for FBI. Just needs a couple hundred more gold, and he'll have that. You know, very likely going to be going kind of the default build these days, which does seem to be Triforce, Hurricane, and then just Titanic. You know, kind of that tanky build that can make Zeri so difficult to deal with.
Triforce, the default build for many nowadays, it seems. But we'll see how things go for the Energy bot lane, also having the Echoes of Helia available for Ignar. I actually recently just finished the Ruination novel, so I have a lot of emotional investment in the name of this item and how it came to be the Echoes of Helia, but, you know.
I'm so not a lore guy in games in general, so I don't know anything about any of the lore. Unless I accidentally found out, you know, from playing one of the video games or something like that.
Yeah, it was a great place in the Blessed Isles, and then Viego and Callista came and messed it all up. And now we have the Echoes of Helia and Ruination everywhere, so blame Viego. He has a big attitude problem.
Yeah.
I thought he was so cool when he came into League of Legends, and then read that, and now I have different feelings on him now, but the feelings are strong around this Riverside. Can be getting spotted on top of that ward, but it seems that most of the time thus far, these teams have chosen to unlock from their lanes, cluster together, and avoid getting picked off, especially when you know there's a Kha'Zix lurking in the back.
Yep, absolutely. A lot of people, you know, wanting to group up, you know, especially as you say, when you are playing against something like the Kha'Zix, you want to have your Sejuani there, make sure that she is the one doing that face checking, to be not just risking getting one tapped by checking as one of these more switchy champions. So definitely have to be respectful of that. On the top side, we can see Solo, going definitely for what is kind of the expected team fight mythic. The Radiant Virtue is more about the team fights, less about the 1v1. Not going to be something like Frozen Fist, where you could actually scrap a little bit better with the Jax. This is just more about that team fight utility, get the additional healing down for your team. And as he gets up towards those higher levels, we'll start having those upgraded mythics coming through. We'll see when that does happen, because the scaling definitely good on both sides. Yuumi, Zeri, really, really frightening. Kha'Zix's more difficult, I think, to actually make things work in the late games compared to the Sejuani, but Ornn items always really, really useful. And Aphelios scales really well here too.
A built-in tool can be taking some damage at the hand of FBI, but it's multiple members of both of these teams with the junglers nearby. If they do get in a scrap, there's a dredge line teleport coming in, multiple from both sides. FBI effectively brought out of the fight, has to flash away. The Ornn Horn has been drawn, and we'll get a knock-up on to one. Can the team respond? We have 2-3 down for Immortals. Balulu attempting to escape the onslaught of damage from Energy, but he cannot. Double kill for Dokla, contracts with one for himself. It's only Solo, all Solo on his own for Immortals.
Yeah, really well done there by Energy. Quick responses, immediate double TP came through from the Solos. And they arrive so fast, and they have more kind of sustained damage here, with the Jax as a threat as well. So much was committed to killing off FBI, and he did a good job making them kind of over-invest in this scenario. Watch when Bolulu comes in, which is going to be quite a bit after this, as the initial scrap is happening, double TP comes in, the double TP response comes through as well. FBI is cutting back and sees the immediate flash. Look at this flash response. Immediately flashes away, so dodges the tippers, more spells have to be spent on him, and then you see on that right side of your screen, Jax is starting to get work done. They do kill off that Kha'Zix. Jax gets into the fight, and as Aphelios is already down, there's not really anyone to threaten anymore, because Aphelios is going to be dead. The Yuumi is just attaching to the Jax. There's just so much consistent damage coming through from that. There wasn't really anything left in the tank for Immortals. Once Annie uses her first round of spells, Kha'Zix is out, Aphelios is pressured out. Don't really have anything left.
And Energy made sure to take full advantage of that. Also picking up the dragon on the opposite side with the next kerfuffle here around the Rift Herald. Over the wall, Ken V goes. FBI activating the ultimate, and treats is not long for this world. Ken V on the retreat as well. And Tibbers down, swinging away. But FBI, he's still up. FBI is still good, and Balulu gonna come out of stasis just to go right into the grave. Immortals remaining with their tails between their legs. And FBI continuing to rack up them kills. And Ornn Horn drawn by Solo. Cannot quite connect on FBI with a cat on his back. And it's time to react with a retreat towards their mid lane.
Yeah, everything going really bad now for Immortals, because Jax wasn't even there. Jax took bot tier 1. He's on the bot tier 2. Probably going to be able to finish this off. It would be risky if he wants to finish it, but it looks like he's down to greed for it. Range minions. Oh, it actually went down. Wow, that is so good for him. He does get local gold as well, because he had that assist timer in. So they lose on the top side. They lose 2 towers, both solo gold to the Jax as well on bot side. So Immortals off of that are, you have to think, almost completely out of this game. Energy looking really good. A strong bounce back game from them. FBI, is just having a field day, it feels like, at this point. Immortals kind of moved into that river a little bit haphazardly, and Energy was just down to engage immediately. There wasn't really the threat onto FBI. Treats was able to buy some time with some nice sidesteps, dodging back and forth, but there just wasn't really any threat onto the Zeri, and it's going to mean you start getting those resets, you start stacking up that additional movement speed during the ulti, and no one can really deal with the Zeri at that point. And here it is one more time. So just the initial engage, they see these members here, they know that they have FBI right there, so they know they have 4 members, and they can immediately start out the fight. You can see there's pings on Ornn on bot side, so they knew Ornn was down on bot side. I think Annie had showed on the wave up on top side, so they know that they are +1 member here, and that's why they're willing to just immediately go. There's no hesitation. They're +1 member. They're going to look for the fight right away. And FBI having a little bit of a laugh there, feeling good about his position in this game. That's going to mean his second item is now completed. And again, going to be looking here for Tactical. Will be sent packing in mid lane. Going to have to back it up. Still in a good spot on the Aphelios. Does have the 2 items, but everyone else is starting to fall really far behind.
And we're at that point where previously FBI was able to get so much damage on this mid turret, so it's just a little bit of a wind breeze away from falling, which Energy wants to secure right now. Lightning Crash once again activated. Glacial Prison onto Treats. Done and done. Multiple takedown tactical and Treats at the hand of Energy, who are going to venture forward for more damage onto this tier 2.
Yeah, looking really good there. No hesitation again. Immortals kind of trying to do a little bit of a lazy defend there. They have 2 members. One is coming over. But Energy knows they're way ahead, and if they're +1 member on any fight, they're not hesitating. They're just going to immediately go for it. Sure, you have the tower, but the tower is a false sense of security because it is very low. So FBI just goes in, pops the ulti, finishes off the turret. As Contracts is going in with the engage, drops his ulti, connects onto Treats. They burst down 2 immediately. Now they knock down the top tier 2 as well, where Palafox was pushing. Remember that earlier Herald charge got that. A deep TP going to be trying to get something out, and Palafox very likely will go down as his double TP. It's a lot committed to try to do this, and if he gets out, it's a tragedy, but I don't think he will.
Doesn't even look like he's going to put up a fight to do so. He knows he's done. Throw him to the wayside with the ultimate, but...
They're going to flip Baron. They may as well. You may as well. Like, you're so far down at this point, they know this is maybe a low percentage play, but this is probably your best chance to actually win the game right on 20 minutes. Going to start it up. You kill off the enemy mid laner, try to start a 5v4. You look for the turn here, though. There's no shot they can finish. It'll take too long.
Have 25 seconds before Palafox responds with that Unleashed teleport. Baron down to 50%. Balulu looking for the angle. The stun up onto Dokla, who's keeping the eyes onto Tactical. The Orn Horn drawn and Treat separated from the rest of the team by Contracts. Dokla escaping over the wall with a counter strike, but it's donezo for Dokla. 2 fallen for Energy, but the fight still going. FBI got that cat once again, trying to get the last hits onto Solo, charging forward towards the Sejuani. Contracts knocked up, but not knocked down. Double kill for FBI. Energy taking him down the fastest way they can, but Palafox one coming right back into it, rooting onto Kenvi, and has the rest of the team here to go for the collapse. There's no more damage from Tactical. It's only Kenvi here trying to back in a bush, but they know he's there. So instead, he leaves that Baron in his rear view mirror for NRG to collapse upon it and take it, try to get a kill along the way.
Yeah, Energy just not going to allow him to base. They're even TPing for this. They want to make sure they actually get this kill on Akembi, prevent him from stopping the Baron. He's going to be spotted now. FBI and Contracts are still working on the Baron. Is there any chance he can get over there? He's on cooldown. He has no flash, so no shot. It is going to be an Energy Baron here. They're already 7.7k ahead. So the last chance there really was taken and does not work out for Immortals. And now it's just up to Energy to clean this one up. 10 kills already for FBI. He's having a monster game here off the back of that. Almost has the Titanic completed as well. There's just going to be no dealing with him. And here's the fight one more time. You know, I like the attempt from Immortals because they're so far down, but the engage, it misses from Bolulu. You know, going in there with the ulti, it's flashed away from him, and you can see Dokla on the Jax just flashes away from the engage, goes in, and then watch Tactical's positioning here. He really can't enter the fight because the rest of his team is too far up. He can't walk up the ramp alone. There's just no way. So he's never able to actually get access to FBI, while FBI is just shredding the rest of his team. So the positioning just not on point there for Immortals, and it allows FBI, who's already in a commanding position, to completely take over. They now have that Baron buff. They're going to be pushing up mid, knocking down the last outer turret.
Red Bull Baron buff in full effect for another 2 minutes as Energy push forward onto the inhibitor turrets. Not just FBI making some good plays, but the rest of the team making sure he is never left on his lonesome. Obviously, that is part of the primary purpose of Ignar on the Yuumi, but it's not just him, it's also Contracts making sure to zone off, and Dokla as well, as Immortals constantly try to get onto that back line.
And they're kind of checking all the boxes, right? You know, you have a Mikhail's now on the Yuumi as well, so even if you land some sort of a stun on him, it's probably not going to mean much, as this could be a Treats going forward. Great ulti.
Blast from the past, another Ornn ultimate drawn to get a knock up onto 2, but Immortals have to hug their turret. It's already down to about 30% HP. No more wave for Energy to continue pushing up on the mid side, so they bring their sights over towards bot. No support for Immortals as well, so just some additional utility and blockage that they won't have at their disposal. Can be trying to step up to the plate, as now there's threats from multiple lanes starting to entrench upon this Immortals territory for a potential end.
Yeah, that good Gragas ulti did secure the kill onto Treats, and now it's 5v4. Baron buff up still for a full minute. They've already knocked down double inhib. It looks like they may want to just retreat back to the dragon, make sure they spend up their gold. Despite the massive gold lead, you do want to make sure that you're spending out all this gold. They have a lot in pocket. There's 2K on FBI, 1,500 on top lane, 1,100 mid, and a good 800 or so on jungle and support. So a tremendous amount of gold left to spend up. It's going to be another completed item for FBI off this next base, and then it's just kind of rinse and repeat. Double inhib's already down, so move up towards top lane, pressure through top, wait for the supers to come in through mid and bot, look to crack that final inhibitor. They'll probably play 1-4 with Dokla splitting through mid, threatening to wrap around on a dive. And it's kind of a checkmate position for Immortals. Their only recourse from this spot is try to get out on the map, look for some sort of a pick, preempt the play from Energy, because if they're allowed to really set up in the way that they want, there's not really any answering it.
And in terms of trying to preemptively set up for that play, it's difficult to do when you can't venture into the map too much because of that darkness. Really, it's all about that defensive ward positioning, knowing that Energy are going to try to push forward for an end eventually. The supers coming down mid, Dokla making sure to usher that bot wave that will now be his for the taking, with Solo setting on the back. There's too many members of Energy here on the top side that Immortals can't ignore.
Yeah, absolutely. And the first Ornite for a teammate has come through, so Tactical does have that upgraded item, and a great Gale Force actually to dodge out on that ulti. But they just really are lacking in the damage department. It's going to be so difficult to deal with this Sejuani, especially if the Yuumi is strapped to his back. They cannot really get through him effectively, and there it is. It's the 1-4 kind of as expected. Jack's going to be pushing down through bot, force an answer here. Supers are naturally pushing up through mid, and as these waves start to crash on top side with supers threatening in the other lanes, that is where it's going to get really difficult. And this is where it's up to Energy to try to sync up those waves, have them crash at the same time. So Palafox is going mid, escorting this in. He wants supers in mid and bot to be threatening.
Oh, the attempt from Balulu with the flash. Coming on in, Palafox about to die, but slams on out of it. Solo going for the kill, manages to grab it. Now FBI in for the taking, lightning crash, but the zone off from Dokla and Balulu means the mid laner on Immortals is gone. Energy trying to progress forward now in the 4v4. FBI sight set on Kenvi, should get another auto to do it. Everyone's having to protect against the waves crashing into this base. A third inhibitor threatening to fall now at the hand of Energy, wanting to close this game. 2 members down for Immortals. Energy looking to outmatch them and set a very different tone from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Energy having a great game here. It's only 26 minutes in and they're pushing for the end.
They're trying to go for it. The last attempt, Trees coming in with the dread line, but has to retreat afterwards. FBI knocked up at the final chapter onto Solo, flashing away under the protection of both of these Nexus turrets. A miss from Treats onto FBI means no connect. Energy don't see the opening to finish just yet, so they'll take the reward of the triple inhib falling and all of the supers aplenty that will now encroach upon that base.
Yeah, everyone respawning here on the Immortals side, so Energy just gonna base up, spend their gold once more here, likely head out towards that Baron. It's up in 30 seconds, so they can very easily take this Baron, or should be able to as long as they set up correctly, because there's going to be supers pushing in from all sides. But really, they have every option in the world. They're so far ahead at this point. With supers coming in from all sides, you can just kind of walk up as a 5-man squad and make them fight supers while you kind of poke and prod away at them, and it becomes almost impossible to deal with here. So Immortals, again, going to be looking to try to preempt the play, to try to find some sort of a miracle engage. And it was a pretty good engage on the Palafox to try to get that pick, try to make something happen, but they're going to have to look for even more than that.
Contracts looking for the opening, can be leaping away, teleport in for Immortals, and Soul throwing out the ultimate, but the explosive cast also offers some separation. Can be down at the hand of Dokla. Palafox low, and ooh, they took out the biggest threat in FBI, but Immortals are still looking to even the odds, bringing it to the 3v3. But not much firepower left, so Energy and Immortals breaking off from the action.
Yeah, great job there by Immortals. They finally engage. Everyone gets in on top of FBI. Ignar was able to drop the exhaust on Bolulu, but it looked like he had used most of his combo prior to actually getting exhausted there. And then even though the Annie goes down, Solo can finish him off. So really well done, just hold on in this really difficult position here for Immortals. And Tactical is just continuing to farm, continuing to soak up all of these waves. So here just one more time, they go in very aggressively as he jumps away. You can see Contracts had held the ult, but look at Solo. The angle from the side here connects with the ulti, then Treats is in on top, gets that passive auto route. Bolulu drops the hammer onto FBI, gets him really, really low. And then Solo, anticipating the dash away, already has the knock-up coming in on the wall there, gets the shutdown, gets the 1K. Tactical had survived on the other side. So Immortals giving themselves another chance here. Bot and mid inhibs have respawned. You can see how much damage Bolulu actually got out. A lot being contributed by Tactical as well, who is moving towards that 4th item, and another Ornn item has come through. He's going to be upgrading pretty much everyone at this point, but Energy are on Baron. Mortal's likely aware of it, but it's just can be in the area, and I don't know if he can really do anything to actually get over there. We'll see.
Sweeping now on the outskirts of this
Got no
pit.
vision.
Nothing inside, blocked off by the control wards by Energy. Throwing down some lasers just to zone him off, but Treats going into the middle of the fray. Ultimates from both of the
Tactical!
supports. Tactical trying to go for the kill. The FBI getting the kill onto Treats first at the start of the skirmish. FBI is solo, gets shielded up in time. Palafox throwing his life to the wayside. Dokla having to get Tactical into the back line. He goes. Contract's pretty beefy for his next target, trying to protect Dokla, who is just a sliver of life at his side. But Immortals pressing the go button. Multiple members of Energy taken away. They push him off the Baron, and they keep their lives alive.
Oh my God, Immortals are making it happen, making a bit of a believer out of me as they TP back to the base to actually defend their inhibitor towers. They're going to be able to take the Baron here. Once again, the engages have been very, very good. They're able to actually pile in onto FBI. The disengage ulti here from Palafox was actually really nice. That ult from Tactical got so much damage done, but then watch Tactical as he tries to walk in. Palafox disengages him, but back to live.
Oh,
Tactical in trouble.
Tactical in the back of the pit, but still remaining. Throws down. And there's the kill. Tactical eventually falling to Dokla, but it's still multiple members down from Energy and Immortals. They've got the numbers advantage. They're still on the Baron. Palafox teleporting in, coming through. You can see the pings over on the
He has no smite. He has no smite.
He's a Palafox coming in for the steal.
Oh my God, he had no smite. They tried to actually stop to wait out the combo, but Palafox just takes it away. Not like this. No! Immortals are almost making the comeback happen. They lose the Baron here. I want to watch. Did he actually use the smite in this fight? So this is that. Oh, this is actually just the steal. So he already didn't have it. But what I'm really curious about is, did he smite Dokla and actually spend the smite on that before the Baron? It would be hard to blame him. Look at Dokla. He's just like calculated, knew we had it the whole time. It was fine. Oh my God. That is actually such a heartbreaker for Immortals, who have been really fighting tooth and nail to hold on. If they get that Baron, that is such a boon, right? It's a 1,500 gold swing towards their opponents. So that's a 3K differential, right? They should be getting 1,500, not their opponents from that. That really hurts, because we would be almost dead even as far as like stats go when you count for all the Ornn items. If they had gotten that Baron, it would be pretty much to parity. Yes, the map positioning is still a lot better for Energy, but Immortals were really close to being like right back in it. And that Baron again puts them under a lot of pressure, because it is going to be the push now from Energy. And one mistake really will still end the game here. Energy still up about 7K. They're now on Soul Point off the back of that as well. And it's just that one flimsy, nice sidestep.
Contracts was attempting to throw that ultimate right behind them, though. So no major engage yet between these two teams. But yes, that Hail Mary play by Energy to send Palafox the way of Baron to stop it, while also progressing Contracts and the rest towards that Dragon to put them on Soul Point. Now, with full pressure across these waves once more, of course, those inhibitors are up, but here we go. Contracts knocked up for a moment's time, but backs up with the rest of the team. Dokla making sure to keep that pressure over on the top side so that this inhibitor can fall down and Immortals have to split themselves.
That was really well done, though. They actually got the Zerial out there, so FBI not going to be able to just kite forever. But now the split push pressure is coming in. Jax, no one can deal with him 1v1, so they got to look for an engage. The root engage coming through!
Oh, and Solo's trying to get a knockup. Does so onto FBI. Will the rest of the team be able to follow? Flash out by Palafox and has to bounce him away. There's the flag once more. FBI trying to dish back the damage after activating here. With a cat on his back, throwing over to the Sejuani, and Kenvi, invisible for a moment's time, was looking for the play, but could not connect.
Yeah, could barely not get in range. They had FBI, I want to say, down to like 50 HP before that shield and heal came in from Ignar. That was incredibly close to actually getting that kill. They couldn't quite finish him off. But the problem is, when you fail that engage, no one can answer the Jax. The Jax takes top inhib, he takes mid inhib, both for free. And Immortals are just going to be kind of pinned into their base now. And it's in this awkward position, all because this Baron play went so poorly, where, you know, you're going to be dealing with a Soul Point spawn, And if Immortals all show up to actually deal with that Soul Point and look for a team fight, Jax could just end the game. They don't need to actually contest it on the Energy side, so they're the ones holding all the cards. It's Immortals that needs to force a fight immediately, win the fight immediately, then respond to the Jax while also pushing out lanes. So it becomes really, really difficult, especially because Solo is just about to get his TP up, but he hadn't had his TP up for a while. So couldn't really be that person to respond. You can see the Jax already up to 4 items, has that Zhonya's, so is definitely ready to 5v5.
It's so hard because Immortals are somewhat reliant upon where Energy end up leaning. Some of their picks prior that gave them these fights were when they were awaiting for the progressive warding from Energy, awaiting them to push through this jungle because they knew where the waves were coming from. But now you've only got a partial turret around your Nexus.
It doesn't do anything.
2 inhibitors down.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit of time that you buy, but not much really if Energy decide to hit the go button on the play.
Yeah, I mean, that tower could get backdoored, right? Like, if you all walk out of the base and multiple people TP in, you could just lose to a backdoor. So they're basically locked in your base forever, and it gets in this weird situation that you've all kind of been in these games before, and this is what a lot of people's frustration is with split push, is that it can feel like your options are so limited when you get into these spots. It's like, what are you supposed to do from here? There's not really any good options. No one can 1v1 the Jax, but you need to hard engage on the other side, then also deal with the Jax. Solo needs to go to the team to be able to 5v5 because he's not built for the 1v1. But how do you do that without Jax just killing your base? And that is really that situation that they're dealing with. Energy just trying to keep their opponents pinned in the base here. Deny all this vision. You can see they've swept out this entire area. There's no vision at all. So Immortals are going to be tasked with this really difficult job of trying to get out on the map, potentially contest Soul without losing the base and without getting picked off as you walk out there.
With all of their ultimates up, they have to make sure that they make them worthwhile the next time that they engage here against Energy. The only flash missing on Immortals' side is Solo, whereas Energy are still awaiting the flash on Palafox and FBI, as well as that heal on Ignar.
Both ADs, though, full build, right? And you can see that Bolulu has his death cap completed now, so he's relatively strong. He just popped an elixir. So everyone kind of knows, it's that feeling in the air that this is probably going to be where the game is decided here. They have Bolulu answering. I actually like that instead of the Ornn. The Ornn needs to be the one to face check. So Solo is pushing up here. They want to try to fight for this. Solo moving in. Here comes Tactical and Treats. They're going to look to actually try to battle it out here. Well, Bolulu looks to answer the Jax. We'll see how they can do on both sides.
The fight over potential Energy, Dragon Soul, Dokla zoned off by Bolulu, but on the Dragon, Treats falling down to half HP, but same with Contracts. The final chapter thrown out from Uni top of FBI. Dragon slain here by IMT, denied from Energy, and Bolulu making sure to keep
Dokla's
Dokla
coming for the
at
flank.
bay. He's coming to collapse on the rest of Immortals since his job is done over in the base. FBI keeping his sights onto Solo, who's able to tank up so much of that damage though, and now Tactical stepping forward to zone off with the damage that he has.
That was so well handled by Immortals again. You know, able to kite out the Zeri ultimate. They push them off the Dragon. They have Bolulu answering the Jax, but I think is a much better lane assignment at this point. They steal the Dragon away, so they get that bounty, but now you have to do it again because the Baron is on the map and this pressure is going to keep coming. The inhibitors will be respawning relatively soon. You can see it's only 1 or 2 more waves of supers, but the pressure is here and the pressure is now as they're already onto this Baron. Solo is not with the team. He does have TP, but he's got to be the one face checking, so he can't be answering those waves, but they know that it's going to get burned down so quick this late in the game. So now they have vision. Dokla is in a great flanking spot and will be spotted, so they push them off the Baron. Someone's got to get back to base, though, and now answer these supers. And then again, Energy can just start it up one more time. They can just continue rinsing and repeating. Solo back to base to finish this wave up, but it's going to be another start.
For a bit of time, that Vision was able to buy it for Immortals, but Energy just stepping back up to it immediately after clearing out, throwing the orbs on the opposite side.
Oh, Bolulu's looking for Jax. They're sending 2 for Dokla. Now Dokla just needs to buy time. They're going to try to finish this.
Kenby taking the Baron, bringing back a win condition for Immortals if they can try and throw it over. Bolulu making sure to flash for it and get the stun. They finish off Dokla. So Energy losing their top laner. Immortals, the jungler, trading his life for that Baron. But oh, is it still tight?
Ain't no way they steal that Baron. They try to 50-50 it. No one's actually disengaging Kenby. You need to have Palafox in that situation. You know, when you're going for the finish, Palafox needs to be going over the wall, ulting Kenby away, you know, preventing that steal from happening. No one did it. Kha'Zix gets in there, and Kha'Zix has a way better secure Then Sejuani, you're going to be doing a lot of damage at this point. We'll see exactly how low it got. They're hitting it over the wall as well. He goes in, and it's at about 2K, and they just burst it down. Both junglers use their smite. Last HP I saw was like 96, so I think it maybe got smote 296, but you really can't blame Contracts in that position. I feel like it's a team thing, because Aphelios is hitting it over the wall, and Kha'Zix has great smite secure, so that is a really difficult situation. It's just straight up a flip. Energy should not have allowed it to become a flip. Now the gold lead just is irrelevant. Like, straight up, it doesn't matter at all. The Ornn items are more than the difference in the gold lead. So it is just straight up down to execution. With Dokla getting picked off there, we're kind of back here in this reset spot. And Immortals, they have the Baron. They're the ones pushing. They're the ones going to be putting pressure on NRG for the first time here. Dokla looking for a potential flank angle, but he's been spotted. So maybe Immortals can try to find a turn onto him.
And Tactical knows that he's the one that Dokla is looking at, so making sure to lean towards the team. Hook onto Dokla. Immortal's afraid to step up, though, because FBI has crashed over the wall with the lightning crash. He goes and into stasis. Treats, flashes immediately after. Solo gets a
tactical
one, but Kenby right in the center of them all. Hook onto FBI, who has to be resurrected after being burned down. And Contracts low as well. FBI eliminated from NRG, and Immortals sends them packing. Baron buff still in tow for 55 seconds as they collapse upon these mid turrets. Who cares if you already lost 10 of your own? If you have your full team behind you, pushing back against NRG.
Oh my God, they're going to push for the win here for sure. They're going to try to do it. We'll see. Can Energy hold on here? Tactical went crazy, getting so aggressive, taking down FBI when the Zeri fell. Everyone else was sure to follow. In they go. They're going to try to look it.
The last stand of Energy with no AD carry in sight. Can be taking another down, leaps on out of it,
They're
but
so
still
low.
keeps the life. Is it enough? They take down one of the turrets. Multiple members still standing for Energy, but not a lot of damage. Palafox going on in to try to get Kenby, but is not successful. Tactical ripping up too much damage. Immortals begin their ascent of summer with 2 wins.
What a comeback from Immortals. I cannot believe they were able to take that game. Energy were in such an incredible position. At times, they were nearly 10,000 gold ahead, I want to say. At least 8,000, multiple dragons. You know, they had really everything working in their favor. But Immortals able to find team fight after team fight after team fight, you know, really making it happen in these fights. You know, even in that final one, I thought it was going to go bad for them because Treats went in onto the Jack, spent the ulti. It looked like it was a little bit kind of uncoordinated there with the rest of the team, but Solo finds the ulti, but Lulu goes in. Tactical just flashes in on the face of FBI. Gale forcing straight in on him, able to burst down FBI, knock it down, that GA, kill him again. I think Tactical had some really great moments in this game, went really aggressive when he needed to. Solo was super reliable for them from the top lane. And despite a lot of things really not going Immortals' way in this one, including that Palafox Baron steal, they're the ones who walk away with the win. Back-to-back dubs for Immortals. And this one, for Energy, you know, after getting perfect game yesterday, this one has to hurt so bad.
It was looking for a moment, Azael, where the storyline was, okay, Immortals had their clean game in their first one of the week, and then Energy coming through. They're able to show that they're more than what we saw on the opposite side of Evil Geniuses in game 1, which they were.
Yeah.
And it felt like they had them so much on the back foot. But in the end, IMT with that killer.
So here's that final fight. You can see that Treats committed the ulti onto the Jax, and that's where I got nervous. I thought it was going to be a Zeri moment, but Treats over the wall, flashes, finds the hook, and then look at everyone committing in. You can see Flash Gale Force from Tactical, or excuse me, Gale Force then Flash afterwards. Kenby jumps in, everyone piles in. There's nothing left to actually keep FBI safe. Everyone is stacked on top of him as he revives, so the revive does nothing for him at all. And then they knew, we just have to push for the win. This is our moment here. Our AD is full HP. They do not have the damage in the tank to stop us. Even with low health bars, even with only a couple minions surviving, you know, it started getting a little bit dicey here. As you can see, some of these health bars were getting low. And Jax is still available. He almost kills off Kenby. But if you can't kill Tactical, you cannot stop the push. And with those Baroned up minions, Palafox can't clear it out. There's just no way for him to do it. Not even able to finish off Kenby there. And then they just go for broke. They send it in. They keep Tactical alive. And Immortals able to finish off the Nexus. a really incredible comeback. And look at Solo. He was pumped up after that one. I mean, what a crazy game, right? Like, Solo had such a strong game. Only one death in an absolute banger, 41-minute game where your team is losing almost the entire time. The whole Immortals team really, really excited after that one. As well they should be, because that was a hell of a comeback.
So many of these games become who can get on the other's AD carry. And
oh, yeah.
Who can finish them off? And in this
it turned out the AD carry could get on the other AD carry.
Yeah, the AD carry on top of the AD carry and all that jazz. But, oh, man, what a game. I know we all need a breather from that one. Because remember, though, from now until June 23rd, use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to League Worlds 2023 or a set of 8, I said 8, Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. But for now, here in the LCS, we are joining Jet and the Immortals bot lane for our Verizon post-game interview.
All right, thanks for joining me, guys. I wasn't actually expecting, like maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, to talk to you after this game. I saw 15 kills Zeri running around, and I'm like, well, we'll talk to contracts or FBI, but what happened? How did you pull off the comeback? It seemed impossible.
I mean, I think I especially played pretty bad in early game, and I think a lot of engages weren't really clear from us. And then at some point, I think Zeri Yumi just kind of outscaled us. But then I guess we just started playing better randomly and kind of just outplayed them every fight. So it was kind of like lost in our minds. And then when the double inhibs are down and Eddie keeps farming, I mean, we felt like he could 1v9 this one.
Yeah, Eddie, how do you keep your mental? Because I know when the other AD carry is that strong, it can be difficult to feel your own agency in game.
So after we inhibs down, it was actually really hard. But after they threw and I was able to farm so much, I realized that their mid jungle was really like non-threats to me. So like, even though Zeri Yumi scales really well, they actually had no threat on me as well. I felt like we had way more tools, at least to get to their AD carry, but they didn't have the same to do the same to me. So I guess we just played on the edges and the limits, and we just won.
Awesome. And Treats, I want to ask you, for those of you who don't know, you're reuniting with Tactical from the TSM Academy days in 2019 even. Yep. You played at NA in 2020. You had a stop in Europe, you had a stop in streaming land, and now you're back. So like, how does it feel to not only be back, but be playing with Tactical and to start 2-0?
Yeah, I mean, I got to represent the SAC. I think in general, it's just fun to be back with Eddie. It was a big drawing point for me joining Immortals, and we always have fun playing together and have goofy comms and kind of just good vibes, and I think that brings a lot in game. And maybe not playing as Yumi, I think just nerf this champ so we don't have to play against it anymore. But it's always fun playing with Eddie.
All right, Treats, Tactical, good to see you back playing together. Congratulations on the 2-0 start. And we're going to head to break. EG coming up next against Golden Guardians.
Thank you, Jet. Now, everyone, GG versus EG is next. But first, some behind the scenes of how Samsung SSD powers the LCS. This durable T7 Shield portable SSD made the trip to the beach with the LCS photo team a breeze.
Hey, I'm Melissa from the Riot Esports photo team. We shoot thousands of photos on any given day, so having a reliable storage device is super important to us. That's why resistant, dust resistant, and drop resistant, which means we can work anywhere, and we don't have to worry about losing files. Hey, I'm Melissa from the Riot Esports photo team. We shoot thousands of photos on any given day, so having a reliable storage device is super important to us. That's why we love the Samsung T7 Shield portable SSD. On a shoot like today, we start sorting and editing right away. With T7 Shield, we can seamlessly transfer massive files in seconds. These drives are also water resistant, dust resistant, and drop resistant, which means we can work anywhere, and we don't have to worry about losing files.
So you're predicting EG?
Okay. All right. Because of the
Closer.
pattern. Nothing else.
They're better too.
Golden Guardians, a statement in game number 1. Out on top in the series so far, punching their tickets to North Carolina, playing finals weekend for the first time.
Last few months have been a journey.
That was us.
Fair
Yeah.
play. Fair play.
Hey, at least we dragged Closer in with us on that screen. We did. We weren't the only ones with a tough take. Welcome back, guys, after that game. That was a slobber knocker.
That was one.
Yeah.
That was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel bad
That
for
was a
energy
banger.
on that one. That looked like an unlosable game. But now we're going on to Evil Geniuses, and there's a lot to talk about with this team, especially since, yes, as we said, a lot to cover. The team was nuked.
Yeah.
We got a new lineup, and we're talking about JoJo because his last performance was so exceptional, and it reminded us about the journey that started us here when he had an inspirational rookie year.
Yeah, I mean, he was such a difference maker on this EG lineup. I know he just came in like incredibly motivated to prove himself because he was so hyped coming up out of academy. Like talking to him, he's like, yeah, I'm going to be the NHOV, I'm going to be great. And he backed it up in his play. And he also, I mean, the other thing people are pointing out is he had the team around him to do it.
Yeah, the last year and a half is a blur, but you got to remember how hot he started and then how badly EG actually did finish the last split. They never really turned it on throughout the regular season. It didn't work in playoffs, and then they decided to blow it up.
It was weird because I remember by the tail end of last year, that duo of Inspired and JoJo worked so well. And so being able to see how it kind of regressed a bit just because of JoJo's personal performance. And it was small things where like they would win games anyways during the regular season, but you know, he'd get cut off a few times, either on side lane or in team fights, and like he recognized that personally, and they would make jokes about it as a team, and that's how it felt fun because they were winning anyways in the regular season, and pointing like holes is like, hey, we're doing well, except
we'll
this.
be fine once we get to playoffs. Like
Exactly.
working the kinks out, yeah, and then as we just saw, they got beaten by Golden Guardians.
Yeah, he was running it down in like 65% of the games.
Yes.
Like a substantial percentage of the games.
And he recognized it, as you can see from the tweet. Play like as, this is a wake-up call, see you in summer. Like, that was after the best of 5.
Yeah, March 31st, 2023. And I think that tweet can kind of encapsulate the entire split. And he even said during my interview with him yesterday that he could take accountability. And then he tweeted this afterwards, after the Gragas game.
Yes, I'm back. He had an insane carry performance there, and the team as a whole was not as bad as people thought.
Yeah.
They're not, EG's roster, not as bad as you think. I'm going to
is.
stick with that. Depends how people's thinking changes. I can't say that forever. But based on the initial reaction and the stuff I was seeing in the Reddit threads when they were dropping the 4 players and picking up the 4 players they have now, people did not have high expectations for this team at all.
Yeah. And so, look, all the analysis, valid.
Yeah.
You've talked about Reddit analysis, valid. So we put our minds and our hands, applied work to the test to sum this up for you people at home.
Which JoJo is it going to be?
Someone make this easier for us. There's a lot of words on the screen. Can anyone run up and just tell me what's going on?
I'm actually the worst person for this because I'm the shortest. All right.
You can jump.
Woo! We have Buff JoJo over here. First All-Pro 2022 summer, ranked 6 in Korean. So this is, I'll go over the old ones. Qualify for Worlds, spring winner, perfect game from yesterday, Rookie of the Year. KDA 118, 86, 235. I assume that's from all of that.
That's got to be something good. That's
anyway,
JoJo
this is
yesterday.
the big one going into this like offseason, right? Rank 6 in Korean solo queue in 6 days.
Then we have Cheems over
What's
there.
on his feet?
The Crocs.
Okay, just making sure.
I
Just making
think
sure.
Isaac, our graphics guy, really wanted to Photoshop Crocs on buff JoJo's feet. Because he like gets his strength from Crocs.
Let's pan it over to the other one too,
Oh,
just because you
no.
have the Doge and then you have Cheems. So
One's
you got to make
especially
sure you
depressing.
don't accidentally have Cheems.
So 5th in deaths. I remember, Jet, you were already bringing up his deaths when he came in. You were comparing him
a lot
to
of
Harry.
them.
Every teammate left him, and then there's a sad picture. Missed MSI, obviously, because EG lost to Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians ended up going to MSI. So which one are we going with?
We already got the sneak peek.
I'm going to say we're going to get buff Doge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look.
I'm on Doge side today.
He's pretty buff. Maybe not as as chiseled as his Doge, but he is looking really good.
I will say, as an owner of a Shiba Inu,
Yeah.
Cheems can arrive at any moment. There's just a firework goes off and it's over. You just never know with Shiba Inus when they're going to turn into Cheems.
And it's a fun dynamic seeing him on this team. Now he's the guy that's kind of like, of course, the longest one on the team and is probably going to try and carry on that culture. So there's a lot we're expecting out of him. A lot of the players are expecting out of him. I wonder what you guys are expecting. The casters there, Gabby and Azel. Let's hear from you guys.
Welcome back to the booth. I wasn't just chugging water at all. So you say something. I still feel like I have water going down my throat.
Hello, we're back. Yeah, we'll have to see. Both teams again. There's been, just be straight up. There's been a lot of stomps so far in the first 2 days, and we've had a lot of matchups today of teams that were on opposite ends of that. Golden Guardians got clapped up by Cloud9 yesterday. EG had a perfect game. They could not have gone better for them. And I mean, the fun part of the start of the season is kind of the overreactions, right?
Yes.
We have a 1 game sample size, right?
100%.
You're kind of ready to be like, 100 Thieves, they're going to win. EG's the best, So we'll have to see over the course of a couple games how they're going to be able to do. But yesterday, EG looked really good. JoJo was kind of going crazy. And was obviously feeling himself after that game. But we have to see with a big test here against Golden Guardians, how will EG look? Are they going to be able to keep that momentum going? Because there's kind of a lot more unknowns. So much change with their roster. I want to say this is like the biggest roster change we've ever had mid-year that I can recall, at least. 4 out of the 5 members being changed between spring and summer is just not something that really ever happens in the LCS. So it's a lot of opportunity here, I think, for some of these guys on EG to prove themselves, right? Because when you look at a lot of these members that were added to the EG roster, it's people that have had some ups and downs, and most recently have kind of had some downs, right? Revenge, I think if you talk to pro players, they spoke really highly of him when he was on Immortals, but things didn't really work out the way they wanted on Immortals, and I think the community has been very negative on him as a result. Armeo has been, really good in the academy, but never really been able to kind of make it stick in the LCS. So, he's kind of trying to prove himself. Unforgiven went from like first team All-Pro in LEC to being stuck in academy in NA. And Ayla just got replaced by the guy that trash talked him all year in Vulcan. So it's like all of these guys really do kind of want to prove themselves. JoJo as well went from having an amazing first year to sophomore slump, whatever you want to call it. He was not good in spring compared to how he was the previous year. So everyone on EG, I think, is really coming out hungry to prove themselves and to show how good they are. And I think that really was demonstrated yesterday in their amazing game that they had. So now we have to see, can they make it work here against Golden Guardians, who is, of course, our second place team in spring. And is going to be one of those teams that they're going to have to get past if they want to try to make it to Worlds.
And the last time these two teams played in spring playoffs, Golden Guardians knocked out Evil Geniuses with a 3-0 in round 2. But again, GG's roster remaining entirely the same, but EG is sporting an entirely different look outside of mid lane. I feel personally that the change on EG is emphasized by the fact that while JoJo is now the most veteran player on EG, he's still considered a very young player in the league.
It's his second year.
Yeah.
And not even done 2 years, right? He's 3 splits in to his career. And yeah, like it is a weird situation to be in, where you are kind of the most veteran player, but on this org, not in league overall. Some of these guys have been playing for a lot longer. Ayla has been around for a really long time. You think back to OPL days and whatnot. Armeo has been in the scene for a very long time as well. Revenge now too has been around for quite some time. So definitely surrounded by some guys who have been around for a long time, but really looking to prove themselves. It is going to be Cassante first pick. Gory, I feel like has been playing it more often than not lately, but Lickers, of course, can be playing it up in that top lane as well. We did see JoJo bringing out the Gragas yesterday, so could be Gragas mid, could be Gragas top. We know that there are the options to flex that around. Yuumi going to be banned away, so Ayla not going to be able to get his hands on that. Melio, is banned out as well. Pretty much all the big enchanter options are getting banned out besides Lulu. So it'd be interesting to see if someone wants to go towards, Zeri Lulu, because I think that would be a good 2-3 here for Golden Guardians. But, their bot lane has always been kind of like more on, I feel like the scaling side, or sorry, the aggressive side. Like they're one of the bot lanes that really does like to play some of those aggressive picks. We saw them playing Lucian Nami yesterday, if I recall correctly. They were one of the guys that really did like to go towards that. Lucian is really strong on this patch, so if you're a Lucian fan, as I know 6A is, not surprising me that they're going to go towards it.
And the Lucian locked in for Stixxay, and we'll see if paired with a Nami once more. Seems to be exactly that. And even in Golden Guardians' game against Cloud9 yesterday, where clearly they did want to try to get those early advantages, but it didn't quite work out that way. Eventually, it came down to Berserker being fully online in a later team fight closer to that 25-minute mark, but there were still some great Aqua presence from Huhi. I would still say that Gory also was doing well in lane and offsetting any pressure. They just couldn't really make anything happen in the way that they needed to for that comp that was indexing earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of one of the things that I felt they really kind of flubbed with yesterday, was the fact that, when you're playing Lucian Nami, yes, it's a little bit different on this patch, but one of the things that we always looked to was how teams played around the one-item power spike, right? And how people are actually looking to really utilize that power when you get post 6. The culling is so big to be able to send your Lucian Nami mid, use the culling to get chunks, use that to get priority around dragons and around heralds and things like that. There's so much pressure to do that when you're playing against a Zeri or an Aphelios or whatever that is just going to do higher DPS than you. You really need to be utilizing your range to make things happen and to get chunks and to get pokes, and you have to be looking for those aggressive plays. And in yesterday's game, I couldn't remember a single moment where 6A was able to find one of those plays with Huhi, where they were able to find that opportunity to go in, get aggressive, chunk someone down before the play happens. So we need to see more of that. We need to see that confidence. We need to see those windows capitalized on from the Golden Guardians bot lane here, because again, they're going to be facing up against a bot lane duo that doesn't really have to do anything. They just kind of have to sit there and farm, and as long as they're not being pressured and they're just trading waves back and forth, they're going to be really happy.
And Unforgiven, somebody that you do not want to scoff at on the side of Evil Geniuses, playing the Lucian yesterday, but trading up for the Aphelios this time, and now a different look with Jace.
Yeah, Jace coming through, and JoJo has played Jace mid. We know that Revenge can play Jace as well, so this is, again, multiple flex picks here. If the Jax comes through, we'll see where they want to flex things around to try to get that matchup. Instead, it's going to be the Nautilus, so I am expecting that it's going to be Nautilus jungle. I know I mentioned that has been getting some play earlier. You can still do Nautilus mid, so there's a lot of priority on flex picks. It feels like in these drafts, really trying to hide where things are going. We're probably going to get a lot more clarity with their 5th pick on where everything is going to be. We know where Lucian Nami is going for sure. The Cassante, the Nautilus is a little bit more of a question. With Rumble coming through, there's honestly still possibilities for things to get flexed around. Like, especially in solo queue, you do still see Rumble in like the entire top side. He could be in jungle, he could be in mid, he could be in top. So it'll be interesting to see where Golden Guardians does land with that. And it's going to make this 5th pick a lot harder, potentially, here for EG. If they were looking for some sort of a clever counter pick or some sort of a specific matchup that they could be going towards, that does get more difficult. But it's going to be the Sejuani, so it's going to be solo lanes here with the Jace and the Gragas. I'm expecting the Gragas will be top and the Jace will be mid, but there is the ability to change things around. We'll have to see if they want to do that.
So much flexibility on Golden Guardians till the very end. As now we're getting the final switches of the squads. Yeah,
and they're still just kind of trading around back and forth, so you don't know for sure exactly where things are going to end up. But I think it is going to be Gory playing Cassante mid, whether it's River jungling the Nautilus or the Rumble. They keep swapping back and forth, so we're going to have to wait and see. Nautilus, though, really good early ganks with that as a jungler, and it is going to be that coming out. I will say at top side of the map, though, there's like really good value, you know, from Bark Treads and anti-CC. There's quite a bit of magic damage on the Golden Guardian side. Jungle top is going to be a lot of magic damage. Even Lucian Nami, you know, with the Nami damage coming through, and things like the Gale Force, you know, can be a fair bit of that magic damage coming out. So we'll have to see, you know, if there's going to be difficulty kind of getting through what the front line is on the other side later in the game.
Golden Guardians taking on Evil Geniuses for our last game of the day of Day 2, Week 1, Summer Split 2023. And I do enjoy seeing that flexibility in draft continue for Golden Guardians, something that kind of coincided with a lot of their rise to prominence in spring, and now not backing off of it a single bit here in summer. But Evil Geniuses riding a high off of that perfect game yesterday against Energy, and now looking to continue with that momentum forward for a hopeful 2-0 for the Evil Geniuses fans.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen. Gale Force, of course, was actually changed to physical damage. You know, so that's part of the magic damage. But Lucian Nami still doing a fair bit of magic damage mixed in there, you know, with all the Nami damage. Will be interesting to see how this top lane does go. Both of them playing Comet, you know, so going to be AP Gragas. Of course, it is going to be AP Rumble. That is obviously known. It's not going to be Ignite Rumble, so not going like full all-in for laning power. But a lot of this is going to be about the poking and the prodding. You know, how many of those Electro Harpoons can you actually land versus how many of the barrels can you land on the Gragas? Who can actually, you know, utilize that to get chip, to get that push? Can be really, really big. Nicely done there from Huhi. Just bounces the W off of Gory. So going to be able to get both his first Mana Flow ban proc and 20 gold, which is always really, really nice. Just get that Mana Flow ban on cooldown and helps you stack it that much faster.
With Golden Guardians bot lane again, looking to see if they can harass early, keep up that pressure, try to create advantages over on the bot side. I do want to see how River ends up doing on this Nautilus jungle. He played the Jax yesterday, so definitely taking that flex role of a champion and putting it to work now 2 times in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wasn't a big fan of the Jax, you know, wasn't really able to get too much done in that game. You know, I definitely understood the thought process. You know, he's playing against double AD carry. Counter-Strike has a lot of value, but it can be difficult to kind of close the gap. I do think here on the Nautilus, it's a lot easier to get that value, especially with multiple squishy carries on the enemy team. You throw down that ultimate on the Jace, throw down that ultimate onto someone like Forgiven, and things can get tough for them. You do have really good follow-up, and it's that guaranteed lockdown that you always love to have drafted as a Rumble player, right? Because someone locks them down. You throw the Nautilus ult, you get the passive root, you throw down that auto for the root as well. And that is going to hold them in place for the equalizer, which is going to make things really, really difficult potentially for EG. But Unforgiven is playing barrier, and the Lulu has heal as well. So that is going to make it a lot more difficult to actually be able to burst them down. Oh, River just here straight up.
From the River, Unforgiven seeing that and gets the speed up from the heal from Ayla, who's now collapsed upon against this wall. Does manage to get out flash forward from Stixxay, burn-in, but there's also Sustain coming on the side of Ayla. Armeo making his way down, but shouldn't be able to collapse unless Huhi and Stixxay overstep forward. Has the ward in the bush. Will run into River pretty immediately, but over the wall he goes.
Yeah, just gonna get a little bit of a chunk there. You know, if River hadn't been there, he could have looked for a wraparound play. At the end of the day, you know, it's not bad, but I do think River misplayed it. I think the initial part of the gank was great. Going for the flash auto is how you want to start this out. He doesn't go for Unforgiven because Unforgiven is too far back, right? The heal is used for the move speed there, so target the Ayla. What you want to do, wait for the flash to be spent. He will die if he doesn't flash, so wait for the flash to be spent, then hook. There's no need to actually go for the hook there. You have the red buff slow on him. He's going to be getting chased down. Ayla will die if he does not flash. So you wait till he flashes, then you hook, and that's how you look to actually guarantee that. And I think had he actually been a little bit more patient with his hook, that is going to be a first blood on Ayla. So it's going to be a play that River definitely wants back. Ooh, Hex Flash.
Wait.
He's in the brush, so he's going to be Hex Flashing in the brush. Yep.
There's the dredge line, connects the slam down. Gory looking to finish off. Huhi here for the assistance if needed, but JoJo dished first blood right there on the platter, taken by Gory.
Yeah, that's really nicely done. And you can see that little blue icon by the ward. That means they knew where that was warded. They pinged where that was warded. So that was played around perfectly. This wasn't just a guess on, maybe put his ward here. I'm going to try the Hex Flash. They tracked where the ward was put down. They used the Hex Flash to actually avoid that vision, and then they nail the hook out of the brush. So really well played by River. You do not want to just be AFK farming on something like Nautilus Jungle. It's about the early game power. It's about that incredible gank assist that you do provide. Hui's got to be careful here, though.
sees Armeo, throws out a W for a little bit of poke. Gory teleporting back to lane now, so Huhi a bit safer than before. But I think for River specifically, that Nautilus, if he continues to keep up this pressure with that Q, it very much aligns with his play. The same player that likes to play J4, wait in those bushes, go for that initiation. And as you were saying, if he was just going to go and try and farm and not make anything happen, it would be a problem. But clearly not approaching this game with that mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great point, right? When he first came in, is this going to be a dive?
Oh, Licorice under the tower. Revenge goes down in the solo, but it is traded back a little too much aggro, but some action in the top lane.
But that was really nicely done, and that is totally worth. Anytime you can dive with the wave stacked to your opponent's turret, look at the CS differential, right? So he's going to be missing a lot of this, and the wave is going to bounce and push back, which means Revenge instantly on respawn has to TP back, fix the wave, and Licorice can hold his TP. So he can actually just walk out towards top lane, will have TP advantage. So here it is, Revenge has been getting chipped down, and when you hit those Electro Harpoons, you have that stacked up, perfectly has the overheat, Flame Spitter comes through, flashes forward for those empowered autos in the overheat, and he's happy about that one, knows even though he goes down, it does not matter at all. Revenge gonna be a little bit frustrated with that. You know, is going to end up down on CS. It is about even now. We'll see if Gory can get out of this as Armeo is here.
Held on to the flash as long as he could.
So now Licorice gets to collect the wave, and again, he holds TP because the wave is screwed for Revenge, so he has the TP to fix the wave. Licorice just walks back and collects that. Revenge now can look for a roam. This is actually really smart. You know, you have this kind of time where he can't really harass too heavily.
River and Armeo, junglers running into each other because the dragon is up on this bot side. So they're hovering around the vicinity. Gory now worrisome with Revenge encroaching upon him, but on the bot side, Unforgiven and Ayla moving forward to get the kill onto Stixay, who he wants to try and get maybe something out for the last bit of autos, but cannot do so. The survivability of Unforgiven too good as it's traded, and Gory now slammed under turret again with River, who has to give his life in the process. Armeo and Revenge still standing with a bit of wave before them if they want to try and to connect, but they are double melees, and who he can't zone off Unforgiven too much as he attempts to get some more damage on that turret.
Yeah, it is the 1-for-1 at the end of the day because Jojo died as well, and the wave is going to be denied again top because that was a roam timer for Revenge, but Licorice had that time to fully shove out the wave, takes a plate, and now is going to have a roam mid of his own here. So we'll see if he can get anything back. The waves have definitely been in the favor of Licorice off these last couple of plays. This is smart from EG though, because the base in the match would be so delayed from Revenge. You just send Jojo up, send him straight up towards top lane, off of respawn. Revenge will push out one more wave, and then they'll likely just swap back. We'll see Jojo move back down towards mid after this next wave does come through. But Licorice looking for the play.
Equalizer down, zones off Jojo, and Licorice knocked back by Jojo. Knows that Revenge is coming through Riverside, throws out a barrel. Gets a little bit of a slam, but Licorice able to pick up some juicy fruit on the way out.
Yep, gonna be okay, and because he still has that TP, he can collect this wave, and if he needs to, can TP back. Not the best equalizer there from Licorice, and didn't have the best heat management either. I think there was an opportunity for him to get that 1v1 kill, but because he didn't overheat for the all-in, and because he didn't get enough damage out from that ulti, couldn't really fully commit to it, right? When you spend all your spells and you don't overheat, you have nothing to actually do. Your autos don't do a lot. When you overheat, you get the attack speed, you get the bonus magic damage on those autos. So potentially could have looked for it, but I don't think he was keeping his heat high enough when he was actually camping in the brush and waiting. So potentially a little bit of a misplay there from Licorice. But at the end of the day, he survives, he collects the wave, he gets his base off, still has TP advantage. And it is that faster unleashed TP now at 10 minutes, so we'll see if he can make anything happen with it.
And Revenge and Gory continuing to slam away down here with the ultimate going out. Gory looking to lock on to Jojo, but all the while the 3v2 down bot. Licorice was moving up from Fountain directly towards mid.
Yeah, tried to find that play mid lane. Revenge does get a good ulti down, but Jojo can't connect on the Shock Blast, and without that landing, they don't have enough damage to actually finish off Gory, who is pretty durable on the Cassante with that W to absorb. Also pops the ulti to create space, reset the spells, is able to dash out to safety and keep that bounty alive, which is very important. You know, Revenge has been spending a lot of time moving around the map, but it does mean he's pretty down on CS. Stixay, you'll notice is staying ahead of Huhi because he has the cleanse available, so if Armeo spends his ulti, then it's just going to be cleansed out, right? The only guaranteed kill target there would be Huhi, so that is why the AD in this position was standing closer to the enemy jungler.
And with the amount of time that Armeo spent down bot, GG is very aware of their movement towards mid. We've seen so much cross-map movement, and especially when you have these champions that aren't necessarily one's positioned to have to be locked in lane. I think Golden Guardians and Evil Geniuses have been extremely responsive to their opposing team and where the biggest threat is posed.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just been so much map movement, right? You know, Licorice is getting the push. He moves down. He cheats down towards bot side, you know, trying to see if he can get anything here. Armeo should be able to secure this with a smite, and he will. But it's going to mean River's just going to straight up start up this Herald. And there's not going to be much of a contest, I don't think, at least yet. But you can see Jace is still down bot side. He doesn't have his TP yet, so I don't think EG should be able to challenge Unforgiven just coming out from base right now. So that is going to be kind of that trade that they end up making. Gory moving down bot to actually match the Jace, so they won't be giving up much. Maybe one plate, but I don't even think that's going to happen here, as Gory's going to be able to keep this safe.
Ayla coming for assistance on to JoJo. Still plenty of plates for the taking here past 10 minutes. And just with that pressure on bot side, it means that Armeo can start up this dragon as Gory holds his own with the ushering of this wave. I really feel like we've got a game of musical chairs with the way both of these teams are moving across the map just to respond to some of this pressure. But it means a delayed take on the neutral objective on the bot side, with Dragon coming down in the double-digit mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams have been really, really active on the map, right? So it's going to be about how you respond to that movement. What can you trade? Can you one-up your opponents? If they get top tower, can you get bot tower and a jungle camp? If they get Herald, can you get Dragon and something else and a plate? And that's what these teams really are trying to do, and that's what this game becomes about when these players are so active on the map. You have to respect the map movements. You can't be too timid, though, or your opponents will just always be trading up. And now Golden Guardians moving up towards top side. Blue buff was secured by River. This could mean trouble here on that top side, because they do have the Herald available. So if Revenge moves too far out, I think they have a good idea that he's going to be in that brush. Yep, they're looking for him.
For connecting with the Q, River makes sure to start this up for the rest of the team. Revenge retreating to the outgo. Multiple ultimates thrown down by Stixay and Huhi just for the security. But it's time for them to throw this Rift Herald up top for these plates. Bought enough time for that wave to usher forward as well. 3 members of Evil Geniuses here to contest to ensure that it's not a maximum value Shelly for the side of Golden Guardians.
Yep, they do get a couple of plates there. They get the kill as well. Yes, they committed the ultimates, but you can see they clearly did not want to waste time with it. And they also knew to back off as soon as they actually saw those extra members. So River, who were not spotted there, but they know that Gragas is in the area, and he's expecting that he's either recalling the brush or he's straight in it. Even if he doesn't hit the hook straight up, he's then in the brush, he hooks onto the wall, he can find that ultimate. So they get the kill, they drop the Herald. River then plays bodyguard in that tri-brush to spot whoever's going to be able to come up to answer. They back off as soon as they're there, grab a couple plates, extend the advantage for themselves. And things looking pretty good on both sides, honestly. You know, you can see Stixay already has the Stormrazor completed. A lot of people have been rushing Kraken that we've seen so far on Lucian, but Stormrazor also a really nice one-item spike. The additional move speed that you're getting with that, plus the move speed from the Nami passive that you're being given, if you can really play that well, can work out great. And there's a lot of things to dodge. You know, the Sejuani ult, things like the Gragas engages as well, Shock Blast and so on, Sniper shots and so on from Unforgiven. So we'll see what he can make from that move speed. The front line looking pretty good here too, as Even Shroud's already completed for River, so that is going to amp the burst of all his teammates. You have that guaranteed point-and-click CC, and then Even Shroud makes whoever you're CCing take that bonus damage, you know, 10% increased damage for 5 seconds anytime you're actually immobilized. And that is going to make it really, really scary for Unforgiven and JoJo.
But Unforgiven himself now hitting that Kraken Slayer, so continuing on in that build, because while Golden Guardians were able to bring a little bit more of that lead, see if they lose any of it here as Gory gets caught out by Armeo and multiple members of Evil Geniuses. Aqua Prison thrown out as well as a Tidal Wave to get that knockup on the backside, but in the end, Gory goes down. River and Huhi do not want to overcommit in an attempt to save him, so they give 1 life over.
Yeah, they can see the Unforgiven is mid, and Gory is just kind of caught. He walks a bit of a dangerous path there. They were down numbers in that area of the map. 6-8 was not really in a position to respond, so they just finish the red buff, they push out bot, they give over that kill, but it's a shutdown going the way of JoJo, who's going to be clawing back into this 1v1 as a result. He's now ahead on gold because he gets, I think it was a 450 shutdown, plus he's already up about 20 CS. So JoJo going to be completing his first item here pretty soon. As you can see, K'Sante just TPing right back down towards bot, answering JoJo, who will go back to base, probably finish his first item. Knows that River is in the area. Perhaps he does not.
Aqua Prison over the wall, followed up with the Dredge line and the root from the hit from River. Armeo just salting right over the wall, thumbs up on the exit.
Nicely played. He's just kind of juking back and forth. You know, he doesn't want to actually hit River with that Q, or he's going to be stuck and potentially have to blow that flash to get out. So juking back and forth, gets a little bit of space, is able to jump over the wall. And now River looking to threaten around mid. He has the Hex Flash. Could potentially, oh, he actually just has a regular flash up right now, so could potentially look for the play, but it would be pretty aggressive.
The explosive cast, though, that forces River to relocate, and the teleport coming in from Golden Guardians, Wild Growth onto the Revenge here in the front line. Equalizer thrown down directly across the jungle to separate Revenge from Ayla and Unforgiven, who retreat under the mid turret.
Gets the flash out of Unforgiven there, and they kill off of Ayla, so that's a great TP from Licorice, but now you have to see what can EG get top lane. Because it is the push top lane for the Jace. He's going to be looking to try to chop up this turret as fast as possible. Cassante working on that bot lane tower as well. Does have machine completed, so he's going to be breaking through that pretty quick. Gory is going to be knocking down that turret. He's also playing Demolish, so you can be kind of deceptively quick to knock down those turrets. Jojo looks like he should be able to finish this off. We'll see if his W's up in time. No, not quite, I think, going to be able to actually finish it. His Licorice is here. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Would have to wait for the next wave, but not going to have the damage to be able to push off Licorice and finish the turret. So they take one bot, they defend their top tier one, and Golden Guardians maintaining that 1,000-ish gold lead.
Licorice fast walking to make sure that tower didn't go down, but that gold lead was around 800 prior, and then Evil Geniuses were able to get that pick on Gory to even things up, and then now once again Golden Guardians swinging it slightly their way. It's still been extremely back and forth, and Evil Geniuses now working towards that Dragon win condition of stacking up their seconds.
Yeah, this one is really close, and we're going to see what is going to be the spawn for the Soul here. You can see Jojo also going towards the Gore Drinker. Is a 3 melee team, so you can get more value off of that active. But really, it just feels to me like most people just like Gore Drinker Jace because they like Omnivamp. And the Omnivamp just helps kind of keep them healthy in those side lanes. You're not going to get poked down as much if you're side laning by something like the Rumble, poking and prodding away at you. But there is those opportunities to sometimes go Hammer Form and get in the middle of these triple melee champions and get a really good activation to try to turn around a fight. As that was really close to actually hitting, but EG looked like they want to be actually fighting this one. Revenge does have TP. We'll see if he's actually going to commit. They gave up that first Herald for the trade on the Dragon on the bottom side, but now Revenge is going to be TPing in, so they want to fight.
Teleport, Dredge line on Armeo. This ushered the Wild Growth in response, and the Equalizer on the jungle side. Tidal Wave thrown down. Root onto Licorice. Explosive cast throws Huhi and Stixay away, but Revenge and Jojo are on the retreat. River closing the gap. Revenge flashing over the wall. Golden Guardians taking some damage, but not losing anybody on the team, which means they can go right back over towards that Rift Herald.
Yeah, really nicely done. They knew that Revenge was down on bot side, and even though he has TP, they just initially engaged so quickly that even by the time the TP arrives, Armeo's basically out of the fight, right? It's not really much for him to do by the time he gets there. You can see it's a pretty quick response on the TP, but Gory finds Armeo. They have the follow-up damage coming through. The bubble is there after the lockdown from River, and they throw the Equalizer down across the side, zoning away Ayla. It's on the TP as well, so it's hitting multiple members there. Congratulations to Huhi, moving up to 5th all-time now for assists in the LCS. Across those two roles, has had quite an impressive career and a bit of a resurgence, it feels like, over these last couple of years for him.
Licorice getting into the face of Revenge a bit over on the bot side, but multiple EG members lurking abound. And yeah, speaking of Huhi, I mean, Huhi and Stixay being a very important component of the success of Golden Guardians prior. Huhi with a wide champion pool, but clearly has no problem sticking to what's working for the team. Really great usage of those Aqua Prisons and being able to zone out with that Tidal Wave. Working well for Golden Guardians in this squad. But again, when looking at Golden Guardians too and what they're bringing, that Equalizer throwing down in the jungle, you always have to be worried when going against a team with a Rumble when fighting in close quarters, which is what you're doing around major objectives. So it is up to Licorice to make sure you use that ultimate effectively in those scenarios, which he did for them to be able to secure that Rift Herald.
Yeah, absolutely. And you want to see him really pairing it with the other CC ultimates. That is the big thing for me. When you just go fishing with the Rumble ultimate, it's usually not going to get high value. But when you pair it with the Nautilus ult into the Nami wave, into the Nautilus hook, into the Nautilus root, like all these things start landing, all of a sudden there's nothing you can really do to answer it. Because the composition here on Golden Guardian's side is like almost entirely ultimate based, right? It's all about, you know, the culling and the Nautilus ulti and the Rumble ulti and all these different things getting really kind of overlap together to try to get a big team fight win. So they have to be careful. If you don't have perfect layering of that, it can go bad.
Speaking of ultis, Armeo targeting Licorice and the tidal wave response from Huhi to zone off Evil Geniuses. So Flash expelled by Licorice and heal by Huhi.
Yeah, nicely done. Catches him with that ulti, and it's going to be forcing out a couple summoners there. Oh, good hook, though.
Another hook onto Ayla. Has to ult himself. The culling over the wall can't quite reach, but Golden Guardians making sure to hit the go button when they see an opportunity. River being at the front hand of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And they know Revenge is still bot, right? So they're trying to force some sort of plays around top because they have the extra man there. Revenge, though, does take that tier 1 down bot, and it's going to be pushing up the wave as well towards that tier 2, so someone will have to go down bot to answer him. Going to be able to get the heal and the ulti off of Ayla at least. And then they were being pretty annoying, just playing nonstop around in the top side of EG's jungle, utilizing this Nautilus any time someone walks up to try to look for that hook. But, you know, Nautilus is going to potentially have some difficulties, you know, if he falls too far behind, so he needs to still cycle some of these camps, make sure he's keeping up in levels, keeping up in that itemization. I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes Anathemas, and it's just like an Anathemas onto Unforgiven, just reduce that tenacity, constantly throw the CC on him, that's going to be guaranteed, and try to really make it a difficult game for Unforgiven.
And for the 80 carries, Gale Force completed on both sides. The majority of Golden Guardians hovering around bot with 28 seconds to go before that third Drake spawns. This would be sole point for Evil Geniuses. Golden Guardians having acquired more of the objectives on the top side with both Rift Heralds, still holding on to that second to throw down, probably in time for the Dragon.
Yep, exactly. Going to be looking to use it there. Armeo does have the ulti in a second or two, in a couple seconds here, it's going to be back up, so they'll have to watch out for that. That's, again, why 6A needs to be the one kind of closest to him if they're trying to contest that mid wave. But the minions are pretty far away, and the Dragon's already spawned, so if EG stay mid, they have to try to threaten a potential Baron trade here. These very rarely work out, I feel like, if I'm going to be honest, because you can just potentially leave one person down on the Dragon. Instead, Golden Guardian is going to fully respawn with 5. They're killing this quick, though. We'll see if Golden Guardians can actually get there in time, but this is, you're all in the Baron pit against Rumble.
Is Gory going to do something to try to prevent that from happening? There's the equalizer thrown down. Baron Nashor secured by Armeo, but Golden Guardian still in pursuit. Knock up onto Jojo, who wants to try to take Gory down with him with the Aqua Prison to finish him off. River at the front line, keeping his eyes locked onto Unforgiven. A couple knockups in favor of Golden Guardians, and with a root onto Revenge, he has to flash away. Golden Guardians, they lose 2 in this pursuit. 2 still down for Evil Geniuses. Revenge so low, but keeps up.
And look at mid lane. The Herald is actually taking down the tier 2. It's going towards that tier 1, bot lane. You know, pushing in. It's going to get another turret, so that was not being answered during this whole play. They do get the Baron. I definitely underestimated the damage that they could get done with the Kraken already completed and the white gun available. Unforgiven shredded this thing, but 6A may have overstayed his welcome. Revenge is going to be hunting. If he's over, he's going to spot him now, and now, this is going to be tough for 6A. TP coming behind him as well. He's definitely dead. We'll see if they can try to rush the Dragon on bot side to get something back, but Armeo's already down there as well, so I don't think it's going to happen because I don't think Golden Guardians have the damage to actually kill the Dragon before EG can respond.
Yeah, no sums, no nothing from Stixay for him over on this top side, but yep, over on bot, that Dragon still standing, no action taken to it just yet because of the fact that there wasn't too much of a commitment on that top side. And now, though, the gold that had just crested to 2K before some of those previous Baron skirmishes, now with the Red Bull Baron buff for Evil Geniuses, they're able to reap that one back.
Yep, going to be able to grab the Dragon here, move the soul point as well. Armeo just covering down on bot side. They know with Lucian not there, there's just not really any damage between Gory and Huhi and River to actually kill that Dragon off quickly while the enemy was up on top side. Gory trying to delay this as much as they can. And Unforgiven just kind of committed to it. Between the Jace and this Aphelios, they really shredded through it very, very quickly. The equalizer was pretty good from Licorice, slowing them down and getting that initial damage down. They do get this kill on the Jojo. You can see Unforgiven, though, picks off 1 kill, getting Gory back on the other side. And then it's just Golden Guardians just piling in, everyone committing, trying to clean up as many of these Baron buffs as they can. Unfortunately, Licorice couldn't get over the wall. Stixay does get in for 1 more kill. But it is 3 Baron buffs that were protected for EG. And at the end of the day, they do walk away with the Baron buff, so are going slightly gold positive, and they got soul point. So EG in a pretty darn good position in this game, and it's going to be up to Golden Guardians to really try to find those excellent engagements, try to find those windows where the Lucian can outperform the Aphelios, which as you get later and later in the game, they become fewer and further between.
In the previous fights where Stixxay was able to get the culling effectively on the target that GG was going for, it was kind of long Riverside, for instance, getting a lock on Tormeo, making sure that the jungler was no longer a threat for Evil Geniuses. But can they set that up again as they encroach upon the rest of this game? Evil Geniuses wanting to keep some safety around this tier 2 turret. That is something that Golden Guardians got going for him. River always throwing out those cues. And the pressure they were able to create on the map from that Rift Herald dropping on bot side has at least opened one avenue for them to kind of really mitigate some of the advantages that Evil Geniuses have been able to snowball after these past few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, River was lucky that that hook didn't connect, because there was 4 members there. I think if he actually takes that hook, he is dead. He has no flash. So lucky that he did not connect. River kind of grouped with the team here. Everyone just grouping up right now. It is a slow pushing wave from Golden Guardians on that bot side. So it's good for them to actually group, because it's going to be a response that has to be forced by EG. EG needs to send someone back there because there's no inhibitor tower. So if that gets ignored for too long, eventually it will push up and really be able to make some problems for them. So Unforgiven gonna be able to fix the wave. This is gonna give Golden Guardians a little bit of time, take topside scuttle, potentially get some vision down around that Baron area, which will be the next objective here coming up. And Gory's gonna shove out top as well. Red buff will get donated down to Stixxay. So just kind of doing all those chores that you have to get done before these next potential objectives.
Have less than 2 minutes time until that Baron spawns, and while Golden Guardians are positioned to try and set those wards, Evil Genius is doing somewhat of the same. Revenge continually safely stepping into that tri-bush where they already have their own control ward down to try and get some sights on Golden Guardians.
And a really big buy just came through there for Unforgiven. Has the Lord Dominic's Regards now completed. Gory is so tanky, is just really stacking armor up here. He knows he's not really under threat from the Gragas at all, so it's really just Jace and Aphelios. So stacking that armor, super important for him. You can see armor going to be purchased up as well by River in the jungle. So now that the Lord Dominic's Regards is through, with that Lulu behind him, he can really start punishing these tanks. He already has Kraken, and now he has that LDR, so it's a very high DPS build here. And it's going to make him really difficult to deal with if they don't have the pressure on him. You have to have CC on him. You have to have threat on this Aphelios so he's not free firing. Because if EG creates space for him, it's going to be one fight.
And on a strong player at that, I think one of the sleeper pickups for Evil Geniuses going into summer. It's your Summer 2022 LEC first All-Pro bot laner that came into the NACL and was making waves, and people thinking, what's he doing on 100 Thieves Academy? Racking up pentas galore, and now making this statement into the LCS with Evil Geniuses, his real chance to shine in this league.
Well, and it was really clear from watching him in Academy that he didn't belong there, right?
Yeah.
Like he was way too good for that league. Is really a high level player and definitely does deserve to be in a tier 1 league somewhere. So it's great to see him get his shot here in the LCS on EG, and we'll see what he's going to be able to make of it. And the expectations, as the analysts have talked about, were not that high for EG coming into the split, because you looked at this roster that had championship aspirations. You dropped 4 of your members, and people are like, well, what are you going to do now? And so far, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah. But Golden Guardians, seeing if they can make a good look over on this Baron side. They know that Evil Geniuses are lurking. Look at that Q through the acceleration gate onto Huhi. The River moving on up. Revenge blasting on down. Has a wild growth to keep him up. The equalizer already used by Licorice. Baron brought down to 50% HP. But look at that blast damage onto Unforgiven. Luckily able to Gale Force out there and more. River eliminated. Double kill for JoJo. And Golden Guardians, they lose 3. Polymorph onto Licorice means that our male can get the lockdown with Ayla and Revenge ready to finish him off. Golden Guardians peeled off, but the Baron and Evil Geniuses take the fight.
Unforgiven just barely able to survive there. But again, it's all about the ultimates for Golden Guardians and this initial equalizer. So watch how far Licorice backs off. He's on the bottom of your screen. He backs off. And he's not in range to actually drop the equalizer right away. He has to walk back to get the equalizer down after the CC has actually expired. So he gets, what, maybe 1 tick under Revenge? It's just not good enough to win a fight at this point in the game. Imagine the equalizer here when that hook lands. Unforgiven is absolutely dead, and it's not even close, right? And the fight then looks completely different if you have those ultimates being perfectly used, but they just were not coordinated on the engage, didn't get it down, and it does mean that JoJo gets so much work done. Unforgiven survives, he pushes up mid, they take the Baron, they take that tier 1 mid, and now they're setting up here for soul point, so this could be the last hurrah for Golden Guardians, and now this far down with the Baron buff on their opponents, it's got to be a perfect engage for Golden Guardians to have any chance.
Another fight opened with a heavy Q onto Huhi from JoJo, and Golden Guardians fearful of the lock onto Gory. That poke is just going to continually rain down from Evil Geniuses until you get the explosive cast to separate Gory from everyone. Lulu coming in with a little bit of utility that did you even really need it. The lock was so good onto Golden Guardians. Mid laner here for Evil Geniuses to push forward, get themselves that soul. Baron buff still for 2 more minutes. Gold lead at 3.5. EG are keeping all their hopes alive.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good. Gory just got shredded, and he even got the Gargoyle Stoneplate active off, and it just did nothing. He died pretty much instantaneously there. EG have really, it feels like, just kind of outscaled at this point. Unforgiven is king on the map at this point of the game. You can see Revenge even pushing up bot. They're going to drop the Equalizer, just kind of clear out the wave, but it's not going to mean much. Unforgiven's going to heal right back up. You got a little bit of a chunk onto Ayla. Bot lane is still pushing. They're going to TP, trying to look for one more play here. We'll see if they can find anything.
Eyes on Unforgiven to see if he can remain protected, eat so much of the culling, and Gory separating Armeo from the rest. Tidal Wave to get the knock on to JoJo. Armeo, subject of the wild growth. Revenge is looking for the angle. A route onto River. Armeo still alive, and JoJo also marked down very low. It's Gory eliminated in this fight thus far, and Revenge keeping that set on River means he's ripped on down. Double kill again for JoJo, and Licorice in the enemy jungle with Revenge and Armeo on his back. Stixxay going in the opposite direction with Evil Geniuses in the base of Golden Guardians.
They just have to stop the recalls. Even if they die, it doesn't matter because EG has already won the game.
They're finishing it off. Evil Geniuses, a strong statement, bounding into summer with a surprising new look, and now 2 wins to show for it.
Nicely done from EG. JoJo with a little bit of banter in the alt chat at the end says, gank JoJo. Back-to-back good games from him, 8 and 4 on the Jace. Was a big difference maker in the team fights. But Golden Guardians just not really able to get enough done with this composition that was, again, kind of early game focused, weren't able to coordinate perfectly on those engages, weren't able to use those ultimates to maximum effect. And EG played a calm, cool, collected game. Hit a certain point where you just could not deal with Unforgiven and JoJo, couldn't really get access to them through that front line. And EG going to be able to have a great bounce back game. This is an important one for them. Another good game, not a bounce back game. Would have been a bounce back game on the other side, but EG starting out really, really hot. Back-to-back wins here for a team that I think people weren't expecting that much from, right? I think people thought they were going to be maybe middle of the pack, and people I think are going to be reevaluating a lot of their assumptions about this squad because they just took down Golden Guardians. They had a great game yesterday, and there's not really a ton to criticize about their play so far.
While so many had predicted them in the middle of the pack, it feels like they were also a lot of disparity in where in the middle of the pack because of the individual prowess of each of these players. How long is it going to take for them to synergize? But they were working well together today.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys have a lot to prove. There's all 5 members, I think, that are really, really hungry on EG to really show what they can get done this year. And you can see working well in this team fight. The positioning was great. They all kite down. They pull Golden Guardians in this really awkward position where they cannot move forward. Stixxay cannot be hitting while their front line is getting hit. So it's kind of that lose situation where you're not really going to be able to make anything happen. And EG just handled it really well, keep the carries safe. Already had Soul at that point in the game. So just had to make sure they weren't going to fall prey to any sort of perfect engage, protect their back line, and they're able to do just that. So really well done. I think, JoJo, people are going to be happy to see him kind of back in form, having a couple of really good games for himself because spring was not what was expected. He was really confident coming into spring, I know, was saying he thought he was going to win the MVP. Did not have a great split, compared to what we saw from the previous year, but it feels like he really has kind of committed himself to performing at a higher level, and so far it's paying off.
I think that's why one of the most intriguing things from his interview yesterday on the stage with Jat was that he learned a lot in Korea, but also his mentality changed.
Yeah.
We know how well he can play. Can he have the mental fortitude to back that up throughout the entirety of the split? Well, 2 wins is one way to set the tone,
Don't get
that's
cocky.
for sure. Yeah, don't get cocky. Keep that meditation going. But LCS fans everywhere, remember, Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper. It is not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends, then crush their dreams with your own LCS super team. You can head on over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. For now, though, we are joining Jat once again with Ayla for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Gabby. And yes, I'm joined by Ayla. First 2 games of Spring Split for FlyQuest, you were still having visa issues. First 2 games for Evil Geniuses, you have a 2-0. Do you want to talk a little bit about how much or how different the start of this split feels compared to last split for you?
Yeah, I think this split has started off very well. I mean, everyone on the team has been very nice, you know. EG formed this team with like a bunch of like random people from every team, you know. Unforgiven was in Academy, Revenge was in a different team. I wasn't even playing last split, so it was a very hectic start, but I think everyone on this team knows we're good enough to win. And I think even though everyone might be surprised of this 2-0, I've always been like, we're good enough, you know. Last split wasn't what it was expected to be, and we'll show how good we are.
Yeah, and there was a big rivalry is developing between you and Vulcan, because last split, there was so much back and forth with you two on Twitter between you and Winsome, and then just the ridiculousness of the offseason actually has you swapping teams. And so many people saw that at the time as like Vulcan taking your spot. But now you're 2-0 and they've started 0-2. Do you have any thoughts on that so far?
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan's not that good. Like, he's trash talking, but he doesn't deserve that. So I think swapping teams, you know, we'll see who's a better support and like who's actually a problem in the team.
All right, well, thank you very much for the interview. FlyQuest, you play them in exactly a week. So next Thursday, look forward to seeing how that one develops. Congratulations on the start. Best of luck in the rest of the split.
Thank you.
Let's send it over to the lounge. Thank you, dude. That was awesome.
Welcome back. That's great to hear, honestly. I was wondering how he was going to respond, and just the matter-of-fact way.
He's not running
it's
from
great.
it, too. That's amazing.
I love it. All right, let's update the POG leaderboard. I actually don't know who got POG that last game. My guess is going to be Unforgiven. Oh,
Bam.
Jojo. What is Tactical?
Who gave him this idea for the pose, man?
Definitely not tactical.
But I love Insanity's pose. That is baller right there.
Yeah, Insanity looks like he's going to crush someone like he crushed in game today as LeBlanc.
The quadra kill was sick.
Yeah, it was fun talking to him, actually, because right before, as we were prepping, I was like, oh, sick LeBlanc. And he was like, yeah, I should have played it yesterday. We would have won then, too.
Yeah.
Also, one thing I do want to point out is, again, like I mentioned Tactical's picture, but honestly, that comeback against NRG, relying on Tactical in a lot of those team fights, I didn't expect them to come back, but they did it, and a lot of it was because of the damage Tactical was dishing out.
Yeah, for people that missed that, I feel like you have to watch at least the back half of that game. That was incredible to see. And I'm sure the IMT social team and they're gonna be going to work to just give us the comms. The comms, you see how excited those players were at the very tail end of that? I want to hear that energy. So that was really fun to see. Evil Geniuses are a big surprise. My focus is on Summit just a little bit because like last split, we expected him to be like even a top 4 top laner, but there were so many issues that really were zeroing in on him. These last 2 games, he's been sick. He has been a major carrier for this team. So I'm really excited. Started the split, new start for IMT, for Team Liquid, and for now Jojo Pyun. It feels like kind of a revenge tour right from the start.
And let's pull up the standings now that we've covered that, because there are a lot of surprises, as we mentioned. IMT tied with Team Liquid, Honda, Evil Geniuses, and Cloud9 at 2-0. We have 100 Thieves and TSM both at 1-1. And then Dignitas, FlyQuest, and Golden Guardians and NRG all tied at 0-2. Obviously, it's only been 2 days.
Stop the vote.
But this is not the standings that we expected, even after 2 days. And I think the big thing is FlyQuest. So let's see the schedule for tomorrow and see who they are going to be facing, as well as just the rest of the schedule. We've got Immortals Progressive taking on Team Liquid. That should be really interesting, actually, given how both teams have showed up thus far. Golden Guardians versus FlyQuest.
Oh, yeah.
Evil Geniuses versus Dignitas. NRG versus 100 Thieves. Cloud9 versus TSM. Those first two games are really interesting to me.
It's wild, man. I was about to make the joke about IMT and EG being the best teams in the league. That's why I need to stop where we're at. But with how IMT is playing, it feels like there's already kind of like a brotherhood forming within the team. And yes, Tactical just looks better, and I feel like Treats coming in really does a number for them for that reason, and I'm just excited for Team Liquid's growth. So there's a lot to talk about there.
And there was actual growth from TL, right?
Yeah.
Today we saw, like, I know we were kind of joking after yesterday's game. We're like, some of those team fights, they were losing.
Yeah.
AK gold up. We're not sure if they have changed, but today I thought their objective setups and their team fight setups were much better.
Yes.
The other big thing is obviously GG taking on FlyQuest. Neither team has won a game yet. I'd ask you who you got.
Win.
Yeah, one team has to win.
Oh my God.
But that'll be for tomorrow. And that is it for us today. We will be back tomorrow, like I said, at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. And we will be here next Wednesday and Wednesday through Friday, all split long. Thanks for joining us today, guys.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We'll see you guys there.
I don't have a pen to throw.
Welcome to opening week, presented by MasterCard. We're here for day 2 of Summer Split in LCS. It's 2023. It's Cloud9 going up against Dignitas. Santorin going in for that opportunity right now. The Nature's Grab fires out. They wanted to go for Fudge, but he can back away. Now Eminash shows up. He flashes forward, and he just kills Tomo underneath the turret in the middle of the rest of Dig. You've still got Blabber back here fighting. He's trying to chop down the tree, but Diamond puts him on a leash. Blabber, however, is absolutely running wild, and Berserker takes down Rich. Tomo and Jensen want to get away, but that bug is hungry. He goes in for the damage. He gets a double kill. The turret shot's gonna kill him through the Dusk Blade. It's an absolute fiesta of a fight, but it's C9 partying hard when it's all said and done.
It's good.
Yeah, Miles at 5.
Okay, Miles at 5.
I do have damage if he holds.
Just go together. Yeah.
Look, any after. Trust.
Okay.
David, let's go.
David!
Alright, go Nash, no?
Nice.
Quadra, baby, let's go.
Baby.
Orange alive, by the way. Around here still.
Yeah, we can do this. Turrets are gone, the enemy jungler's gone, and FlyQuest cannot get home in time. Insanity and Haunter, the 2 solo lanes for Team Solo Mid, take the win against FlyQuest. 100 Thieves thought they had the angle there, but once Pioshik shows up, they gotta be respectful. Bucio's nearly killed, but instead it's Closer swooping in to pick up Yawn. Now Pioshik's locked up in the bubble, and 100 Thieves have outfought him. Oh, keep everybody else safe. Summit wants to engage. He's found Bucio already, and now they're gonna pick up a second. It's already over with the bottom laners killed off. There's no way the rest of the Thieves can stand and fight, and Team Liquid just dogpiles them. They get 3 for nothing.
Right now, Lightning Crash once again activated. Glacial Prison onto Treats. Done and done. They're still on the Baron. Palafox teleporting in, coming through. You can see the pings over on the
He's no smite! He's no smite!
He's a Palafox coming in for the steal! It's multiple members still standing for energy, but not a lot of damage. Palafox going on in to try to get Kenby, but is not successful. Tactical ripping up too much damage. Immortals begin their ascent of summer with 2 wins. River at the front line, keeping his eyes locked onto Unforgiven. A couple knockups in favor of Golden Guardians, and with a route on to Revenge, he has to flash away. Baron brought down to 50% HP, but look at that blast damage onto Unforgiven. Luckily, able to Gale Force out there and more. River eliminated. Double kill for JoJo, and Golden Guardians, they lose 3. Evil Geniuses, a strong statement, bounding into summer with a surprising new look, and now 2 wins to show for it.